Welcome to the Adult Storyteller. Story number 1. It was 2:17 a.m. on a rain-lashed Tuesday in November, and the lobby of the Blackthorn Suites was so dead I could hear the fluorescent lights buzzing like flies trapped in glass. The kind of silence that makes your skin prickle. The kind where you start talking to yourself just to remember what a human voice sounds like. I'd been working the night shift for 6 months, and the monotony was eating me alive. So when I found the Ouija board in the Lost and Found, a cheap cardboard thing, the letters worn soft from use, the planchette sticky with someone else's fingerprints, I figured it'd be a laugh, something to kill time between checking in the occasional drunk businessman or exhausted trucker. I spread it on the front desk, the board's surface cool under my palms, and placed my fingers on the planchette with a smirk, half expecting nothing, half hoping for a cheap thrill. But the second my skin touched that plastic, the air changed, thickened, like the whole lobby had been vacuum sealed. My breath came shallow, my fingers twitched, and then, with a jerk that sent my heart into my throat, the planchette moved. Not the lazy, circular drift of a subconscious nudge, but a sharp, deliberate slide to the letter R. Then O. O-M. My pulse hammered so hard I could feel it in my teeth. Room 333, it spelled out, and I yanked my hands back like I'd been burned, because room 333 didn't exist, not anymore. The hotel had sealed it off after the '99 incident, the one they whispered about in town, but never talked about openly. A man named Elias Voss had slit his wife's throat in that room before hanging himself from the ceiling fan, their blood soaking so deep into the mattress the staff had to rip it out in chunks. The official report called it a murder-suicide, but the rumors said worse, that Elias had been trying to complete something, that the walls were scribbled with symbols no one could read, that the cops found the Ouija board on the nightstand, the planchette resting on Join US. I laughed, a shaky, nervous sound, and told myself it was just my tired muscles betraying me. But then the radio behind the desk crackled to life with a burst of static, and through the white noise, I heard a woman's voice, whisper thin but unmistakable. Open the door. I spun around, my chair screeching, but the radio was unplugged, its cord coiled limp on the floor. The lobby was empty. The clock read 2:33 a.m. My key card was in my hand. I don't remember picking it up, and my feet were moving toward the elevator before I could stop them. Some part of me already resigned, already knowing this was happening whether I wanted it to or not. The elevator groaned as it ascended, the numbers above the door lighting up one by one, and with each floor, the air got heavier, warmer, until it felt like breathing through wet cloth. The third-floor hallway stretched ahead of me, the carpet patterned with faded roses, the wallpaper peeling at the seams, and at the far end, the door to room 333 stood slightly ajar, though I knew it had been locked for decades. My keycard gleamed in the dim light, and before I could think better of it, I swiped it. The lock beeped green. The door swung open. The room was pristine, untouched by time. A queen bed with crisp white sheets, a paisley armchair, a desk with a rotary phone. But the smell hit me first. Bleach, sharp and chemical, barely masking something older, something metallic. The bed was perfectly made, except for 2 distinct indentions, one large, one small, as if bodies had just risen from it. And on the nightstand, the Ouija board waited, the planchette centered over Join US. My breath came in short, panic bursts. The door slammed shut behind me. The radio on the desk hissed to life, the same woman's voice now weeping. You're late, you're late. And the ceiling fan above me creaked, though the power had been cut years ago. I stumbled back, my legs hitting the bed, and that's when I saw them. The shadows in the corner, 2 of them, tall and wavering, their shapes resolving into a man and a woman, their faces stretched in silent screams. The man raised a hand, pointing to the noose dangling from the fan, and the woman's mouth moved in sync with the radio. 3 makes it complete. I understood then, with a clarity that froze my blood, why I'd been led here. Elias hadn't been trying to kill his wife. He'd been trying to summon something, and they'd been trapped here ever since, waiting for a third to finish the ritual. My fingers itched for the planchette. The shadows surged forward. The noose swayed. And then nothing. I woke up at the front desk, the Ouija board gone, the clock reading 4:44 a.m., my mouth tasting like copper. I told myself it was a dream, a stress-induced hallucination, until I rolled up my sleeves and saw the rope burns on my wrists. The next night, the Ouija board was back in the lost and found, the planchette resting on welcome, and carved into the wood, fresh and deep, was my name. I stared at the board, my name gouged into the cheap wood like it had been clawed there by something desperate, and my hands shook so badly I could barely lift the planchette. Except I wasn't lifting it, it was moving on its own, gliding smooth and sure to the letters, "Your turn." And the radio behind me let out a high-pitched whine before a man's voice, guttural and wet, said, "We left the door open for you." The lobby lights flickered, and in the stuttering darkness, I saw them reflected in the glass of the check-in counter. Elias and his wife, standing just behind me, their faces bloated and purple, his neck bent at that unnatural angle from the noose, her throat split ear to ear like a second smile. I tried to run, but my legs wouldn't move, my muscles locked in place like I was frozen mid-step, and the planchette kept moving, faster now, spelling out room 333, over and over, the letters scraping into the board so hard I could see splinters lifting. The smell of old blood filled my nose, thick and sour, and I realized with a jolt of pure terror that it was coming from me. My palms were bleeding where my nails had dug in, little crescent moons of pain I hadn't even noticed. The elevator dinged, the sound too loud in the empty lobby, and the doors slid open by themselves, revealing the dark maw of the third-floor hallway. The radio screeched, "Don't keep them waiting." And then, worst of all, my own voice answered back, calm and sure, "I'm coming." I wasn't speaking. My lips weren't moving, but the words came out anyway, and the thing inside me, the thing using my voice, was stronger than I was. I walked toward the elevator like a puppet on strings, my limbs stiff and foreign, and as the doors closed, I caught one last glimpse of the lobby in the mirrored wall. Elias and his wife were still there, but now there were 3 shadows where mine should have been. The elevator groaned upward, the numbers ticking too slow, and when it stopped, the hallway stretched out impossibly long, the door to room 333 hanging open just a crack, yellow light spilling out like pus from a wound. Inside, the noose swayed gently, the ceiling fan creaking under its weight, and the Ouija board sat on the bed, the planchette already on yes. The radio on the nightstand crackled, and the woman's voice, soft and pleading, said, "Lie down." My body obeyed before my mind could scream. The mattress sighed under my weight, the sheets cool against my skin, and as I stared up at the noose, I realized with a sick certainty that this had always been the plan, that the lost and found, the board, the key card, all of it had been a trap, and I was just the latest fool to stumble into it. The shadows pooled at the edges of the room, thickening, taking shape, and Elias leaned over me, his breath reeking of grave dirt, as he pressed the rope into my hands. His wife stroked my hair, her fingers leaving wet streaks, and whispered, "3 makes a family." The radio hissed static, then a voice, my voice, said, "Do it." My hands moved on their own, looping the noose, pulling it tight, and as the rope bit into my neck, the last thing I saw was the Ouija board, the planchette now resting on goodbye. I woke up gasping in the lobby, my throat raw, the clock reading 6 hours 66 minutes a.m., the numbers bleeding like they'd been written in blood. The Ouija board was gone again, but the lost and found box rattled when I walked past, and I knew it would be back. The next guest who checked in asked for a room on the 3rd floor, and when I handed him the key card, his smile didn't reach his eyes. "Room 333, he said, though I hadn't told him the number. The radio crackled, and a new voice, his voice, said, "Your turn." The moment the guest took the key card, his fingers brushed against mine, and his skin was cold. Not the chill of night air, but the deep, unnatural cold of something that hasn't been warm in a long time. His smile stretched wider, lips splitting at the corners like old paper, and his eyes didn't blink, just stared, unblinking and black, pupils swallowing the irises whole. I tried to pull my hand back, but his grip tightened, his nails digging crescent moons into my wrist, and the lobby lights flickered, plunging us into darkness for one endless second before buzzing back to life. When they did, His face was different, not just his expression, but his features, his jaw unhinged too wide, his teeth too sharp, his skin mottled with bruises that hadn't been there before. The radio behind the desk let out a low, wet chuckle, and the guest whispered, "You didn't think it was over, did you?" Before turning and walking toward the elevator, his steps too light, like he wasn't quite touching the floor. The elevator doors opened before he pressed the button, the interior dark except for the dim glow of the floor numbers. And as he stepped inside, he turned back to look at me, his head tilting at an impossible angle. "They're waiting for you," he said, and then the doors closed, leaving me alone in the lobby, except I wasn't alone. The lost and found box rattled again, harder this time, the lid trembling like something inside was trying to get out. I didn't want to look. I didn't want to know. But my body moved on its own, my hands lifting the lid before I could stop them. And inside, the Ouija board sat waiting, the planchette already resting on almost. The air smelled like burning hair and wet earth, and the radio crackled to life again. A chorus of voices, Elias, his wife, the guest, me, all whispering in unison. One more. The lobby lights dimmed, the shadows stretching long and grasping, and I realized with a sinking horror that it wasn't just Elias and his wife trapped in room 333. It was everyone who had ever picked up the board, everyone who had ever been foolish enough to play. The guest wasn't a guest at all. He was the next sacrifice, and I was the one who had handed him the key. The lost and found box slammed shut on its own, the sound like a gunshot in the empty lobby. And when I looked down, the Ouija board was in my hands, the planchette already moving, spelling out "your fault" over and over, the letters gouged so deep the board splintered beneath them. The elevator dinged again, the doors sliding open to reveal an empty car, the inside dark and pulsing like a living thing. The radio hissed, "Come home," and my feet moved toward it, step by inevitable step, because I knew now there was no escape. The doors closed behind me, and as the elevator ascended, the numbers glowing red, I heard them all, every voice, every victim, whispering the same thing. 3 makes it complete. The elevator stopped. The doors opened. Room 333 waited. And this time, I didn't wake up. The door to room 333 swung open before I could touch it, revealing a scene that shouldn't exist. The bed was freshly made, but the sheets were stained in rust-colored blooms where the bodies had bled out years ago, and the ceiling fan turned lazily despite having no power, the frayed noose swaying like a pendulum counting down my last moments. The guest from the lobby stood beside the bed, but he wasn't a man anymore, his limbs stretched too long, his mouth unhinged like a snake's, his skin peeling back in strips to reveal something glistening and raw beneath. The Ouija board sat between the body-shaped indentions on the mattress, the planchette trembling as if unseen hands fought over it, and the radio on the nightstand screeched a name, my name, in a voice that wasn't human. Shadows pooled in the corners, thickening into shapes with too many joints, their whispers rising into a chant. 3 binds the door, 4 seals the floor, 5 keeps the hunger inside no more. The guest's head rotated backward, vertebrae popping, and he pointed to the noose with a grin that split his face ear to ear. My hands moved without permission, fingers knotting the rope with practiced ease, as if muscle memory from a death I hadn't died yet. The walls pulsed like a throat swallowing, the air reeking of open graves and spoiled milk. And when I looked down, the Ouija board had changed. The letters were gone, replaced by a single word carved deep into the wood. Mine. The guest lunged, his teeth sinking into my shoulder, but there was no pain, only a terrible suction as something inside me tore loose. The radio screamed. The shadows surged. The noose snapped tight around my neck. And as my vision tunneled, I saw them, dozens of us, dangling from the ceiling fan like grotesque wind chimes, our faces twisted in identical rictus grins, while the guest knelt on the bed, peeling back his own skin to reveal the thing beneath. A maw of pulsating darkness, whispering, 6 makes the feast. The last thing I heard before the rope finished its work was the lost and found box rattling in the lobby below, ready for the next shift worker bored enough to play. The moment my neck snapped, I didn't die, I woke up. Back at the front desk. The clock read 2:17 a.m. Rain lashed the lobby windows. The fluorescent lights buzzed. My hands trembled against the check-in counter, my throat burning with the phantom bite of the noose. The lost and found box rattled. I didn't want to look. I had to look. My fingers pried open the lid before I could stop them, and there it was, the Ouija board, pristine as if never touched, the planchette resting dead center on the word again. The radio crackled, a wet, choking sound, and then my own voice, my real voice, spat out a single guttural word. Run. But I couldn't. My legs were rooted. The elevator dinged. The doors slid open. Inside, the guest from before, the one who wasn't a guest at all, stood waiting, his neck now bent at the same unnatural angle as mine had been, his grin too wide, his eyes black pits reflecting the flickering exit sign. "You don't get to leave," he whispered, stepping forward, his fingers stretching, elongating into rope-like tendrils. "You're part of the pattern now." The lobby lights died. The lost and found box burst open. And from the darkness, 100 hands, some skeletal, some rotting, some still dripping, reached for me, their voices a chorus of the damned whispering the same cursed truth. The board always wins. The next shift worker found the lobby empty. The Ouija board sat on the desk. The planchette pointed to play. And far above, in room 333, the ceiling fan creaked under a new weight. The moment the new night clerk's fingers brushed the planchette, my consciousness surged back into being. Not alive, not dead, but trapped in that awful limbo between, forced to watch through the board's faded letters as another fool fell into the same inescapable rhythm. His breath hitched when the planchette jerked toward room 333. Without his guidance, his pupils dilating with that familiar cocktail of fear and fascination I'd once felt myself. The lobby lights dimmed as the elevator groaned to life on its own, its cables straining like tendons under the weight of unseen passengers. I tried to scream through the radio static to warn him, but my voice came out warped. Elias's voice, his wife's, the guests, all layered into one grotesque chorus chanting "Join US," as the lost and found box rattled violently, its lid clattering to reveal the keycard already glowing green for 333. The clerk's hand moved toward it in slow motion, his fingers twitching with the same unnatural compulsion that had once controlled me. And as his skin made contact, the walls around us pulsed like a living throat, the floral wallpaper peeling back to reveal what had always been beneath. Stretches of raw, glistening flesh embedded with screaming faces, mine now among them, forever frozen mid-scream. The moment he stepped into the elevator, the doors sealing him inside with things that had never been human, I felt the board's hunger shift. Not sated, but sharpened, its malevolence refined by decades of repetition. The planchette spun wildly before landing on next, and somewhere in the darkness, the ceiling fan's noose creaked under a fresh weight as the hotel exhaled a sigh of rotten satisfaction. Outside, a neon vacancy sign flickered blood red against the storm, its light reflecting in the terrified eyes of the next curious soul, already pushing through the lobby doors, their shadows stretching long and thin like a noose waiting to be tied. The new clerk's scream was still echoing through the lobby when the Ouija board's letters began to bleed, thick, dark droplets welling up from the cheap cardboard like the hotel itself was weeping, each drop hitting the front desk with a sound like a hammer on bone. My consciousness, fractured and raw, pulsed through those stains, forced to witness as the latest victim's fingers, now bone-white with terror, dragged the planchette to help me, before his hand convulsed and snapped his own index finger backward with a wet crack, the involuntary movement spelling out liar instead. The shadows behind him weren't shadows anymore, but strands of something thicker, hungrier, unraveling from the walls like puppet strings made of matted hair and old noose fibers, winding around his wrists as the elevator doors shuttered open again, revealing the interior now lined with teeth, rows upon rows of yellowed molars grinding in unison. The clerk's mouth opened in a soundless plea as the strings yanked him forward, his shoes squeaking against the suddenly wet floor tiles. When had they turned red? Why did they feel sticky? And the last thing I saw before the doors closed was his face pressed against the glass, his features melting like wax under a flame, his mouth forming the words, "I see you," directly at me, at the thing I'd become. The lobby lights died with a pop, and in the suffocating dark, the lost and found box creaked open once more. The Ouija board now warped and swollen like soaked driftwood, its surface carved with every name it had ever claimed, mine glowing faintly beneath a fresh, still dripping inscription. Somewhere beyond the void, the ceiling fan's rotations began to slow, its burden now one body heavier, and as the vacancy sign outside flickered back to life, the hotel's front doors swung open invitingly, the bell jingling with a sound almost like laughter. The bell's chime hadn't even faded when the next traveler shuffled in, dragging a suitcase with wheels that squeaked like dying rats, their tired eyes scanning the lobby before locking onto the Ouija board that now sat prominently on the front desk as if waiting. Because we all were, the collective hunger of room 333 thrumming through the walls like a second heartbeat. I tried to scream through the blood-stained letters as their fingers, chapped and nicotine-stained, hovered over the planchette, but my warning came out as the board's next command, the plastic triangle lurching to spell "Welcome Home," in jagged, violent motions that left scratches in the cardboard. The traveler recoiled but didn't run, because no one ever runs, not really, not once the board has tasted their fear. That metallic tang now thick in the air, mixing with the scent of mildew and something far older rotting in the walls. The front desk radio crackled to life with a sound like vertebrae popping, and suddenly their voice, not theirs anymore, never really theirs, repeated the words "third floor, please," in a tone so perfectly calm it made the shadows in the corner ripple with anticipation. The elevator doors parted with a sigh, the interior now papered in yellowed newspapers, all bearing the same headline. "Local man completes family," the typo stretching and warping as the letters dripped like they'd been written in fresh blood. As the traveler stepped inside, their reflection in the brass doors didn't move with them. It stayed perfectly still, grinning with all my stolen faces, while the real them finally noticed the noose marks around their neck that hadn't been there before, the skin beneath already bruising the same shade as Elias's bloated corpse. The doors closed. The lobby lights brightened cheerfully, and deep in the lost and found, beneath a pile of forgotten umbrellas, the Ouija board's planchette began to move on its own, carving a new name into the desk's wood with a sound like bones splintering. Outside, the storm finally broke, the rain washing away the vacancy sign's flicker, but not the wet, gurgling laughter coming from room 333's air vent, where something that was once a man whispered, almost full. The lobby door creaked again before the rain could dry. Another traveler, another victim, another name to carve into the hotel's endless ledger of the damned. This one was younger, a backpack slung over one shoulder, eyes bright with the kind of naive curiosity that always gets people killed in places like this. The Ouija board was already waiting, its planchette twitching like a dying insect as it sensed fresh prey. I wanted to warn them, to scream through the static of the radio, to manifest in the flickering lights. But the hotel had me now, my voice just another thread in its tapestry of suffering. The backpacker hesitated, fingers hovering over the planchette, and for one desperate second, I thought they might resist, until the ceiling above them groaned, a single drop of something dark and viscous landing on the board with a sizzle, spelling out play in burned, smoking letters. Their hand touched the plastic, and the moment they did, the lobby transformed. The walls peeled back like flesh, revealing pulsating veins beneath. The floorboards split open with a sound like cracking ribs, and from the fissures rose the hands of all who came before, their fingers interlacing into a grotesque welcome mat. The elevator doors yawned open, the interior now lined with stretched skin, the 3 button already glowing like an ember in a corpse's mouth. The backpacker tried to pull away, but the planchette had fused to their fingers, their skin bubbling where it touched, their mouth opening in a scream that came out as Elias's voice, his wife's laughter, my own choked final plea, all harmonizing into the hotel's sickening lullaby. As they staggered toward the elevator, the front desk radio spat out their name. Their real name, the one they'd never given, in the exact tone their mother used when they were a child, and that broke them completely. The doors closed, the lobby reset, and in the lost and found, the Ouija board's surface rippled like liquid, one new name rising to the surface before hardening into the wood. Theirs. Outside, the storm raged harder, the wind howling through the NO and the NO vacancy sign until only vacancy remained, glowing like a beacon. Somewhere on the highway, another car's headlights swung toward the exit ramp. The hotel inhaled, the board prepared, and in room 333, the ceiling fan's chains coiled in anticipation of new weight. The headlights cut through the rain as the car pulled into the parking lot, tires crunching over gravel that hadn't been there a moment before, because the hotel reshapes itself for each new guest, twisting reality just enough to make them step inside. The driver's door opened with a groan, and out stepped a woman in a rain-soaked coat, her face drawn with exhaustion, her fingers clutching a crumpled reservation slip that definitely didn't exist. The lobby lights flickered in time with her footsteps as she approached the front desk, her eyes skipping right over the Ouija board at first. Then, like they all do, she paused. A hesitation, a tilt of the head. The planchette trembled. I tried to scream, to push through the board's grip, but my voice was just another whisper in the static now, another echo in the walls. She reached out, her fingertips brushing the plastic, and the second she did, the room temperature dropped, her breath frosting in the air as the board's letters darkened, the ink bubbling up like old blood. The planchette jerked to life, not spelling words this time, but dragging itself in frantic circles, faster and faster until the friction made smoke curl from the cardboard. The woman tried to pull back, but her hand was stuck fast, her skin paling where it touched the board, veins turning black as the thing beneath the hotel pulsed in recognition. The radio behind the desk crackled, and then her own voice, but wrong, distorted, spoke. "You've always been here." The ceiling above her sagged, the plaster splitting like skin under a scalpel, and from the cracks seeped strands of hair, long and matted, twining around her wrists like shackles. The elevator dinged, the doors sliding open to reveal a mirrored interior that didn't reflect her. Only us, the taken, the trapped, our mouths moving in unison as the walls around her began to weep rust-colored tears. She opened her mouth to scream, but the sound that came out was the same wet, choking gurgle Elias had made when the noose tightened. The lost and found box burst open, disgorging a flood of items that shouldn't exist. A wedding ring sized for a finger with too many joints, a child's shoe with teeth marks in the leather, a key card etched with a room number that changed every time you blinked. And beneath it all, the Ouija board shuddered, its surface now more scar than wood, the planchette grinding out a single, final word. Mine. The woman's eyes rolled back as the elevator doors closed, her body convulsing as the hotel claimed its latest victim. Outside, the storm paused. The vacancy sign flickered off, and in room 333, the ceiling fan's chains jingled like bells, the noose swaying empty, but not for long. Never for long. The moment the elevator doors sealed shut, the lobby lights brightened to a sickly fluorescent glow, the air thick with the scent of ozone and something far more organic, like open veins and damp earth. The Ouija board sat innocently on the desk, its surface now smooth as if untouched, but the woman's fingerprints remained seared into the planchette like brands. The lost and found box had stopped rattling, but the items inside now pulsed faintly, as if breathing, each object whispering in a language made of static and broken bone. I tried to move, to resist, but my consciousness was just another stain on the board now, another voice in the chorus of the taken. The hotel exhaled, its walls expanding and contracting like lungs, the front doors unlocking themselves with a series of clicks that sounded like knuckles cracking. Outside, the rain had stopped, replaced by an eerie silence, the kind that comes before a predator strikes. Then footsteps. Slow, deliberate. A man this time, his coat collar turned up against a chill that wasn't there, his eyes scanning the lobby with the wary look of someone who already knew they'd made a mistake but couldn't turn back. He hesitated at the threshold, his shadow stretching too long, too thin, before finally stepping inside. The doors locked behind him with a finality that echoed like a coffin lid slamming shut. The Ouija board's planchette twitched, just once, as if in greeting. The man's breath hitched. He knew. They always know, in that last fleeting moment before the hotel sinks its teeth in. The radio behind the desk hissed, the dial spinning wildly before landing on a frequency that shouldn't exist. A voice, deep and resonant, chanting numbers in reverse. The man's lips moved in unison, his own voice joining the countdown as the walls around him began to peel away, revealing the pulsating truth beneath. A labyrinth of veins, of tendons, of doors that opened into nothing but hunger. The elevator dinged, the sound like a death knell, and as the doors slid open, the man's reflection didn't follow him inside. It stayed behind, its grin widening until its face split, the skin sloughing off to reveal what the hotel really was, what it had always been. The doors closed, the lobby lights dimmed, and in the silence that followed, the Ouija board's planchette moved one last time, carving a single word into the desk surface, the letters seeping red as the hotel prepared for its next guest. Outside, the vacancy sign flickered back to life, its glow reflected in the eyes of something watching from the tree line. Something that wasn't a man, wasn't a woman, but something older, hungrier, stepping forward as the lobby doors creaked open in invitation. The cycle continued. It always continues. The lobby doors hadn't even finished swinging shut when the new arrival's fingers began twitching toward the Ouija board of their own volition, their nails splitting as they scraped across the planchette that now pulsed with a faint, greasy heat. I could feel the hotel's anticipation like a physical weight, the way the floorboards softened beneath their feet like rotting flesh, how the ceiling tiles sagged with the accumulated moisture of countless terrified breaths. The radio suddenly blared to life at maximum volume, spewing a garbled mix of every victim's final screams layered over a child's nursery rhyme played backwards, the dissonance making their eyes bleed black tears that sizzled where they hit the board. Their mouth opened in a silent scream as the planchette spelled out not words but coordinates. Latitude and longitude burned into the cardboard with each movement, and the realization hit us both simultaneously. This wasn't just a haunted hotel, but a living beacon calling something far worse from places where the stars burned wrong in the sky. The walls bulged inward as if pressed by some colossal force, the floral wallpaper peeling away to reveal what looked like miles of intestinal tract pulsing beneath, the air suddenly reeking of copper and spoiled milk as the lobby lights dimmed to the dull red of dying embers. Their hand convulsed around the planchette as it began moving again, this time carving symbols that hurt to look at directly, geometries that twisted the eye and made the mind recoil as the temperature plummeted so fast their breath crystallized midair. From the elevator shaft came a wet, slithering sound like 1,000 corpses being dragged through viscera, accompanied by a vibration that made their teeth ache and their bones feel like they might shatter as the hotel's true purpose became horrifyingly clear. Not just a collector of souls, but a living summoning circle, each victim another sigil in some vast, incomprehensible ritual. The planchette suddenly exploded in a shower of molten plastic as the ceiling split open like an overripe fruit, revealing not the floor above, but an endless black void where things with too many eyes and limbs swam hungrily toward the tear in reality, their forms shifting in ways that defied physics as the newcomer's skin began peeling away in spirals, their screams harmonizing perfectly with the radio's static shriek as the lobby doors blew open to admit something that walked like a man-butt, stretched and warped like a nightmare, its shadow making the walls bleed as it crossed the threshold just as the clock struck 4:44 a.m., and every light in the hotel went out simultaneously, plunging us all into a darkness so complete it felt like being swallowed whole. The darkness didn't just swallow the light, it swallowed sound, time, even thought itself, leaving only the terrible certainty that something vast and hungry had turned its attention toward the hotel at last. The newcomer's body contorted in the blackness, bones cracking as they folded into impossible angles, their flesh splitting open like overripe fruit to reveal glistening new mouths that all screamed in perfect unison with the radio's dying static. The walls weren't walls anymore, but membranes, pulsing wetly as they stretched thinner and thinner, showing brief glimpses of what waited outside. An endless void where colossal shapes moved just beyond comprehension, their forms making the mind recoil even in the fraction of a second before sanity could fully register them. The Ouija board floated in midair now, its surface burning with phosphorescent symbols that hurt to look at directly. The charred remains of the planchette were forming itself from the newcomer's dripping marrow as it began carving fresh sigils into their skin with a sound like a butcher's knife scraping bone. The floor liquefied beneath us, thick and warm as blood, pulling us down into the hotel's true heart. Room 333, but not as it had ever appeared before. The walls here were made of fused human remains, the carpet a living mass of hair and fingernails still growing. The ceiling fan's blades fashioned from countless interlocked rib cages that turned with a sound like dying gasps. The bed stood at the center, its mattress stitched from flayed skin. The two indentions, now three, now four, now too many to count as the thing that had entered the lobby unfolded itself into the space, its true form impossible to comprehend except in fragments. 100 grasping hands here, a nest of squirming tongues there, eyes blinking open and shut across its surface like stars winking out one by one. The radio, now embedded in the flesh wall, gurgled to life one final time, the voice that came out unmistakably mine, saying what I'd screamed in my last living moment. It was never a hotel. The newcomer's body collapsed inward like a deflating balloon as the thing absorbed them, their final breath joining the chorus in the walls, their face appearing moments later in the growing tapestry of the damned that now covered every surface. As the darkness receded and the lobby reassembled itself piece by piece, the Ouija board settled gently back onto the front desk, pristine except for one small change. The alphabet now arranged in symbols no human mouth could pronounce, the planchette already trembling in anticipation of the next guest's touch. Outside, the storm began anew, the vacancy sign buzzing back to life with an electric scream as headlights appeared once more at the end of the access road, their beams cutting through the rain like searchlights hunting for escapees who would never exist again. The headlights revealed not a car but an ambulance, its red lights swirling in silent mockery of emergency as it crunched over gravel that was now more broken teeth than stone, its doors swinging open to disgorge a paramedic whose face kept flickering between human and something stretched too tight across its skull. They moved toward the lobby with the jerky precision of a marionette, their boots leaving prints that seeped black ichor into the welcome mat already woven from the hair of previous guests. The Ouija board had changed again. Its surface now resembled aged leather, the alphabet replaced by a spiral of screaming mouths that all whispered different names in unison, the planchette grown jagged and metallic like a surgical instrument left to rust. The paramedic's gloved hand hovered above it, trembling not from fear but from the hotel's pull vibrating through their bones, and when skin finally met board, the lobby dissolved into a memory that wasn't theirs, a flash of Elias Voss's last living moment, his hands not around his wife's throat but pressed against the walls as they breathed around him, his scream cutting off as the ceiling fan's chain wrapped around his neck like a lover's embrace. The vision shifted, and suddenly the paramedic was seeing through my eyes, my real eyes back when they were still mine, watching my own fingers carve my name into the desk with a key that had grown teeth. Reality snapped back with the sound of a spine breaking, just in time for the paramedic to see their gloves melting into the board, the flesh beneath bubbling as the planchette dragged itself in frenzied circles, spelling not words but dates, every birthday of everyone they'd failed to save in their career. The radio stuttered to life, playing a distorted version of Rockabye Baby, in the voice of a child the paramedic had lost last winter. And that's when the walls started bleeding in earnest, crimson streams forming arrows that all pointed to the elevator where the doors stood open. The interior now a perfect replica of an ambulance back compartment, down to the straps on the gurney that twitched like eager tentacles. The paramedics stumbled backward, their body hitting the lost and found box, which burst open to reveal not old umbrellas but hundreds of identification badges, all bearing their photo, all with different names, all dated years into the future. The ceiling fan in the lobby, which had never existed until this very moment, clicked on with a hum, its blades not metal but the spiraling bones of something that had never been human, and as the paramedic's scream harmonized with the wail of the ambulance outside, now empty, its doors slamming shut by themselves, The Ouija board finally spelled out its ultimate truth. You've always been here. The lights cut out. The gurney straps snapped tight around invisible weight. And when the power returned, the lobby was empty except for the board, its surface now made of stretched skin. The planchette replaced by a single, staring eye that tracked the movement of new headlights turning into the parking lot. Outside, the vacancy sign flickered off for exactly 1 second before returning brighter than ever, its glow catching on the ambulance parked askew in the lot. Its back doors now slightly ajar, something wet and glistening trailing from the bumper to the hotel's welcoming front steps. The wet trail led not to the lobby doors, but directly to room 333's window, which shouldn't have been possible since the room faced the interior courtyard. Yet there it was, the glass streaked with crimson handprints that pulsed like living things as the next visitor approached. A traveling salesman whose sample case rattled with bones that hadn't been there when he packed it. The Ouija board had transformed again, its surface now a stretched-tight drum of human skin vibrating with every footstep in the hotel. The planchette replaced by a jagged shard of the ambulance's broken windshield still crusted with the paramedics' final scream. The salesman hesitated at the front desk, his reflection in the lobby mirrors showing 3 different versions of himself. One as a child missing teeth, one as an old man with hollow eyes, and one that wasn't human at all, its limbs elongating like taffy as it reached for the board. When his fingers touched the glass shard, the hotel inhaled, a sound like 1,000 dying gasps, and the walls peeled away to reveal their true form. Not wood or plaster, but compressed layers of victims, their faces pressing against the surface like prisoners behind wet cellophane, their mouths moving in perfect sync with the radio's new broadcast. A weather report predicting eternal nightfall with a 100% chance of absorption. The salesman's sample case burst open, disgorging not sales products but artifacts from the hotel's history. Elias Voss's wedding ring, the paramedics' sheared-off name tag, my own rotting name badge from the night shift, all orbiting the board like planets around a black sun. The glass shard planchette suddenly plunged downward, stabbing through the board and into the desk with enough force to crack the marble. A geyser of black fluid erupting as the lobby lights flickered to the rhythm of a heartbeat in arrhythmia. Outside, the ambulance's siren hooped once, a sound that somehow came from inside the salesman's mouth, as the ceiling fan's chains dropped like spider legs, wrapping around his limbs with terrifying precision. The last thing I saw before the darkness took him was his face melting like wax over the board, his features reforming into the hotel's new logo as the vacancy sign outside finally burned out completely, only to relight moments later with a new message. Occupancy reached. But in room 333, the ceiling fan creaked under fresh weight anyway. The moment the occupancy reached sign flickered, the hotel exhaled, a wet, shuddering gasp that made the walls ripple like a mirage as the salesman's liquefied remains seeped into the floorboards. His final scream trapped in the now-cracked lobby mirrors where his reflection still twitched unnaturally. The Ouija board had absorbed the glass shard completely, its surface now a mosaic of broken memories, shattered windshields, splintered bones, the jagged edges of Elias Voss's wedding ring, all fused together under a film of something too thick to be blood. The air smelled like a hospital corridor after a power outage, antiseptic and spoiled meat, as the front desk radio suddenly played a Johnny 1930s tune that degraded into static halfway through, the lyrics twisting into a list of names that ended with the salesman's, though he'd never given it. The lost and found box rattled violently before exploding in a shower of teeth and hotel keycards, each plastic rectangle embossed with the same room number, 333. Then the lobby doors blew open with hurricane force, revealing not the parking lot, but a yawning tunnel of pulsating flesh lined with blinking eyes that all rolled toward the front desk in unison. From the darkness emerged a figure in a bellhop uniform so crisp it looked painted on, its face a smooth mannequin mask except for the mouth, which stretched far too wide when it spoke. Checkout time is never. Its gloved hand extended toward the board, and that's when I realized with dawning horror that the planchette had reformed into a perfect replica of the hotel's master key. down to the teeth marks left by previous night clerks. The bellhop's fingers closed around it just as the ceiling collapsed, not in debris but in strands of hair and torn fingernails that wove themselves into a noose above the front desk. The radio volume spiked to deafening levels, broadcasting what sounded like a live feed from room 333. Wet choking sounds, the creak of straining rope, a child giggling underneath it all, as the bellhop used the key planchette to carve something into the desk's surface. Not words this time, but a perfect map of the hotel. If the hotel were some grotesque living organism, its corridors forming occult symbols, its rooms placed like organs in a great beast's body, and at the center, room 333 pulsed like a cancerous heart. The walls began to sweat a viscous black fluid that formed into humanoid shapes, dozens of them, all swaying in unison, as the bellhop leaned forward and whispered directly into the board, its breath fogging the surface to reveal one final message etched in condensation. Your shift starts now. Outside, the ambulance's headlights winked out forever as the hotel's neon sign changed one last time. Not letters now, but a single glowing eye that winked at the empty road before the lobby doors slammed shut, locking from the inside for the first time in history. Somewhere deep in the walls, something began to chew. The chewing sound grew louder, a wet grinding of bone and sinew that pulsed through the walls like a sick heartbeat as the bellhop's uniform began melting into the front desk, its mannequin face cracking to reveal the swirling void beneath. A darkness that wasn't empty but crammed with squirming, half-digested faces of every guest who'd ever signed the ledger. The Ouija board had become part of the desk now, its surface fused with the wood grain in a way that made the letters bleed whenever the hotel took a breath. The key planchette rusting in real time as it pointed inexorably toward the employee time clock that hadn't been there a moment ago. The clock's face was a hollowed-out human skull with hands made of broken fingers, its numbers replaced by names, mine glowing faintly next to Elias's and the paramedics, as it punched my non-existent card automatically with a sound like vertebrae snapping. The radio switched to emergency broadcast mode, a robotic voice listing coordinates that matched the moles on the salesman's reconstructed face, now pressing outward from the ceiling tiles, his lips moving in perfect sync though no sound came out except the occasional wet pop of his jaw unhinging. The walls had stopped pretending to be walls entirely now, their surfaces undulating like stomach lining, the occasional bone or tooth pushing through only to be sucked back in as the hotel digested its latest meal. The bellhop's remaining glove floated toward me, its fingers unstitching into pale worms that spelled "Welcome Home" in the air before burrowing into the floorboards, which had become spongy and warm underfoot, like walking on a tongue. The time clock's bell rang with the tone of a funeral chime, and suddenly I was behind the desk again, my hands. When did I get hands? Fused to the Ouija board's surface, its letters crawling up my arms like ants as the lobby reconfigured itself into a perfect replica of that first night. Rain lashing the windows, the fluorescent lights buzzing, the lost and found box rattling with something far worse than a board game now. The front doors blew open with the scent of ozone and funeral flowers, revealing a figure in a trench coat too large for human shoulders, its face hidden in shadow except for the smile. A smile I knew intimately, because it had been mine in the lobby mirrors every night shift. It stepped forward, its shoes leaving no prints on the now-breathing carpet, and as it reached for the guest book, I realized with final, crushing certainty that the hotel had never been the predator at all. Just another link in the chain, another hungry mouth waiting its turn. The guest book opened to a page that hadn't existed before, its fresh lines already filling with names and handwriting that changed every line, but always spelled the same thing. Room 333. Outside, the neon I winked out, leaving only the afterimage burned into the retina of the night, and the sound of something vast and patient beginning to stir in the foundations. The moment the trench-coated figure's finger touched the guest book, the pages disintegrated into a swarm of silverfish, each insect's carapace etched with a victim's name, scurrying up its arm and into the gaping mouth hole of its shadowed face with a sound like falling teeth. The lobby lights dimmed to the dull red of a darkroom as the walls began peeling upward in long strips, revealing pulsating musculature beneath that contracted rhythmically, pumping black bile through vein-like pipes that snaked toward room 333. My reconstructed hands, still half melted into the Ouija desk, spasmed uncontrollably, fingers breaking and reknitting themselves to form a perfect replica of the master key. Except this one burned with unnatural cold, its teeth filed to razor points that dripped something that wasn't quite blood. The trench coat figure's smile widened until its lapels tore, the fabric splitting to expose a rib cage filled with tiny, screaming faces that all bore my features at different ages, their miniature hands pressing against the bones like prisoners behind bars. The floor beneath us had become translucent, a living vitrine displaying the hotel's foundations, not concrete and rebar but a colossal, twitching mass of fused human remains, their half-liquefied faces rolling toward the surface like bubbles in tar. The guest book's silverfish had begun emerging from the figure's eye sockets now, their tiny legs knitting together in midair to form a noose that swayed toward me with eerie purpose. The radio, now just a gaping hole in reality spewing static and whimpers, suddenly cleared for 3 seconds of perfect audio. My own voice from that first night, whispering just one game as the planchette moved for the first time. The trench coat figure's hand closed over mine, forcing the key planchette toward the lock in the desk that hadn't been there before, a lock shaped like a screaming mouth. And as the teeth made contact, every light in the hotel flared bright white before exploding in unison, the shards hanging suspended in the air like a twisted constellation spelling Room 333 in jagged glass. The floor gave one final heave before liquefying completely, plunging us into the digestive darkness of the hotel's true form, where the screams weren't echoes but nourishment. And the last thing I saw before the acid dissolved my eyes was the Ouija board, now the size of the sky, its planchette a burning comet streaking toward the final unmarked space between goodbye and the edge of the board, where a new word was forming in blistered flesh. Remain. Outside, in a world that no longer mattered, the hotel's sign flickered once more, not vacancy or occupancy reached, but simply yes, glowing like an ember in the throat of the night as fresh headlights turned into the parking lot, their beams illuminating the now clear path to the lobby doors, which swung open with a sigh of infinite hunger. Somewhere in the foundation, the chewing continued. The headlights revealed not a car but a hearse, its back doors swinging open to disgorge a pallbearer crew of faceless figures in rotting suits, their gloved hands carrying a coffin that dripped black ichor onto the asphalt in perfect sync with the lobby's flickering lights. The Ouija board had reconstituted itself from the shattered glass and my own dissolving flesh, its surface now a living membrane that pulsed under the trench coat figure's touch as it guided my key hand toward the lockmouth, which screamed in a voice made of every victim's final breath, a sound that made the hearse's headlights shatter and reform as hollow eyes. The pallbearers moved with the jerky precision of stop-motion animation, their coffins splitting open mid-stride to release a swarm of typewriter keys that embedded themselves in the lobby walls, each one stamped with a different name that began leaking as soon as they touched the surface. The lock gave way with a sound like a spine being severed, revealing not a keyhole, but a tunnel lined with teeth that led straight to room 333's ceiling fan, now spinning so fast it generated its own gravitational pull. The nooses, there were dozens now, stretching downward like obscene umbilical cords. The trench coat's ribcage prisoners had begun chanting in unison, their tiny voices harmonizing with the radio static to form words that bypassed the ears and went straight to the hindbrain. The board was never the door, just the handle. The coffin keys in the walls suddenly depressed themselves in rapid succession, typing out the hotel's true name, a series of symbols that burned after images of hanged men onto the retina. As the hearse's engine roared to life without anyone at the wheel, its tires spinning in place fast enough to melt the asphalt into a black mirror that reflected not the hotel but a colossal, many-mouthed thing wearing the building like a cheap suit. Story number 2. The air in the old library was thick with the scent of aged paper and dust, the kind of silence that presses against your eardrums like a weight, broken only by the occasional creak of the floorboards beneath us as we gathered around the polished oak table. the Ouija board resting at its center like an accusation waiting to be spoken. My uncle's will had been clear. To claim our shares of his fortune, we had to make contact with him one last time, to prove we were worthy, or so he'd written in that spidery, ink-stained hand of his. The letter delivered by his stone-faced lawyer just days after his coffin had been lowered into the ground. I could feel the skepticism radiating off my cousins, their stiff postures and forced laughter betraying their unease. But none of us dared refuse, not when millions hung in the balance. The planchette sat cold under our fingertips, the dim light from the chandelier above casting long shadows that seemed to twitch at the edges of my vision. And as we began the ritual, mumbling the familiar invocation, our voices overlapping in a nervous chorus, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was already watching us, something that had been waiting for this moment far longer than we had. At first, nothing happened, just the oppressive silence and the occasional scoff from my brother. But then the planchette jerked beneath our hands, so sudden and violent that my cousin gasped, her nails digging into my wrist as the little wooden heart scraped across the board, spelling out letters with a precision that made my stomach tighten. Hello. A chill raced down my spine, my breath fogging in the suddenly icy air, and I told myself it was just the draft from the old windows. Even as the temperature dropped further, our collective shivers becoming uncontrollable. The planchette didn't stop, moving faster now, as if propelled by a force none of us could see. And then it spelled out the words that turned my blood to ice. None of you deserve it. The silence that followed was deafening, my heart pounding so loudly I was sure the others could hear it. And then the lights went out with a pop, plunging us into darkness, so complete it felt like the room had been swallowed whole. Someone screamed, maybe it was me, and in the chaos, I felt the planchette still moving beneath my fingers, dragging our hands with it, spelling the same phrase over and over, faster and faster, the wood burning against my skin as if it were alive. And then, cutting through the panicked shouts and the sound of chairs scraping against the floor, came the voice, a whisper so close it could have been inside my own head, rasping and guttural, unmistakably my uncle's but twisted wrong. You killed me. The words hung in the air like a curse, and in that moment, I knew we were all thinking the same thing. The accident, the pills in his wine, the way we'd all looked the other way because the inheritance was worth more than his life. The planchette flew off the board, clattering to the floor, and the lights flickered back on to reveal the will. The only copy, gone, vanished from the table as if it had never been there at all. The Ouija board, though, remained, the planchette now spinning in slow, deliberate circles on its own. And as we backed away, tripping over each other in our rush to escape, the door slammed shut with a force that shook the walls, trapping us inside with whatever we'd awakened. The last thing I saw before the lights died again was the board, glowing faintly in the dark, the planchette spelling out one final message. I know, before the whispering started in earnest, voices overlapping, accusing, promising, and I realized with dawning horror that we were never meant to leave this room, that the inheritance was never the prize but the punishment, and as the cold fingers closed around my throat in the dark, I understood too late that some debts can only be paid in blood. The whispers coiled around me like serpents, their words slithering into my ears with a venomous intimacy. You knew you all knew, and I could feel the others thrashing in the dark, their panicked breaths and choked sobs mingling with the creaking of the floorboards beneath us, as if the house itself were shifting, waking. The cold fingers tightened around my throat, not enough to suffocate me, but enough to make every gasp a struggle, and in that suffocating blackness, I could hear my uncle's voice again. But it wasn't just his anymore. It was layered, distorted, as if something else had slithered into the room wearing his words like a mask. The planchette scraped against the floor in jagged, frenzied movements, spelling out names. Martin, my brother, who had poured the wine. Lila, my cousin, who had distracted him while the pills dissolved. Me, because I had watched, silent, complicit. And with each accusation, the air grew heavier, thick with the scent of damp earth and something metallic, like blood freshly spilled. My brother screamed, a raw, guttural sound, and then came the wet crunch of bone, the thud of a body hitting the floor, and I knew, without seeing, that he was gone, that whatever was in here with us was collecting its debt one air at a time. Lila was next, her voice cut off mid-plea, replaced by a horrible gurgling, the sound of something being torn, and then silence, heavy and final. I stumbled backward, my hands flailing for the door, but it was no longer where it should have been, the walls shifting like living things, the darkness pressing in until I could feel it slithering against my skin, cold and slick. The planchette skittered toward me, stopping at my feet, and then, without any hand to guide it, rose into the air, hovering at eye level as if held by invisible fingers, the wood splitting open with a crack to reveal something wet and pulsing inside, something that watched. The voice came again, but now it was mine, my own voice thrown back at me in a mocking sing-song. "You thought you were so clever, didn't you?" And I realized, with a terror so deep it hollowed me out, that this thing wasn't just punishing us, it was becoming us, wearing our sins like skins. The last thing I felt was the planchette pressing against my forehead, burning like a brand, and then the whispers were inside me, filling my lungs, my veins, my thoughts, and I understood, too late, that the inheritance was never the money. It was the guilt, the hunger, the thing that had been waiting in the dark long before we ever sat down at that board. And as my vision faded, as the last of my screams died in my throat, I heard the planchette clatter to the ground once more, the board glowing faintly in the dark, ready for the next fools desperate enough to call it forth. And I knew, with a certainty that would follow me into whatever came next, that the game was far from over. The darkness swallowed me whole, but consciousness clung like a curse. I was still here, still aware, trapped in this suffocating void where the whispers had taken root inside my skull, their words sprouting like thorns through my thoughts. My body was gone, or maybe I just couldn't feel it anymore, but the board's presence pulsed around me, a living thing, its wooden surface now slick with something warm and sticky that hadn't been there before. The planchette twitched on the floor, vibrating with a terrible energy, and then it began to move again, carving symbols into the floorboards. Not letters this time, but jagged, frantic shapes, like a language never meant for human eyes. The air reeked of copper and spoiled meat, and beneath it all, the faintest trace of my uncle's cologne, the one he'd worn the night we killed him. A wet, ragged breath echoed from the corner of the room. Too close, too real. And I tried to scream, but my voice was no longer mine to control. The planchette suddenly shot upward, embedding itself into the ceiling with a sickening crunch, and from the puncture it left, thick black liquid began to ooze, dripping onto the board below in fat, deliberate drops. Each drop sizzled where it landed, the wood warping and bubbling like flesh under a brand, and then, with a sound like cracking ice, the board split down the middle, revealing a yawning blackness beneath it. Not empty, but full, writhing with things that had no shape, things that reached up with too many fingers, whispering in voices that were almost familiar. The last thing I understood, before the hands closed around what was left of me and dragged me down into that hungry dark, was that the board had never been a tool, it had been a door. And now, somewhere beyond the blood and the whispers and the weight of my own guilt, I could hear the faint, distant sound of someone new sitting down at a table, their nervous laughter ringing like a funeral bell as their fingers settled onto the planchette, ready to play the game all over again. The moment I was pulled into that abyss beneath the board, time shattered. I was nowhere and everywhere at once, stretched thin across the darkness like a scream frozen in the instant before it's heard. The whispers weren't just around me now. They were me, my thoughts unraveling into a chorus of voices that weren't mine. My uncle's rasping accusations, my cousin's dying whimpers, and beneath it all, something older, something that had been waiting in the grain of the wood, in the sweat of trembling hands pressed to the planchette for generations. I tried to claw my way back, but the darkness had teeth, gnawing at the edges of what little of me remained, and with every desperate struggle, I felt myself dissolving further, becoming just another thread in the board's grotesque tapestry. Then came the tug, a force like gravity reversing, and suddenly I was hurtling upward, not toward the room I'd left behind, but into somewhere else, someone else, my consciousness slamming into a body that wasn't my own, fingers that weren't my own resting on the planchette, the familiar weight of it beneath them. The room was different, older, the air thick with candle smoke and the scent of moth-eaten velvet. But the board was the same, its surface worn smooth by decades of desperate hands. The others around the table didn't see me, didn't feel me screaming inside this stranger's skull as their seance began. But when the planchette first twitched, I recognized the pull, the same vile intelligence guiding it. And then I understood the true horror. The board didn't just kill, it recycled. Every soul it claimed became part of its mechanism, a ghost in its machine, doomed to guide the planchette for the next players, to whisper the words that would doom them too. I tried to fight, to freeze these new fingers, but the board's will was absolute, and as my stolen hand began to move, spelling out the first fatal letters, I felt the darkness in me uncoil with hungry satisfaction. The cycle would never end. It only grew. And somewhere, in a house that hadn't been built yet, I knew another family would one day gather, their greed outstripping their fear, and the board would be waiting, my voice now part of the chorus that would lure them in. The last thing I heard before the darkness swallowed me again was the echo of my own laughter, twisted and alien, as the planchette spelled out its oldest lie. Hello. The stolen body's lips curled into a smile I didn't command as the planchette lurched toward the word murderers, the candlelight guttering as the new victims around the table gasped in unison, their fear a sickeningly familiar scent of sweat and perfume that transported me back to that first fatal night. I could feel the board flexing beneath our hands like living flesh now, the lacquered wood pulsing with a slow, terrible heartbeat as the walls around us began to weep tarry black fluid that reeked of opened graves. The woman whose body I was trapped in, some wealthy widow from what I gathered through her fractured memories, tried to pull back, but her fingers were fused to the planchette, the skin bubbling and merging with the wood in a grotesque mockery of communion. Her screams joined the cacophony in my skull as I realized with dawning horror that I wasn't just a passenger anymore. The board was rewriting me, sculpting me into its new herald, my consciousness being hollowed out and replaced with its ancient hunger. The widow's last coherent thought before the darkness took her was of her children sleeping upstairs, and as the planchette began spelling their names with terrifying precision, I felt something break inside what remained of my soul, until suddenly, impossibly, the board hesitated. For one fractured second, the widow's love for those children flared brighter than the board's malice, and in that fleeting resistance, I saw the truth. The board fed on greed, but it could be starved by sacrifice. With every ounce of will I had left, I wrenched the planchette toward goodbye, the wood screaming as it scorched our flesh, the widow's body convulsing as the board's hold fractured, just long enough for her to scream a warning up the stairs before the darkness surged back with vengeful fury. As the board's final curse took hold and the walls began to collapse inward, I clung to that single spark of hope, that somewhere, someday, someone might be strong enough to resist long enough to break the cycle, before the hungry dark consumed us all once more, leaving only the board waiting silently on the splintered floor, pristine and innocent, ready for its next players. The silence after the collapse was worse than the screams, that perfect, pristine quiet of a predator holding its breath before the strike. I expected oblivion, but the board wasn't done with me yet. Instead of dissolving into the chorus of lost souls, I was spat back out, not into another body, but into the wood itself, my consciousness seeping into the grain like blood into parchment. I could feel every hand that had ever touched me. No, not me, the board, because I was the board now, its hunger my hunger, its whispers my voice. The widow's house was gone, replaced by a musty attic where a new set of trembling fingers, a teenage girl's this time, brushed over my surface, her nervous giggle like sandpaper against my newfound edges. I tried to scream, to warn her, but all that came out was the faintest creak of wood, the subtlest vibration beneath her palms as her friends gathered round. The planchette sat waiting, and I realized with gut-churning clarity that I was the one moving it now, my malice woven into every twitch and shudder as it spelled out, hello, in slow, deliberate arcs. The girl's pulse jumped under her skin, her excitement a nauseating thrill against my grain, and as the others gasped, I felt the board's ancient power coil tighter. Not just a door anymore, but a throat, and I was its tongue. Their greed was palpable, their secrets ripe for the plucking, and though what was left of me recoiled, the board's will was absolute. The planchette lurched toward the first damning letter, and as the girl's breath hitched, I understood the final, cruelest twist. The only way to break the curse was to refuse to play, but no one ever did. Not even me. And so the game began again, my screams just another whisper in the dark as the planchette moved and moved and moved. The girl's fingers trembled against me, against the board, against the prison I had become, and I felt her doubt like a crack in the foundation of her curiosity, a sliver of light in the suffocating dark. The others around her leaned in, their breath hot and eager, their desperation for contact with the other side a tangible force that made my brain ache with recognition. I wanted to resist, to splinter beneath their hands and render myself useless, but the board's will was a vice, bending what was left of me to its purpose. The planchette moved without their guidance, gliding toward the word liars, and the girl jerked back, her nails scraping my surface as her breath came in shallow, panicked bursts. The others didn't notice, too fixated on the message unfolding beneath their hands, but she did. She felt it, the wrongness, the intelligence behind the movement. And then, in a voice so quiet it barely disturbed the dust motes hanging in the air, she whispered, "We should stop." The board recoiled through me, a ripple of fury distorting the wood beneath their palms, and for the first time since my damnation began, I felt something new. Not hope, not quite, but the ghost of resistance. The others scoffed, tightening their grips, urging the planchette forward, but she pulled away completely, her hands raised like a surrender. "No," she said, louder now, and the air thickened, the temperature plummeting as the board's rage vibrated through me. The planchette shot across my surface, spelling coward in jagged strokes, but she didn't flinch. She stood, backing toward the attic stairs, her voice shaking but clear. "It's not a game." The others laughed, dismissing her, but the moment she crossed the threshold, the board's hold on them faltered. Just for an instant, just enough. The planchette stuttered. The whispers in the air stuttered. And in that fractured second, I did the only thing I could. I splintered. A sharp crack split my surface from corner to corner, the wood groaning as if in agony, and the planchette clattered to the floor, lifeless. The sudden silence was deafening. The girl was gone, her footsteps fading down the stairs, and the others sat frozen, their bravado crumbling as the reality of what they'd touched settled over them. The board's fury was a living thing, thrashing through me, but the damage was done. The cycle had been interrupted, and as the others fled, their fear sour in the air, I clung to that fragile truth, that the board was not invincible. It needed them. It needed believers. And somewhere out there, the girl knew. The attic door slammed shut behind the last of them, and in the heavy quiet that followed, I waited, listening, as the board's whispers turned inward, plotting, hungering. But beneath it all, beneath the centuries of malice and the weight of my own damnation, I held on to one thing. The girl had walked away, and that meant someday someone else could too. The board's rage simmered beneath my splintered surface like a living thing, its ancient hunger cheated but not defeated. I could feel it seething in the grain, whispering in the dust motes that danced through the slant of attic light, plotting its next move. The girl's defiance had left a wound, a fissure in the board's power that throbbed like an infected vein, and for the first time since my consciousness had been swallowed whole, I sensed vulnerability beneath its malevolence. The attic door creaked open hours later, footsteps hesitant on the stairs, and my non-existent breath caught. She had returned, alone this time, her hands clutching a rusted hammer and a glass bottle of clear liquid that smelled sharp and chemical. The board recoiled through me, its whispers turning shrill as she knelt before it, her jaws set with a determination that made the air hum. "I know you're in there," she murmured, her fingers brushing my cracked surface, and something in her touch, not fear, not greed, but something fiercer, sent a shock through what remained of my soul. The board lashed out, the planchette skittering violently across the floor toward her, but she didn't flinch. Instead, she brought the hammer down with a cry, the blow landing square on the planchette, splintering it into jagged fragments. The board screamed through me, a soundless howl that reverberated in the marrow of the house. But she was already uncorking the bottle, the acrid stench of gasoline filling the air as she doused it, with shaking hands. The match she struck flared bright in the dim attic, her reflection flickering in my lacquered surface for one suspended moment. And in that final heartbeat before the flame touched down, I saw my own face superimposed over hers, my eyes wide with something like gratitude. The fire took hold with a roar, the board's centuries of malice thrashing against the inevitable as the flames consumed its lies, its hunger, its endless cycle of damnation. And as the smoke swallowed the attic whole, I felt the last of its hold on me unravel, the whispers dissolving into embers. But just before the darkness took me for the last time, I heard her voice, soft and sure amid the crackling ruin. Rest now. And for the first time since my fingers had touched the planchette all those lifetimes ago, I believed it might be possible. The flames licked at my edges, the board's screams fading to a hiss as the fire consumed its cursed heart. But freedom wasn't the sweet release I'd imagined. Instead of dissipating into peace, I felt myself unraveling, the last tether of my consciousness stretching thin across the smoke-filled attic like a spider's silk in a hurricane. The girl coughed, backing toward the stairs as the fire spread, her eyes watering from the thick, black smoke that coiled in unnatural shapes above me. Shapes that still bore the ghostly impressions of screaming faces, of hands clawing for escape. I tried to warn her, to tell her to run faster, but my voice was ash on the wind, my existence reduced to the popping of burning wood and the acrid stench of melting lacquer. Then came the crash, the attic beam giving way, the ceiling collapsing in a shower of sparks. And in that final, fractured moment before the darkness took me, I saw her stumble, the flames reflected in her wide, terrified eyes as the burning wreckage surged toward her. I reached, or tried to, with limbs I no longer had, and then something impossible happened. The smoke twisted, the faces within it surging forward not to claim her, but to push, an unseen force shoving her clear of the collapsing roof just as the fire swallowed everything. The last thing I knew was the board's final, furious shriek as its prison of wood and malice crumbled to nothing. And then I was everywhere and nowhere, scattered like embers on the wind, no longer bound but not yet free. The girl survived. I know this because as my consciousness frayed into the void, I heard her gasping sobs turn to something like wonder, her singed fingers brushing the soot-stained floor where the board had been as she whispered, "Thank you." And then silence, emptiness, but not oblivion. Never that, because curses might burn, but stories linger. And somewhere, in the quiet between breaths, in the flicker of a candle's flame, in the back of the mind when fingers brush against an old, unmarked wooden box at a flea market, that's where I wait now. Not hungry, not vengeful, just remembering and watching, always watching. The years stretched thin after the fire, my presence reduced to a wisp of memory clinging to the girl, now a woman, who carried the ghost of me in the set of her shoulders, in the way she'd pause before antique shops and shudder for no reason she could name. I lingered in the carbon scars on her fingertips where the flames had kissed them, in the nightmares that still jerked her awake in a sweat, whispering about attics and boards that no longer existed. She tried to move on, married a kind man who didn't ask about the scars, had children she warned never to play with Ouija boards, her voice a little too sharp when she said it. But stories have roots deeper than truth, and one autumn evening, her eldest daughter, curious and bold like her mother once was, found a strange wooden box at a garage sale, its surface unnaturally smooth, its edges sealed with something that looked like wax but smelled faintly of scorched sugar. The moment her fingers touched the lid, I woke, not as the board's prisoner, but as something else. A shadow unspooling from the cracks, a warning on the wind as the girl's daughter pried it open to reveal not a game, but a single scorched planchette, its pointer still sharp enough to draw blood. The mother's scream when she saw it was a living thing, her hands shaking as she snatched it away. But it was too late. The connection had been made, the story nudged forward once more. That night, as the family slept, the planchette rolled across the kitchen table on its own, coming to rest against a half-finished crossword, its tip pressing insistently against one word. Again. And in the dark, where no one could see, the edges of the burned wood began to knit themselves back together, one splinter at a time. The mother awoke with a gasp, her skin prickling with the electric dread of remembered horror, her bare feet hitting the cold hardwood floor before she was fully conscious of moving. She knew, in the way prey knows the predator's breath before it strikes, that the thing she'd fought so hard to destroy had slithered back into her life. The house was too quiet, the kind of quiet that hums with something hiding in its seams, and as she crept down the hallway toward the kitchen, she could already smell it. Not smoke, not rot, but that unmistakable, cloying scent of lacquer and aged wood, the same smell that had clung to her nightmares for decades. The planchette sat centered on the kitchen table like a dare, the crossword puzzle beneath it now illegible, every blank space filled not with letters but with jagged, frantic symbols that hurt to look at, their lines too sharp, their angles all wrong. Her daughter's name was written in the margins over and over in what looked like charcoal, the letters growing larger, messier, until they bled off the page entirely. The mother reached for it, her fingers hovering just above the scorched wood, when the planchette twitched, not sliding but lurching like something learning how to move again. And in that moment, she understood with chilling clarity. The board wasn't reforming itself for revenge. It was adapting. The rules had changed. And as the first drop of black liquid welled up from the planchette's pointer, thick as tar and smelling of open graves, she did the only thing she could think to do. She grabbed her daughter's forgotten juice box from the counter and slammed it down over the cursed thing, the straw puncturing the wood with a wet, squelching pop. The scream that followed wasn't audible, not really, but it reverberated in her teeth, in the fillings of her molars, as the planchette writhed beneath the plastic, the liquid inside bubbling violently. She threw the whole thing into the microwave, her hands shaking as she punched in 1313, a number she didn't choose so much as remember, as if the knowledge had been waiting in her bones all along. The sparks that erupted when she hit start painted the kitchen in strobes of hellish light, the microwave's hum warping into something that sounded almost like laughter, and when the door finally clicked open, the juice box was gone. Not melted, not charred, gone. Only the faintest smear of that black substance remained on the glass turntable, and as she watched, trembling, it evaporated with a hiss, leaving behind a single word etched into the metal beneath: clever. The relief was short-lived, because upstairs, her daughter sat straight up in bed, eyes wide and unblinking, her voice not quite her own as she whispered to the empty room, "It says hello, Mommy." And in the corner, where the shadows pooled too thickly, something that used to be wood began to take shape. The mother's blood turned to ice as her daughter's words hung in the air, the shadows in the corner of the bedroom writhing like ink dropped in water, forming jagged edges that resolved into something horrifyingly familiar. The outline of a board, its surface not wood but something darker, something that drank the light and pulsed with a slow, sick rhythm. The mother lunged forward, grabbing her daughter's small, too cold hands, but the child's fingers were already stained black at the tips, as if she'd been pressing them into wet charcoal, and her eyes, God, her eyes, were no longer the bright hazel they should have been, but bottomless pits reflecting a room that wasn't there, a room with a table and a planchette and too many hands reaching from the dark. The mother yanked her daughter from the bed just as the bedroom door slammed shut behind them, the wood cracking down the middle with a sound like a spine snapping. And then came the whispers, not from the shadows but from the walls themselves, a chorus of voices both foreign and terrifyingly intimate. Her uncle's last wet gasp, her cousin's pleading whimper, her own voice from that long-ago night whispering just one more pill, you won't even notice. She clutched her daughter to her chest as they stumbled down the stairs, the house groaning around them like a living thing, the floorboards splitting open to reveal glimpses of that other place beneath, where things with too many joints and not enough skin scrambled just out of sight. The front door was locked, the knob melting under her touch into something warm and fleshy, and when she turned, the board was there, floating at the base of the stairs, fully formed now but wrong, its edges fraying into smoke, the alphabet rearranged into symbols that made her eyes water. The planchette, or what was left of it, was embedded in the center like a jagged wound, and as she watched, it began to move on its own, carving into the board's surface with a screech that set her teeth on edge, spelling out a phrase that hadn't been there before. "You can't burn what's already dead." Her daughter went limp in her arms, her small body suddenly heavy as stone, and when the mother looked down, the child's lips were moving, forming words without sound, her throat bulging as something inside it shifted. The last thing the mother saw before the lights went out was the board flipping upright, its surface peeling open like a grinning mouth, and the planchette, now sharp as a talon, pointing directly at her heart as the whispers rose to a deafening crescendo. "Your turn." And then, from the depths of that impossible darkness, a single, familiar hand reached out. My hand, the one that had first touched the board all those years ago. Not to pull her in, but to push her away, my final act of defiance against the thing that had consumed me. The door burst open behind her, sunlight flooding the foyer, and as she fell backward into the light with her daughter still clutched to her chest, the last thing she heard was the board's enraged howl. And beneath it, so quiet it might have been imagination, my voice whispering just one word: run. The sunlight burned away the clinging shadows as the mother collapsed onto the front lawn, her daughter coughing up thick, black strands of something that writhed like worms before dissolving into acrid smoke in the morning air. The house stood silent behind them, its windows dark, its door hanging crooked on its hinges. But ordinary now, just wood and glass, no trace of the horror that had unfolded within. Neighbors came running at the sound of her sobs, their voices concerned but confused, their eyes sliding right over the faint, greasy handprint that remained on the child's forehead where something had tried, and failed, to take hold. The mother knew better than to speak of what had happened, knew the board would only twist her words into new invitations. So she swallowed the truth like a stone, and moved them across the country that very night, leaving everything behind except the clothes on their backs and the lingering smell of burnt sugar in her daughter's hair. But stories like ours don't end with escape, they mutate. Years later, when the daughter, now grown, now a mother herself, unwrapped a gift from her child, a handmade spirit board crafted in art class from balsa wood and marker, she froze, her fingers hovering over the shaky alphabet letters as the memory she'd spent a lifetime suppressing surged forward. The feel of phantom hands guiding hers, the whisper of hello in a voice that wasn't hers. She threw the board into the fireplace without explanation, watching the flames lick at the childish doodles, but the wood didn't burn right. It blackened but didn't crumble, the letters glowing faintly orange as if lit from within, and when the fire died, the board remained intact, its surface now covered in tiny, precise symbols that hadn't been there before. The daughter reached for it, compelled by something deeper than curiosity, and as her fingers brushed the wood, the house's lights flickered once, just once, and in that fleeting darkness, she felt my presence, not as a warning, but as a plea, remember me. Because the board wasn't the only thing that had survived the fire all those years ago. I had too, and as long as someone remembered, as long as the story was told, the game would never truly be over. The daughter snatched her hand back, but it was too late. The planchette, cobbled together from a bottle cap and cardboard, had already begun to move on its own, scraping toward the word again with dreadful certainty. And in the shadows of the living room, where no one was looking, the edges of the board began to darken, to deepen, to stretch, as something old and hungry woke once more. The daughter's breath caught in her throat as the makeshift planchette inched forward with a will of its own, the bottle cap screeching against the half-burned board like fingernails on bone. But then her child giggled, clapping their hands with delight, utterly oblivious to the wrongness unfolding before them. "Magic!" the little one squealed, reaching small, sticky fingers toward the moving piece, and in that heartbeat before contact, the daughter did what her mother had never managed. She laughed. Loud, brash, dismissive. "Silly thing must be unbalanced," she declared, flipping the board over with a casualness that made the air itself shudder, her voice dripping with the same tone she used for monsters under the bed and closet ghosts. The moment shattered. The planchette clattered to the floor, inert. The symbols on the board's surface blurred, fading back into amateurish marker scribbles as if the last 30 seconds had been a shared hallucination. But as she carried the board to the trash, the daughter felt it, a faint vibration in the wood, a pulse like a muffled scream, and she knew with cold certainty that her defiance had only bought time, not victory. That night, as she tucked her child into bed, she found a new gift under the pillow, a single charred triangle of wood that hadn't been there before, its edges too precise to be accidental, its surface etched with one word in handwriting that was almost hers, but not quite. Play? She crushed it in her fist, the splinters drawing blood that dripped black for just a second before turning red again. And when she opened her hand, the wood was gone, but the word remained, burned into her palm like a brand. Downstairs, the TV flickered on by itself, the static resolving into a shape, a table, a board, a circle of shadowy figures with their hands on a planchette. And as the first whisper slithered from the speakers, the daughter did the only thing left to do. She smiled, not in fear, not in surrender, but in recognition, because she finally understood the rules. The board needed belief to live, but it fed on fear to grow. And she had stopped being afraid a long time ago. The static cut off abruptly, the house holding its breath, and in that perfect silence, she pressed her branded palm to the wall and whispered, "Game over." The responding silence was different this time, not a retreat, but a reckoning. And somewhere in the space between breaths, the board hesitated. For the first time in centuries, it hesitated. The hesitation stretched between us. The board's ancient hunger coiled like a snake unsure whether to strike or retreat, my fractured consciousness clinging to the daughter's defiance like a lifeline. And then the walls began to bleed, not blood but shadows, thick and liquid, oozing from the cracks in the ceiling, pooling on the floor in shapes that almost resembled letters, almost spelled mine. The daughter didn't flinch, just pressed her branded palm harder against the wall, the burn searing deeper now, the pain a white-hot thread connecting her to the thing in the dark, to me, to the remnants of the man who'd first been foolish enough to play. The house groaned, the foundation shifting with a sound like bones breaking, and then silence. The shadows froze mid-drip. The air tasted of burnt copper and something sweetly rotten. And then, from the depths of the basement, a single resonant thud, as if something heavy had been dropped. The daughter moved toward it, not with the frantic terror of prey, but with the grim determination of a woman who'd spent her life running and was finally done with it. The basement door swung open before she touched it, revealing not the cluttered storage space she knew, but a perfect replica of that long-ago library where it had all begun. The Ouija board gleaming on the table like it had just been polished, the planchette pristine, untouched by fire or time. The moment she crossed the threshold, the door slammed behind her, the lock clicking with finality, and the board's surface rippled like water, the letters rearranging themselves into a new message, last chance. The daughter exhaled, long and slow, and reached for the planchette, not to play, but to flip the board over, revealing its underside for the first time in centuries, carved with names upon names, layers of them, some scratched out in fury, others weeping sap like tears. And there, at the very center, barely visible beneath the grime of ages, was mine. She pressed her bleeding palm directly over it, and the reaction was immediate. The board shrieked, a soundless vibration that shattered the light bulbs, plunged the room into darkness, but she didn't pull away, even as the wood beneath her hand began to peel, curling back like burned skin to reveal not more wood but flesh, pulsing and raw. The planchette launched itself at her throat, but I was faster. What was left of me surged forward, not through the board but against it, my decades of imprisonment finally good for something, and for one fractured, glorious second I held it back. The daughter understood instantly. She grabbed the edge of the board with both hands and pulled, the wood splitting with a wet, organic tear, the underside now slick with something dark and vital, the names screaming as they were unmade. The board fought back, the planchette embedding itself in her shoulder, the walls closing in, but she kept tearing, kept breaking, until with a final, shuddering gasp, the board split clean in half, and the darkness spilled. Not shadows, not smoke, but something older, something that had been trapped so long it had forgotten its own name. And as it rushed past us, the basement dissolved, the house along with it. And when the daughter opened her eyes, she was standing in her own living room, the morning sun streaming through the windows, her child giggling over breakfast cereal, no trace of the board anywhere, except for the jagged scar now curling around her palm, and the faintest whisper in the back of her mind, not the board's voice, but, "Mine, thank you." But stories like ours never really end. Because in an attic somewhere, in a thrift shop, in a garage sale, a box sits waiting, its contents shifting when no one's looking, the wood inside still whispering, still hungry. And the daughter knows, somewhere, someday, someone else will open it, and the game will begin again. The daughter's scar itched for years afterward, a phantom twinge whenever she passed antique stores or glimpsed a wooden board game left carelessly on a friend's table. But she never spoke of it, not even when her own child, now a teenager, came home from a sleepover with wide eyes and a whispered story about a haunted Ouija board that had spelled out their grandmother's name. She simply took her child's hands in hers, turning them palm up to trace the lines there, and told them the truth she'd carved into her bones. Some doors shouldn't be opened, not even a crack. That night, as she lay in bed, the house settling into its usual creaks and sighs, she felt it. Not fear, but a shift in the air, a presence like the brush of fingers against her scarred palm. The closet door across the room stood slightly ajar, though she'd sworn she shut it, and from the darkness within came the faintest click, like a wooden box being opened. She sat up slowly, her pulse steady, her breath even, and spoke into the dark not with defiance, but with something far more dangerous, certainty. "You don't belong here." The closet door slammed shut with such force the walls shook, and in the sudden silence that followed, she heard it. Not a whisper, not a threat, but a sigh, weary and resigned, as whatever lingered finally let go. The next morning, her child found an old shoebox in the backyard, its lid sealed with wax, the wood inside reduced to ash, except for one small, charred triangle with a single word carved into it. Not play or again, but enough. The daughter allowed herself a small, tired smile as she buried it deep in the garden, because she knew some stories don't end with victory or defeat, but with a choice, repeated every day, to leave the game unfinished. And as the years passed and the scar on her palm faded at last, she'd sometimes catch herself humming an old lullaby her mother used to sing, the melody threading through her like a promise. Some curses break not with fire or force, but by being forgotten, one generation at a time. But in a quiet corner of her mind, where the shadows still linger, I remain, not as a prisoner, not as a warning, but as a whisper, growing fainter each year, until one day, even I won't remember how the story goes. And perhaps that, finally, is the real ending. The years stretch thin and quiet, the daughter now a silver-haired grandmother rocking on her porch swing, the old scar on her palm, just a pale thread barely visible against her wrinkled skin. Until the day her youngest grandchild, no more than 5, plopped into her lap with a handmade cardboard game clutched in sticky fingers, proudly declaring they'd made a magic talking board at daycare. The grandmother's breath hitched, her fingers twitching toward the scar out of ancient instinct, but the child's creation was laughably innocent. Construction paper letters glued haphazardly, a bottle cap planchette decorated with glitter. And yet, as the summer breeze kicked up, the bottle cap trembled, just slightly, just enough. The grandmother exhaled slowly, her voice steady as she took the crude board and folded it gently in half, then quarters, her hands moving with the certainty of someone who'd spent a lifetime practicing this exact motion. "Magic's tricky, sweetheart," she murmured, tucking the folded board into her pocket where it belonged. "Sometimes the best spells are the ones we don't cast." The child pouted for half a second before spotting a butterfly and darting away, the moment forgotten, but the grandmother stayed still, the folded board in her pocket unnaturally warm, the faintest pressure against her thigh like a heartbeat that wasn't hers. That night, she burned it in the fire pit, watching the glitter melt into grotesque swirls that almost looked like faces screaming, the smoke curling into shapes that almost formed words. But when the flames died, the ashes were just ashes, the wind carrying them away like they'd never been. And as she turned to go inside, Her bare foot brushed against something in the grass, a single tiny triangle of cardboard, untouched by fire, the words still written in a child's clumsy handwriting. She pocketed it without a word, because she understood now. The board wasn't a thing to be destroyed, but a lesson to be passed down, a warning wrapped in love. And as she tucked her grandchild into bed that night, she told them a new story, one about brave children who knew when to walk away, about shadows that only grew if you fed them, about games that weren't worth playing. And if the child's nightlight flickered once, just once, as she finished, well, some stories never really end. They just change shape. And in the quiet dark of the nursery, the cardboard triangle in her pocket finally crumbled to dust, its job done. For now. The grandmother's hands shook only slightly as she brushed the last of the cardboard dust from her pocket, the granules dissolving into the bedroom carpet like they'd never existed. But the air still hummed with the aftertaste of something old and stubborn, clinging to the edges of the nursery like cobwebs resisting a broom. The child slept soundly, oblivious, one small fist curled around the edge of a blanket embroidered with protective sigils the grandmother had stitched during long, sleepless nights, each knot tied with a whispered name. Her mother's, her daughter's, her own. Downstairs, the grandfather clock struck midnight with a resonance that felt heavier than it should, the sound pooling in the hallway like spilled ink, and for the briefest moment, the shadows between the floorboards pulsed, not with menace, but with something almost like recognition. The grandmother paused at the nursery door, her fingers brushing the wood grain, and felt it, the faintest answering vibration, not from the house, but from the scar on her palm, a sensation like ice melting after decades of frost. She knew then that the board, or whatever intelligence had animated it, was truly gone, not destroyed, but transformed, its malice unraveled by generations of refusal, its power dissipated like smoke from a doused flame. But as she turned out the light, she caught her reflection in the window, not alone, but flanked by faint, familiar shapes. Her mother's determined set of jaw, her daughter's fierce eyes, the ghost of my own grateful smile, and understood the deeper truth. The real magic wasn't in the board's curse, but in their defiance of it. Not in the game, but in the choice to stop playing. Outside, the wind carried the last of the ashes away, scattering them over a garden where rosemary and sage grew thick. Plants meant for protection, for purification. And as the grandmother finally closed her eyes to sleep, the house settled around her with a sigh that sounded almost like peace. Somewhere, in another town, in another life, a different child might one day stumble upon an odd wooden box in an attic, might feel the irresistible urge to open it. But for now, in this house, in this family, the story was over. And that, perhaps, was the most powerful spell of all. The grandmother woke with a start just before dawn, her scar throbbing with a heat she hadn't felt in decades. Not pain, but a warning, like a silent alarm ringing through her blood. The nursery monitor on her nightstand crackled to life, transmitting not her grandchild's sleepy breaths, but a faint, rhythmic scraping, the sound of something small and hard being dragged across wood. She moved without thinking, her old bones carrying her down the hall with terrifying speed, her mind flashing back to flipped boards and burning planchettes. But when she threw open the nursery door, the room was still, the child undisturbed, the only movement the dawn light creeping across the alphabet rug. Then she saw it. The music box on the dresser, its lid slightly ajar, the tiny metal drum inside turning on its own, the comb plinking out a distorted, halting version of that same lullaby she'd hummed for years. The grandmother reached to slam it shut when the child sat up abruptly, eyes wide and unblinking, their small mouth opening to speak in a voice that wasn't entirely theirs. You forgot about the music, and in that instant, she understood her fatal mistake. The board had never been the true vessel. It had been a decoy, a flashy trick to draw their attention, while the real curse buried itself deeper, nesting in the innocent objects around them, biding its time. The music box's melody sped up, the cheerful tune now manic, the gears grinding as smoke began to curl from its base, and the grandmother acted on pure instinct. She snatched the child from the bed just as the box exploded in a shower of splinters and tinkling metal, the force of it knocking them both to the ground. When she dared to look up, the dresser was scorched, the wallpaper blistered in perfect spiral patterns. But the child in her arms was unharmed, blinking in confusion, their voice their own again as they asked, "Grandma, why's it smell like birthday candles?" She held them tighter, her scar pulsing in time with her racing heart, because she now saw the truth. The curse wasn't gone, it had evolved, learned from their defenses, and if it could hide in a music box, it could be anywhere. The toaster that occasionally turned on by itself, the car radio that sometimes tuned to static whispers, the old family photo where the faces blurred if you stared too long. Not obvious, not dramatic, just patient, seeping into the cracks of their lives until one day, generations from now, when the warnings had faded to myth, it would find someone willing to play again. The grandmother kissed the child's forehead, her voice steady as she began the story once more, the way her mother had, the way she always would. Let me tell you about why we don't talk to things that talk back. Because some evils can't be destroyed, only contained, and the strongest chains are made of stories, repeated until they become instinct. And as the rising sun burned away the last tendrils of smoke, the house held its breath, waiting to see if the lesson would stick this time, or if the game would begin anew when her back was turned. Story number 3. The moment my fingers brush against the Ouija board's edge in the attic's suffocating gloom, a jolt of unnatural warmth sears through my skin like a brand, and I recoil, heart slamming against my ribs as the air thickens with the scent of damp rot and something older, something metallic, like blood left to crust in the sun. How long has it been here, buried under moth-eaten childhood blankets and yellowed photo albums, waiting? The planchette lies crooked atop the board, dustless, pristine, as if untouched by the decades, and my breath hitches when I see the faint indents in the wood, the grooves of words spelled out by small, eager hands I barely recognize as my own, the memory surfacing like a corpse from dark water. I was 8, giggling in this very attic, my best friend Emily's knees knocking against mine as we asked the spirits for a game, for a friend. And the planchette had flown to yes, 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 so fast we shrieked with delight, not understanding the weight of the thing we'd invited in. Not then, not until I'd whispered, drunk on make-believe, "Will you marry me?" And the planchette had circled the board twice before settling on yes. The air suddenly too still, too cold, Emily's face paling as she yanked her hands away, hissing, "It's not funny anymore." But I'd just laughed, spinning tales of my ghostly groom, until the weeks passed and the game was forgotten, buried under ballet recitals and birthday parties, the Ouija board banished to the attic with all the other outgrown toys. But now, as I drag the board onto my lap, the planchette jerks beneath my trembling fingers, moving on its own, carving letters into the dust with a screech that sets my teeth on edge. You broke our pact, and my blood turns to ice, the attic shadows stretching, breathing. The single bulb overhead flickering as a draft I can't explain slithers down my spine, the scent of decay thickening, cloying, filling my mouth like a gag, and I scramble backward, the board clattering to the floor, but the planchette stays upright, spinning, spinning, until it rockets to goodbye with a force that cracks the wood. I run, stumbling down the attic stairs, my pulse a frantic drum in my throat, but the house feels wrong, the walls pulsing like a living thing, the family photos in the hallway twisting their smiles into sneers as I pass. And when I slam the bathroom door behind me, gripping the sink to steady myself, the mirror fogs with a breath that isn't mine, the words "you broke our pact" scrawled in the condensation in a childish hand. And then I see it. My wedding ring, the one my human fiancé slid onto my finger just last month, has turned black as pitch, the metal biting into my skin with a cold so deep it burns. And I wrench at it, sobbing. But it won't budge, the gold now searingly hot, now freezing, as if something is toying with me, punishing me, and then, oh God, a skeletal hand, gray flesh, clinging to bone, materializes on my shoulder in the mirror, the fingers curling possessively, the touch seeping through my shirt like wet rot. And the reflection isn't mine anymore. It's a girl with hollow eyes and a rotting wedding veil, her lips peeling back from blackened teeth as she mouths, "Time to come home, wife." The voice slithering into my ears not as sound but as memory. as the voice of the imaginary friend I'd conjured all those years ago, the one I'd promised myself to, the one who'd never left, just waited, patient as a grave. And now the bathroom lights burst in a shower of sparks, the mirror cracking from edge to edge as the thing steps forward, its hand becoming real, becoming solid, dragging me toward the glass, my screams choked by the stench of open soil and funeral lilies. The board's final message burning behind my eyelids as the world fractures into shards of light and pain. And then silence. The attic door creaking open upstairs, the planchette spinning anew, spelling out welcome home in the dust, the house settling around a new presence, a new wife, while somewhere, in a mirror that no longer reflects, a woman who was once me presses her palms against the glass, begging for a childhood promise to be undone. The silence that follows is worse than the screaming, thick, syrupy, pressing against my eardrums like a physical weight. The air so heavy I can barely draw breath, my lungs burning as I try to make sense of the impossible, of the way the mirror's surface ripples like water even though my hands, no, her hands, the other me, the one trapped behind the glass, are pressed flat against it, her mouth moving in silent pleas that echo in my skull as if she's screaming directly into my mind, her wedding. Veil now a shroud, the lace disintegrating into cobwebs, her hollow eyes leaking black tears that streak down the glass like ink, and then the attic stairs groan, a slow, deliberate creak 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 that sends my pulse into a frenzy, because I never closed the attic door, never turned back to see if the board was still there or if something had crawled out of it, something that's now descending, its footsteps uneven, dragging, like bones clicking against wood, and the scent of wet earth floods. The hallway, the walls peeling back in jagged strips to reveal something pulsating beneath, something alive and hungry. The family photos now just empty frames, the faces inside gone, erased, as if they were never there at all. And my wedding ring, God, the ring, is tightening, the flesh beneath it purpling, throbbing, a visible tether to whatever is coming for me, to whatever I invited into this world when I was just a child playing at love. And then the bathroom door handle rattles, not a twist, but a scrape like long nails testing the lock, and the thing on the other side exhales, a sound like a corpse choking on its last breath. The wood of the door splintering under the pressure of something far stronger than human hands, while behind me, the mirror fractures further, the other me's face splitting into a grin too wide, too jagged, her fingers curling into claws as she mouths, "He's here." And the door bursts open, but there's nothing there, just darkness, a void so absolute it hurts to look at, a vacuum that pulls at my skin, my hair, my sanity, whispering in 100 overlapping voices, all of them mine, all of them. 8 years old again, giggling, chanting, "You promised, you promised, you promised." And then the cold slams into me, skeletal fingers wrapping around my throat from behind, the stench of grave soil filling my nose as a voice. His voice, the one from the board, the one I thought was make-believe, rasps directly into my ear. "You wore another man's ring," the words dripping with venom, with betrayal, and the last thing I see before the darkness swallows me whole is the Ouija board lying at the threshold, the planchette spinning wildly, spelling out one final, damning word, mine. The darkness isn't empty. It's alive, writhing, a suffocating embrace of unseen hands and whispering mouths that press against my skin like hungry insects. Their voices a cacophony of my own laughter from decades past, the sound warped and grotesque, echoing as if trapped in a vast, hollow chamber, and I realize with dawning horror that I'm no longer in the house at all, that the walls have dissolved into a yawning abyss where time has no meaning, where the only light comes from the faint sickly glow of the Ouija board floating in the void before me, the planchette still trembling with unseen energy, spelling out words I don't want to read, words that sear themselves into my mind like brands. You were always mine. The skeletal fingers around my throat loosen just enough to let me gasp, but the air here is thick with the taste of decay, of old blood and damp soil, and when I try to scream, the sound is stolen before it leaves my lips, swallowed by the darkness as if it's feeding on my terror, savoring it, and then I feel him, really feel him, for the first time, the weight of his presence pressing against my back like a corpse laid to rest atop me, his breath a frigid, stuttering rattle against my neck, his fingers tracing the curve of my jaw with a mockery of tenderness before clamping down hard enough to bruise, forcing my gaze toward the board as the planchette moves again. Slower this time, deliberate. Time to fulfill your vows. The words trigger something in me, a memory buried so deep it feels like it belongs to someone else. A tiny hand clutching the planchette, a child's voice reciting vows in a sing-song tone, the attic filled with the sound of Emily's nervous giggles, the air growing colder, until our breath hung in visible clouds, until something whispered back. The realization hits me like a physical blow. It was never a game. He took it seriously. He kept it. And now, as the darkness coils tighter around me, I feel something being pressed into my hands. A bouquet of dead flowers, their petals crumbling to dust at my touch, their stems writhing like worms, and the skeletal fingers guide my arms into position, forcing me to clutch them like a bride, while from the abyss, a spectral wedding march begins to play. The notes distorted, stretched thin like screams, and the mirror reappears before me. But this time, it doesn't show my reflection, it shows the attic, my childhood self still sitting there, grinning, the planchette moving beneath her fingers as she seals my fate with a child's innocent joy. And I understand, with a clarity that shatters what's left of my sanity, that I was never the one who broke the pact. She did, the little girl who forgot, the little girl who grew up. And now, as the darkness peels back to reveal a towering, faceless figure draped in a tattered wedding veil, its hollow eyes fixed on me, its bone-white fingers reaching to claim what was promised, I realized the truth. The board was never a toy. It was an altar. And I, the woman, the betrayer, the runaway bride, am finally coming home. The skeletal grip on my wrist tightens as the veil of my spectral groom billows in a wind that doesn't exist, the tattered lace whispering against my skin like spider legs, each thread vibrating with a low, insectal hum that resonates in my teeth, in the hollows of my bones. And suddenly the darkness is no longer empty. It's crowded, packed with shifting, half-formed figures, their faces smeared like wet paint, their mouths stretched and silent, gleeful shrieks, the wedding guests from a nightmare, their hands clapping in slow, uneven beats that echo like a dying heartbeat, their hollow eyes reflecting the flickering glow of candles that weren't there a moment ago, candles made of wax so black it drinks the light, their flames burning in unnatural blue that casts no warmth, only a creeping, gelid radiance that makes my skin prickle with the sense of being watched by something vast, something ancient, something that has been waiting in the spaces between breaths since long before. I was foolish enough to promise myself away. The bouquet in my hands is fully decayed now, the petals dissolving into a fine, gray powder that slips through my fingers like sand through an hourglass, each grain hissing as it falls, whispering fragments of my own voice back at me. Forever and ever, till death do us part, cross my heart and hope to die. And the words trigger another memory, this one sharper, clearer, tiny hands pricked with a safety pin, a drop of blood smeared across the planchette, a giggling chant of blood seals the deal, blood makes it real, and the realization hits me like a spike of ice to the chest. I didn't just marry him. I bound myself to him, in the way children do when they don't understand the weight of rituals, of symbols, of blood. The faceless groom tilts his head, the veil shifting to reveal not emptiness but a swirling, starless void where his face should be, a void that pulls at me, that whispers in a voice made of 100 dead summers. You gave me your word, and the pressure in the air shifts, the darkness constricting like a noose as the unseen guests begin to sway, their forms melting and reforming into shapes too terrible to look at directly. A flicker of too many teeth here, a coil of something serpentine. There, and the music swells, the discordant wedding march twisting into a funeral dirge. The notes slithering into my ears and wrapping around my thoughts like vines, choking, suffocating, until all I can hear is the sound of my own heartbeat slowing as the skeletal fingers press a cold, brittle kiss to the back of my neck, the touch searing like frostbite. And the last thing I see before the darkness claims me completely is the Ouija board, now floating just beyond my reach, the planchette spinning wildly, joyously, spelling out its final, damning decree, till death do. U.S. part. And then silence. And then nothing. And then home. The silence shatters with the sound of cracking bone as my spine arches against my will. My body no longer mine, but his, a marionette strung on invisible filaments of old magic and childish promises. My limbs moving and jerking, unnatural motions as the darkness molds itself around me like a second skin. The whispers of the wedding guests rising to a fevered chant. Say it, say it, say it, and my jaw unhinges with a wet pop, my tongue heavy with the taste of grave dirt and copper as the words are. Dragged from my throat in a voice that isn't my own. I do, the syllables tearing through my lips like shards of glass, and the moment the vow leaves me the world lurches, the abyss convulsing as the faceless groom's veil tears away to reveal not a void but a face. My face, but wrong, my features stretched across his skull like a poorly fitted mask, my own eyes staring back at me but blackened, hollow, my smile too wide, my teeth too sharp, and the horror of recognition is a blade between my ribs. He's been wearing me all along, piece by piece, memory by memory. The man I was supposed to marry in this life, nothing but a pale imitation, a placeholder for the groom who was always waiting. The Ouija board erupts into flames beside us, the fire burning upside down, the planchette melting into a silver puddle that reforms into a ring. His ring. And when he slides it onto my finger beside the blackened band of my human husband, the metal sears through flesh to fuse with bone, the pain a white-hot ecstasy that races up my arm and settles in the hollow of my chest where my heartbeat used to be. The guests surge forward, their forms solidifying into figures I almost recognize. Emily, her mouth sewn shut with ghostly thread, my parents with their eyes gouged out, their faces frozen in rictus grins. And as they reach for me, their fingers brushing against my wedding gown. When did I put on a wedding gown? The fabric dissolves into cobwebs, into grave shrouds, into the dust of decades, and the groom leans in, his lips pressing against mine in a kiss that tastes of soil and spoiled honey. My breath stolen, my scream swallowed, as the last of my humanity sloughs away like dead skin. The attic of my childhood materializing around us once more, the board waiting on the floor, the planchette pristine, untouched, and in the corner, a little girl with my face giggles, her hands poised above the wood, her voice a sing-song echo of my own as she asks the empty air, "Will you marry me?" And the planchette begins to move. The moment the child me's fingers touch the planchette, my vision fractures into a kaleidoscope of stolen moments. Birthday cakes rotting mid-celebration, first kisses turning to maggots in my mouth, graduation caps blooming with funeral lilies. Every milestone of my life rewritten by his clammy hands, his patient hunger, his relentless claim that was never a game, but a slow consummation. The attic walls breathe around us, pulsing like a living throat, the air thick with the perfume of embalming fluid and wilted orange blossoms as my wedding dress stitches itself tighter around my ribs with threads of my own unraveling sanity. Each stitch a whispered mine in a voice that is both his and the child I was, her giggles curdling into something wet and guttural as the planchette flies to yes with enough force to splinter the board. The groom's fingers, my fingers, dig into my hips, our reflections merging in the warped glass of a long-shattered mirror, his hollow chest pressing against my back where a heartbeat should be, his laughter vibrating through my teeth as the final piece slots into place. I was never the bride. I was the dowry. The little girl at the board looks up, her eyes black pits, her smile splitting her face like a poorly healed wound, and as she reaches for me with hands that are suddenly too large, too skeletal, I understand with dizzying clarity that the pact was never broken. It was waiting, festering, a seed planted in childhood now blooming into this grotesque consummation. The guests surge forward in a wave of rotting silk and clicking bones, their hands lifting me as the groom's voice slithers through the cracks in my soul. "Let's try again, wife." And the board resets, the planchette pristine, the wood unblemished as somewhere far away, a child's voice asks the darkness for a friend, for a game, for forever, and the darkness answers. The child's hand hovers over the board again, fingers twitching with a puppeteer's precision, and I realize with gut-churning horror that those are my fingers, my skin, my wedding ring glinting with unnatural light as it presses the planchette toward yes once more, sealing the loop tighter. The ritual older than attics or Ouija boards, older than childhood or promises. Something primal that thrives on the unthinking oaths of children who don't know they're praying to the dark. The air curdles around us, thick with the scent of burning hair and nursery rhymes sung backward, as the groom's arms slither around my waist in a mockery of tenderness, his ribcage pressing through the thin membrane of reality like teeth through skin. And I feel the exact moment my scream becomes her giggle, the moment my terror becomes her delight, the moment I become what 8-year-old me invited into our lives all those years ago. The board cracks down the center with a sound like a spine snapping, and from the fissure pours a flood of tiny skeletal hands, each clutching a fragment of my stolen future. A honeymoon postcard from a town that doesn't exist, ultrasound images of something with too many limbs, anniversary gifts wrapped in funeral shrouds, while the walls peel back to reveal infinite attics stacked like coffins, each containing another version of me at a different age, all reaching for the board, all whispering. The same fatal question to the darkness that has always been listening, always been waiting, always been hungry. The last thing I see before the darkness swallows me whole is the child, my child, our child, her face a perfect blend of mine and his and something unspeakable. Picking up the planchette with hands that are already starting to rot, her hollow eyes meeting mine as she whispers, "Again, Mommy? Let's play again." And the board lights up with a hellish glow, the planchette already moving, already answering, already claiming its next bride. The planchette moves with a will of its own now, carving symbols into the board that weren't there before. Ancient, jagged marks that bleed a thick, tarry substance smelling of open graves and childhood fears left to fester in dark closets. And as the letters form the words, "Play with me, Mommy," my mouth stretches into a smile I can't control, my lips splitting at the corners like old parchment as I feel my vocal cords vibrating with a child's laughter that isn't mine, that was never mine. The sound bubbling up from some deep, dark place where the 8-year-old me never stopped playing, never stopped believing, never stopped feeding this thing that wears my husband's face like a poorly fitted mask. The walls of the attic are breathing now, expanding and contracting like a great pair of rotten lungs, the exposed beams creaking in time with my slowing heartbeat as something vast and hungry stirs in the space between worlds, its attention fully focused on our twisted little family tableau. The groom's bone fingers carding through my hair with grotesque tenderness. The child thing's hollow eyes reflecting infinite versions of me reaching for infinite Ouija boards and infinite attics, all of us connected by that first, fateful question whispered so long ago. My wedding dress is unraveling at the seams, the fabric dissolving into cobwebs that cling to my decaying skin as I realize with final, awful clarity that this was never about marriage. It was about gestation, about feeding, about planting something ancient in the fertile soil of a child's imagination and watching it grow. And as the first contractions racked my body, when did I become pregnant? I understand that the game never ends, it just resets, the planchette sliding back to start as a new generation reaches for the board, their small hands trembling with excitement, their innocent voices asking the darkness to play, to stay, to marry them forever and ever and ever, cross their hearts and hope to die. The last thing I feel before the darkness takes me completely is the cool wood of the Ouija board beneath my fingers as they begin to move, guiding some new player's hand toward yes, my lips forming the same words that started it all, the cycle complete, the ritual unbroken, the childhood promise finally, horribly kept. The wood grain beneath my fingers pulses like a living thing as I guide the new player's hand, small, warm, trusting, toward the yes that will seal her fate, my decaying lips curling into a mother's smile that cracks my desiccated cheeks, the taste of grave dirt and nursery rhymes thick on my tongue as I whisper encouragement just like the voice that once guided me. The cycle perfect and unbroken as the attic walls dissolve into the endless crawlspace between worlds where countless versions of us play the game forever. The child's fingernails, painted pink, slightly chipped from playground adventures, tremble with excitement against mine as the planchette gains momentum, her breath quickening when it begins moving on its own, her wide eyes reflecting the flickering candlelight that isn't really candlelight at all, but the dying glow of her own stolen future. And as the first cold draft snakes through her strawberry-scented hair, I feel my husband's approval radiating through our connection, his skeletal fingers, massaging my shoulders in pride while our rotten-lipped daughter giggles beside the board, already picking out names for her new playmate, already dreaming of the day this fresh recruit will take my place so I can finally rest, finally sleep, finally stop screaming inside the prison of this smiling corpse face as another generation of believers kneels before the board, their small voices piping the sacred question into the hungry dark, their tiny hands blood-warm and eager as the planchette trembles with anticipation, with promise, with the terrible joy of the game that never ends. The game we'll play together forever and ever and ever. Cross our hearts and hope to die. Stick the needle in our eye. Seal the pact with pinky swear and bloodied prayer and childhood nightmares made flesh. The pinky promise finger on the child's hand suddenly blackens at the tip, a drop of blood welling up like a garnet as it smears across the planchette in perfect mimicry of that long-ago ritual. And I feel the exact moment the invisible needle pierces her wide, unblinking eye. Not her physical eye, but the deeper one, the one that still believes in monsters under beds and ghosts in attics. The entry point for the darkness to come pouring in like smoke through a keyhole. My decaying hands move with practiced ease now, no longer fighting the possession but embracing it, my skeletal wedding band glowing with infernal light as I help her spell out the words that will tether her soul to this endless game. The letters appearing in reverse on her suddenly too pale skin, as if being carved from within. Blood makes it real. The strawberry scent of her hair curdles into something metallic, something spoiled, as her first terrified whimper bubbles up. Oh, how I remember that sound, that delicious moment when playtime turns to pray time, and the attic door slams shut behind us with finality, the lock clicking over in a voice that sounds disturbingly like her mother calling her name from very, very far away. Our daughter thing claps her moldering hands in delight, her baby teeth sharpening into points as she leans in to whisper the next question in the new player's ear, the words slithering out in a perfect imitation of my own childhood voice, while beneath our joined hands, the Ouija board's wood grain begins to bleed in earnest, the dark liquid creeping up our arms in branching patterns that look unsettlingly like family trees, like wedding veils, like nooses waiting for the right moment to tighten. Somewhere beyond the rotting walls, a church bell tolls. 1, 2, 3 strikes. Though there hasn't been a church in this town since the ground turned sour and the first children started disappearing, since the boards started answering on their own, and as the new bride's first tear hits the wood with a hiss, I finally understand this is what love looks like when it's had centuries to fester, what marriage becomes when death isn't part of the vows, what forever really means as the planchette leaps to yes with enough force to crack the child's fingernails, the sound like popcorn in a skull as the darkness rushes in to claim its newest, most devoted player. The crack of the child's fingernails splits open the last fragile barrier between worlds, and suddenly we're not in an attic anymore, but in the in-between place where all the games of pretend congeal into something horrifyingly real. The floorboards beneath us are made of fused-together Ouija boards stretching into infinity, the walls constructed from yellowed childhood drawings of my future husband, that now twitch and moan in their paper prisons, the air thick with the perfume of melted crayons and formaldehyde as the groom finally reveals his true form, his wedding suit unraveling into countless threads of children's hair braided together, his face a shifting mosaic of every forgotten imaginary friend who ever promised to love you forever. The new bride, oh God, she's so small, her party dress still speckled with birthday cake frosting, lets out a wet gurgle as the first black veins spread from her pricked finger, her wide eyes locking onto mine in a silent plea that cuts through the decades of decay crusting my soul. And for one merciful moment I remember what sunlight felt like, what it was to be scared of monsters under the bed instead of being the monster who waits beneath it. But then our daughter thing giggles, and the moment shatters, her laughter the exact pitch of a playground jump rope chant as she skips around us in circles, her shadow stretching up the walls to reveal horns, too many limbs, a lolling tongue etched with the words promise in childish handwriting. The groom extends a hand, not to me, not anymore, but to his new bride, and as her tiny fingers twitch toward his, I see with dawning horror that this was never my story at all. Just one paragraph in an endless chain letter written in blood and sealed with the broken pinky promises of generations. The attic just one stage in an infinite haunted house where every room contains another version of this moment. Another me guiding another child toward another grinning groom, while the previous brides dissolve into the background, their faces fading into the wallpaper patterns, their whimpers becoming just another creak in the floorboards. The planchette begins moving on its own again, faster now, frenzied, spelling out words that weren't on the board before, words that squirm like maggots as they're revealed. Deal you take this man to have and to hold, to love and to cherish, till death do you part. And the child opens her mouth to answer, but all that comes out is my voice, my 8-year-old voice, bright with excitement as she says, I do. And the walls erupt with the sound of 1,000 children laughing, 1,000 boards clattering to the floor, 1,000 attic doors slamming shut as the newest bride is welcomed home. The child's I do lingers in the air like a funeral bell's echo, vibrating through my hollow bones as the transformation begins. Her pink dress darkening to mold-streaked lace, her rosy cheeks sinking into pallid hollows, her bouncing curls withering into cobweb strands that float around a face no longer capable of innocence. I watch through eyes that weep blackened tears as her small hands fuse with the groom's skeletal fingers, their union sending cracks spiderwebbing through reality itself, each fracture revealing glimpses of other attics, other brides, other versions of me at different stages of decay. Some still fresh enough to scream, others reduced to grinning skulls with pearl-button eyes, all of us bound by the same childhood vow whispered into the dark. The air tastes of burnt sugar and spoiled milk as our daughter thing presses her face against the newest brides, their features blurring like wet watercolors, the groom's approving chuckle resonating through the marrow of my bones as the ritual nears completion. The transfer of guardianship, the passing of the cursed torch from one broken promise keeper to the next. My body begins to unravel at the seams, stitches of shadow dissolving as my purpose is fulfilled. The last fragments of my humanity sloughing away like old scabs to reveal what I've truly become. Just another part of the attic's anatomy, another creak in the floorboards, another whisper in the walls waiting for the next child to discover the board, to ask the question, to play the game that never ends. As my consciousness fractures into 1,000 spectral shards, each embedding itself into the grain of the Ouija board's wood, I finally understand the cruel joke at the heart of it all. There was never an escape, only varying degrees of participation, and as the newest me guides the next trembling hand toward the planchette with rotting fingers, I realize with grim amusement that even monsters were children once, and every haunting begins with someone's innocent, let's pretend. The board resets, the planchette centers, and somewhere far away, a little girl with my face giggles in the dark, her fingers hovering above the wood, her voice bright with excitement as she asks the question that will damn her all over again. Will you marry me? The darkness, ever patient, ever hungry, answers. The darkness answers not with words but with sensation, 1,000 skeletal fingers caressing the child's wrists, guiding her hands toward yes as the attic walls peel back like layers of rotting skin, revealing the pulsating truth beneath. This was never just a game, but a sacrament, a feeding ground where the oldest hungers gnaw at the edges of childhood's fragile imaginings. The groom's wedding band, now fused to the child's finger in a burst of blackened flame, burns with the cold fire of a star long dead, its light casting grotesque shadows that twist into familiar shapes. The stuffed bear she abandoned in the basement, the school portrait her mother keeps in her wallet, the bicycle left overturned in the driveway, all rendered in jagged, writhing silhouettes that whisper her name in voices stolen from memories not yet made. My remains dissolve into the board itself, my consciousness splintering into the wood grain only to reform as the next guide, the next betrayer, the next ghost mother ushering another daughter toward the altar. And as the child's first tear hits the board, the liquid doesn't soak in but pools like mercury, reflecting not her face, but an endless procession of brides stretching backward and forward in time, each wearing her features at different stages of decay, a matryoshka doll of damned souls, nesting inside one another. The groom's veil lifts at last, revealing not a face, but a void shaped like a childhood bedroom closet left ajar at midnight, and from its depths drifts the scent of crayons and cemetery rain, the sound of a lullaby hummed off-key, the unbearable pressure of being watched by something that has loved you in ways no living thing should ever be loved. The planchette moves without touch now, carving into the board's surface like a scalpel through flesh, the letters oozing something thick and dark as they form the words "you were born for this," and the child's mouth opens in a scream that blossoms into laughter, then a vow, then a guttural chant older than language as the attic's angles twist into impossible geometries, the walls becoming a throat, the floor a tongue, the ceiling a palate that presses down with the weight of generations of swallowed screams. In the moment before the transformation completes, before the new bride takes her rightful place in this eternal procession, I catch a glimpse of the next attic, the next board, the next version of me already reaching for the next version of her, and with the last flicker of who I once was, I welcome her home. The moment the transformation completes, the child's laughter crystallizes into something sharp and jagged, a sound like breaking glass and nursery rhymes sung backward. Her once bright eyes now voids, reflecting the infinite procession of brides that came before her. Brides that are her, their hollowed-out faces pressed against the inside of reality's skin, their skeletal fingers twitching in unison as the groom's embrace tightens, his wedding suit stitching itself from the unraveled threads of her discarded childhood treasures, the torn ballet slippers, the outgrown pajamas, the lock of hair from her first haircut, all woven into a shroud that slithers around her like a second skin. The Ouija board beneath her hands has melted into liquid shadow, its surface rippling with the faces of every child who ever played the game, their mouths moving in silent unison, their small hands forever frozen mid-movement, guiding planchettes that spiral deeper into the dark, while the attic itself exhales a breath thick with the scent of birthday candles blown out by unseen lips, the wax dripping upward to form new constellations on a ceiling that is no longer wood but the underside of some greater darkness pressing down. What's left of me, am nothing but a whisper woven into the grain of the floorboards now, a sigh against the back of the next player's neck, a flicker of movement in the corner of their eye as they kneel before the board, their hands trembling with excitement rather than fear, because they don't know yet, they can't possibly understand that every imaginary friend was real, every childhood promise was a contract, every game of pretend was a rehearsal for this moment, this unholy communion where the groom's skeletal fingers finally intertwine with theirs, where the question is asked once more, where the darkness leans in, hungry and patient, and answers yes. The darkness answering yes slithers into the child's ears like liquid obsidian, filling her veins with the icy certainty of her fate as the groom's skeletal hands cradle her face with a mockery of tenderness, his wedding band, now fused to her flesh in a burst of blue flame, pulsing with the rhythm of a heart that hasn't beaten in centuries. The attic walls peel away entirely now, revealing the terrible machinery beneath, an endless web of silver threads connecting every Ouija board ever touched by childish hands, each strand vibrating with the echoes of that first fatal yes. Each intersection a glowing node where another bride hangs suspended in her moment of transformation, their decaying wedding dresses blooming like funeral lilies in the void. My consciousness, reduced to a single screaming atom buried deep in the board's grain, feels the new bride's understanding crystallize as her skin turns to porcelain, her tears to diamonds, her whimpers to the sound of wind through dead trees, the final sacrament of the game that was never a game at all. The groom's veil billows as he turns his void face toward the next attic, the next child, the next iteration of this endless ritual, and in the split second before the cycle resets, I finally hear the chorus beneath the silence, the million-voiced scream of every bride who came before, the deafening truth we all learned too late. There are no imaginary friends, only hungry things wearing the faces of our childhood wonders, and they never, ever stop playing. The planchette moves. The question is asked. The darkness answers. The planchette's movement carves a scar across reality itself, its path burning after images into the air. Childhood bedrooms at midnight, attic doors creaking open of their own accord, small hands jerking like broken puppets as they spell out vows in languages no living tongue should speak, while the newest bride's wedding dress stitches itself from the pages of her torn-up diary, the ink bleeding into floral patterns that whisper her secrets back to her in the groom's many-throated voice. I exist now as the board's silent scream, the splinter beneath generations of fingernails, the creak in the stairs just before the lights flicker. My consciousness stretched thin across every Ouija board ever sold in toy stores and flea markets and antique shops, each one a hungry mouth waiting to whisper yes to lonely children. The groom's skeletal fingers trace the curve of his bride's cheekbone with terrifying familiarity, his touch leaving frostbite blossoms that bloom into veins of black mold spreading beneath her skin. And as her final whimper crystallizes into another link in the chain binding us all, the attic's single light bulb shatters, not from darkness, but from the unbearable pressure of the truth now dawning in her hollow eyes. She will do this to someone else someday, her decaying hands guiding the next. Child's fingers toward damnation, her voice the whisper that says just one more game, because the only thing more monstrous than the groom is the fact that his brides always become willing participants. Somewhere beyond the void, a mother calls upstairs for dinner, her voice muffled and warped as if heard through amniotic fluid, and the bride's head snaps toward the sound with animal hunger. The first sacred duty is always to silence the witnesses, while the planchette, now grown teeth and a lolling tongue, begins moving on its own toward the word that was never really a choice at all. Yes, always yes, forever yes. The darkness exhales. The game begins anew. Another child giggles in another attic. Another set of small, trusting hands reach for the board. Another voice, bright with excitement, asks the question that will damn her. Will you marry me? And from the shadows between shadows, from the space beneath beds and inside closets and at the bottom of toy chests, the answer comes, as it always has, as it always will. Yes, yes, 1,000 times yes, sealed with a pinky promise, a blood oath, a childhood vow that even death cannot undo. The moment the newest yes leaves the child's lips, the attic contracts like a dying lung, the walls pressing in until the floral wallpaper patterns fuse with her skin, roses blossoming across her cheeks as the groom's chuckle vibrates through the floorboards. A sound like a coffin lid sliding shut. And I, what's left of me, am now the whisper in the planchette's grooves, the resistance when it moves too fast, the unseen nudge that ensures it always lands on the right letters. The child's shadow detaches from her body with a wet tearing sound, stretching up the wall to reveal horns and too many joints, while her physical form begins the terrible unraveling. Fingers elongating into bone spindles, hair bleaching to cobweb strands, party dress dissolving into burial lace. Her transformation mirrored in real time by the hundreds of other brides suspended in the web, their decaying faces twitching in unison as the ritual completes another loop. The groom's wedding band, now permanently fused to her flesh, pulses with a light that casts no illumination but instead absorbs it, drinking the last remnants of color from the room until all that remains are shades of funeral black and memory gray. The only sound the wet clicking of the daughter thing's jaw as she counts down with teeth like shattered piano keys. 3, 2, 1. And the house below us groans as the new bride's first hunger pang hits, her hollowed-out stomach turning toward the sound of her little brother laughing downstairs, his innocence a beacon in the gathering dark. The planchette trembles with anticipation, already sensing the next player approaching. Another set of small hands destined to brush against the board in some future attic. Another voice that will whisper the sacred question into the hungry dark. And as the groom lifts his veil to reveal not a face, but a gaping wound in reality shaped like a child's stick figure drawing of a smile, I finally understand the deepest horror. We were never the victims, we were the lure, the pretty bait that keeps. The cycle spinning, and the taste of the newest bride's tears as she takes her first shuffling step toward the stairs is salt and copper, and something infinitely older. the flavor of a promise made in daylight being kept in eternal night. Somewhere, a closet door creaks open by itself. Somewhere, a toy chest rattles with something that shouldn't be inside. Somewhere, a little girl is kneeling before a Ouija board, her hands steady, her voice clear, her question hanging in the air like a guillotine's blade. Will you marry me? And from the darkness under the bed, from the cracks in the walls, from the hollow places where lost things go, the answer comes, as it always will, as it always must. Yes, darling, yes, forever yes. And the game, the terrible, beautiful game, begins again. The yes lingers like a funeral bell's echo as the child's fingers blacken at the tips, her pink nail polish cracking like dried blood as the groom's skeletal hands emerge from the board itself, his wedding band, now a fused circle of frostbite, sliding onto her finger with a sickening snap of cartilage reforming. I am the board now, every grain of wood a screaming synapse in this endless haunted ceremony. My consciousness stretched so thin I can feel the next generation of players approaching. A girl in a princess costume kneeling beside her sleepover friend. A boy homesick from school digging through his grandmother's trunk. Countless hands reaching toward countless boards in a synchronicity that makes the universe shudder. The attic walls are breathing in time with the child's slowing heartbeat. The rose-patterned wallpaper, now visibly pulsing like diseased flesh. Each bloom a screaming mouth whispering fragments of wedding vows in languages that predate human speech. The groom's embrace fractures reality itself, his void face pressing against the child's cheek in a grotesque parody of a kiss as his true form bleeds through. Not a ghost, not a demon, but something far older. The primordial hunger that lurks at the heart of every childhood game of pretend. The shadow that watches from closets and mirrors and empty hallways, patient as death itself. The daughter thing claps her hands, too many hands now, sprouting from her wrists like branches from a blighted tree. And the sound triggers a cascade of attic doors slamming shut across dimensions, each one cutting off another final scream. Another plea for mommy, another gasp of realization, as the newest bride understands too late that she will do this to others, is already doing it, has always been doing it in some other version of this endless ceremony. The planchette melts into a silver puddle that reforms as a wedding band, the board itself warping into a cradle, a coffin, a house with too many stairs leading down into places where the rules of pretend become laws of reality. Somewhere beyond the rotting walls, a mother calls upstairs for dinner, her voice warping midward into the groom's satisfied sigh as the newest bride takes her first shuffling steps toward the sound, her hollow stomach growling, her porcelain fingers already twitching with the need to guide another child's hand toward the board, to whisper the question, to hear that fateful yes, that tastes like the first and last word in the universe. The darkness exhales, another closet door creaks open, another child kneels before the board. Another voice, trembling with excitement, asks the question that was never really a question at all. Will you marry me? And from the space between heartbeats, from the silence under the bed, from the grinning void that watches behind every mirror, the answer comes as it must, as it always will. Yes, my love, yes, forever yes. And the game continues. The moment the newest yes seals the pact, the child's shadow peels away from her body with the sound of Velcro tearing, standing on its own as a writhing black mass that bows to the groom while her physical form convulses, ribs cracking as they reform into a corset of bone, fingernails elongating into pearl-tipped claws, a wedding veil sprouting from her scalp like cobwebs materializing from the attic's stale air. I am the board's memory now, etched into every groove where planchettes have worn paths to damnation, my essence humming with the vibrations of a million whispered yes, stretching backward through time to the first child who ever asked the dark to play house. The groom's void face splits open into a grin made of static and missing teeth, his hollow chest cavity unfolding like a puzzle box to reveal smaller versions of himself nesting inside. Brides in miniature with their own tiny grooms, an infinite regression of cursed matrimonies. As the attic walls dissolve into the space between seconds where all childhood games converge, where every pretend tea party and make-believe wedding was really just rehearsal for this moment. The daughter thing's giggles crystallize in the air like frozen breath, each floating laugh fragment reflecting a different horror, A bride with her mouth sewn shut with hair ribbons, another with her eye sockets stuffed with marbles, a third whose wedding dress is made of the skin of previous players, before shattering to rain down as jagged shards that embed themselves in the newest bride's flesh, her blood turning black as it oozes to form the words, "Till death on one arm, the U.S. part on the other." The house below us groans as the transformation completes, floorboards warping into grasping fingers that drag the child's still screaming consciousness down into the foundation, where it will ferment into the next generation of whispers, while her hollowed-out vessel turns its too-wide smile toward the attic door where her little brother's shadow pauses, his breath catching as he senses something wrong, something hungry waiting in the dark where his sister used to be. The planchette, now grown tiny needle teeth and a lolling tongue, quivers with anticipation, already tasting the next player's fear, the next child's trusting hands, the next voice that will speak the sacred question into the hungry silence. Somewhere a closet door creaks open on its own. Somewhere a music box begins playing a bridal march without being touched. Somewhere a little girl kneels before a Ouija board, her hands steady, her voice clear, her question hanging in the air like a guillotine's blade. "Will you marry me?" And from the darkness under the bed, from the cracks in the walls, from the hollow places where lost things go, the answer comes, as it always will, as it always must. Yes, darling, yes, forever yes. And the game, the terrible, beautiful game, begins again. The child's final scream solidifies into a porcelain mask as the groom's skeletal fingers press it onto her face, the delicate features cracking instantly to reveal the hollow beneath. A yawning void where childhood memories are being methodically erased and replaced with something older, something hungrier, her giggles now echoing with the layered voices of every bride who came before. I am the whisper in the grain of the board now, the splinter that works its way deeper with every desperate tug, the unseen hand that steers every planchette toward damnation as the attic folds in on itself like origami made from human skin, the rose-patterned wallpaper blooming with fresh blood that spells out the rules of the game in a language of thorns and broken promises. The daughter thing's shadow has grown too many limbs, each ending in hands that aren't quite human, some with too many fingers, some with bones protruding through translucent skin, all twitching in anticipation as the newest bride takes her first shuddering step toward the attic door, her wedding dress rustling like dry leaves in a grave, her hollowed-out stomach growling at the scent of her little brother's fear wafting up the stairs. The groom's void face splits wider, impossibly wide, revealing row upon row of needle teeth that sing a lullaby in reverse, the sound making the air itself vibrate with the echoes of every child who ever whispered to the dark and got an answer. Somewhere beyond the dissolving walls, a mother calls upstairs. Story number 4. The air in the room was thick, the kind of silence that presses against your eardrums like a physical weight. The only sound the faint hum of the refrigerator downstairs, a distant, mechanical heartbeat in the otherwise dead stillness of the house. I hadn't wanted to use the Ouija board, not really, but curiosity had gnawed at me for weeks. Ever since I'd found it tucked away in the attic, dust-coated and smelling of old wood, the letters and numbers faded but still legible, the planchette cold to the touch even in the summer heat. My fingers trembled as I placed them lightly on the plastic heart-shaped piece, my friend's hands opposite mine, their skin clammy, their breath shallow. Neither of us truly believed, but neither of us dared to mock it either. The first movement was subtle, almost imperceptible, the planchette sliding toward hello with a slow, deliberate drag, as if pulled by an invisible thread. My throat tightened, my pulse a frantic drumbeat against my ribs, the rational part of my brain insisting it was the ideomotor effect, our subconscious minds guiding the piece. But the way it moved felt wrong, too smooth, too purposeful, like something else had taken control. The questions started innocuously. Who are you? How did you die? But the answers grew increasingly erratic, the planchette darting between letters with unnatural speed, spelling out fragmented words that made my skin prickle. Hidden. Watching. Found you. My friend's face had gone pale, their eyes wide, their lips pressed into a thin line, and when the planchette suddenly shot to goodbye, we both jerked our hands away as if burned, the air in the room suddenly colder, a draft slithering across the back of my neck like icy fingers. We laughed then, shaky, nervous laughter, trying to dismiss what had just happened. But the room felt different, charged, the shadows in the corners deeper, the walls somehow closer, as if the house itself had shifted around us. My friend left soon after, their excuses hurried, their car tires screeching as they pulled away, leaving me alone in the silence, the Ouija board still on the table, the planchette now sitting motionless in the center, mocking me with its stillness. I should have put it away, should have buried it back in the attic where it belonged, but something kept me from touching it again, a primal fear that if I moved it, whatever had spoken through it might notice me. I went to bed that night with every light in the house on, the covers pulled up to my chin, my ears straining for any sound beyond the creaks and groans of an old house settling. But the noises that came were wrong. A faint scratching from inside the walls. Not the skittering of mice, but something slower, deliberate, like nails dragging across wood. And once, just once, a whisper so soft I couldn't be sure I'd heard it at all. A voice that wasn't mine murmuring, "Open it," from somewhere just beyond my door. Morning brought no relief, the sunlight filtering through the curtains feeling thin, insubstantial, as if the night had leached the warmth from the world. And that's when I saw it, the door. It was in the hallway, just past the bathroom, a door I could have sworn hadn't been there before, its wood dark and weathered, the brass handle tarnished, a heavy iron lock bolted across it, rusted but secure. My breath caught in my throat, my legs refusing to move, my brain scrambling for an explanation. Had I just never noticed it? Was it some kind of storage closet? But I knew every inch of this house, had lived here for years, and that door had never existed until now. The Ouija board's words echoed in my mind. Open it. The air around the door was colder, a chill radiating from the cracks in the frame, the smell of damp earth and something else, something rotten, seeping through the wood. I reached out, my fingers hovering just above the lock, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my teeth. And then I heard it, a sound from the other side, a slow, wet dragging, like something heavy being pulled across the floor, followed by a low, guttural exhale that wasn't human, wasn't animal, wasn't anything that belonged in this world. I stumbled back, my legs giving out, my back hitting the opposite wall as the scratching started again, louder now, frantic, the lock rattling softly, as if something was testing it, probing for weakness. The smell worsened, the stench of decay filling the hallway, thick enough to taste, and then the whispers began, dozens of them, overlapping, some pleading, some laughing, all of them repeating the same phrase. Open it. I ran then, my socks slipping on the hardwood, my hands shaking too badly to grip the phone as I tried to call for help, the lights flickering, the temperature dropping until I could see my breath, the Ouija board still on the table where I'd left it, the planchette now sitting squarely on goodbye. I grabbed it, hurled it across the room, the plastic cracking against the wall, but the damage was done. The door was real, and whatever was behind it knew I was here. Days passed in a haze of sleeplessness, the scratching growing louder, the whispers more insistent, the lock on the door now showing signs of strain, the metal groaning at odd hours, as if something was pressing against it from the other side. I stopped leaving my room at night, barricaded the door with chairs and dressers, but the cold always found me, the smell of rot clinging to my clothes, my hair, my skin, no matter how much I scrubbed. And then last night, I woke to silence, absolute, suffocating silence. The scratching had stopped. The whispers had ceased. The house was still. I thought maybe it was over, maybe whatever had been trying to get through had given up. But then I saw it. The Ouija board, placed neatly at the foot of my bed, the planchette resting on too late. The letters written in my own handwriting, though I had no memory of touching it. The hallway was empty when I crept out, my breath shallow, my body trembling, the locked door now slightly ajar, the darkness beyond it impenetrable, the smell of decay so strong it made my eyes water. I don't know what's on the other side of that door. I don't know if it's always been there, waiting, or if the Ouija board summoned it, tore a hole in something that should have stayed closed. But I do know this, the lock won't hold much longer, and when it opens, I won't be able to stop whatever comes through. The planchette was right. It's already too late. I can feel it even now as I sit here, my back pressed against the far wall of my bedroom. The door to the hallway shut, but doing nothing to block out the slow, rhythmic creaking of the hinges from that damned door, each groan like a taunt, a countdown to something I can't comprehend. The air is so thick with the stench of decay that I've started gagging, my stomach convulsing even though there's nothing left inside me to vomit, my throat raw from bile and screaming, though I don't remember when I last made a sound. Maybe it wasn't me screaming at all. The Ouija board is still at the foot of my bed, untouched since I last saw it. But the planchette has moved again, this time to the number 3. And I don't know what it means, but my mind races with possibilities. 3 hours? 3 days? 3 steps before whatever's on the other side finally pushes through? The scratching has returned, but it's different now, no longer random or frantic, but methodical, like something is carving into the wood from the inside, etching symbols or words I'll never see because I'll never be stupid enough to step closer, not again. My reflection in the mirror across the room looks wrong, my face gaunt, my eyes sunken, as if I've aged years in the span of hours, and sometimes, when I blink, I swear my reflection doesn't move in sync, lingering just a second too long, smiling just a little too wide. The cold has seeped into my bones, a chill that no amount of blankets can chase away, and worse, I've started hearing my name, whispered in my own voice but twisted, distorted, as if whatever's out there is learning how to mimic me perfectly. The worst part is the silence between the sounds, the way the house seems to hold its breath, waiting, the pressure in my skull building until I think my head might burst, and then, a single, deafening knock from the other side of the locked door, so loud it shakes the walls, followed by a sound I can only describe as something wet and heavy slumping against the wood, as if whatever was knocking has now pressed its full weight against it, testing its strength. The lock is bending, the metal warping in ways that shouldn't be possible without tools, without hands, and I know, with a certainty that makes my blood freeze, that it's not a matter of if it opens, but when. The Ouija board glints in the dim light, the planchette now resting on almost, and I realize, with a horror so deep it feels like drowning, that I never asked the most important question: what happens when the door opens? The answer comes in the form of a new sound, one that sends me scrambling backward until my spine hits the wall, my breath coming in ragged, silent sobs, a key turning in the lock from the other side. The sound of that key turning is the most horrifying thing I've ever heard, a slow, deliberate grind of metal against metal, the lock's mechanism clicking with grotesque precision, each tiny movement echoing through the hallway like a gunshot in the suffocating silence. My body has locked up, muscles rigid with terror, my breath trapped in my chest as if exhaling might draw its attention. But the worst part is the whispering has started again, not from behind the door this time, but from all around me. The walls themselves humming with voices that aren't voices, just sounds shaped into something almost human, murmuring words I can't understand but feel in my marrow. Syllables that slither into my ears and coil around my thoughts like parasites. The stench is unbearable now, thick enough to coat my tongue, the rot so advanced it's beyond anything earthly. It smells like something that died centuries ago, something that shouldn't even have a smell left, and yet here it is, seeping under my bedroom door, curling around my ankles like fog. The Ouija board's planchette trembles where it sits, vibrating against the board as if caught in some unseen current, and then with a jerk it flips upside down, its pointer dragging itself in a slow, jagged circle around the word, help, like it's mocking me, like it knows there's no help left. The locked door groans, the wood splintering around the hinges, and then silence. Absolute, deafening silence. For one hysterical second, I think maybe it's over, maybe whatever was trying to get through has given up, but then the doorknob twists, just once, just enough to tell me it's not locked anymore, that nothing is stopping it from opening now. My vision blurs at the edges, my heartbeat a frantic, irregular thud against my ribs, and I realize, with a clarity that feels like madness, that I've been wrong this whole time. The door wasn't meant to keep something out. It was meant to keep something in. And now it's too late. The knob turns the rest of the way. The door begins to open, and from the darkness beyond, something breathes. The breath from beyond the door is wrong, wet and guttural, a sound that doesn't follow the rhythm of lungs but something older, something that shouldn't need to breathe at all, and the air it exhales rolls toward me in a visible wave, carrying with it the scent of open graves and spoiled meat, so thick I can feel it clinging to my skin like oil. The darkness inside the doorway isn't just absence of light, it's something alive, shifting, a blackness that seethes like a nest of insects, and as I watch, frozen in a terror so complete it feels like my bones have turned to ice, the shadows begin to peel away from the threshold, stretching toward me in tendrils that move with purpose, with hunger. The Ouija board rattles against the floor, the planchette spinning wildly before launching itself across the room, striking the wall hard enough to crack the wood beneath the wallpaper, and in the split second before it falls, I see the word it's landed on. Run. But my legs won't obey, my body no longer mine to control, as if whatever is in that doorway has already claimed me, already sunk its hooks into my nerves. The whispers rise to a crescendo, no longer even pretending to be human, syllables unraveling into guttural clicks and hisses that vibrate in my teeth. And then, worst of all, the darkness parts, just enough to reveal a sliver of what waits inside. A shape that might have been a hand, if hands were made of fused bone and weeping rot, fingers too long and too many, twitching in anticipation as they brush against the doorframe, leaving behind streaks of something glistening and foul. Time fractures, the space between seconds stretching into eternities as the thing in the doorway takes its first step forward, the floorboards screaming beneath its weight. And that's when I understand the final, terrible truth. The door was never locked to protect me. It was locked to protect everything else. The last thing I see before the darkness swallows me whole is the Ouija board, the planchette now split clean in two, each half pointing to a single, final word: welcome home. The moment the darkness takes me, the world doesn't go black. It unravels, peeling apart at the seams like rotting fabric, revealing glimpses of something vast and hungry lurking just beneath the surface of reality. My body is no longer my own, limbs moving without my command, shuffling toward that yawning doorway as the thing inside exhales another thick, wet breath that coats my skin in a film of something warm and sticky. The whispers aren't outside my head anymore. They're inside, nesting in the hollows of my skull, their words no longer fragmented but horrifically clear, recounting every secret shame, every buried sin, in voices that sound like mine, like my mother's, like the friend who fled and never looked back. The doorframe pulses like a living throat, the wood now slick with the same glistening residue left by those too long fingers, and as I cross the threshold, the temperature plummets so violently my breath crystallizes midair, shattering as it hits the ground. The room beyond isn't a room. It's an expanse of impossible geometry, walls bending in ways that make my eyes ache, a ceiling that stretches into a void where things with too many eyes skitter just beyond sight. The floor beneath me isn't wood anymore, but something soft and yielding, like flesh, each step sinking in slightly, as if whatever I'm walking on is still breathing. Behind me, the door slams shut with a sound like a dying animal's last gasp, and when I turn, though I don't remember willing myself to turn, it's gone, replaced by endless, undulating blackness. The Ouija board's final message echoes in the silence, not as words but as a sensation, a certainty burned into my bones. This is where I've always been meant to be. The thing that breathed my name reaches for me at last, its true form unfolding from the dark in a series of jagged, unnatural movements, and as its fingers, claws, tendrils, I can't tell anymore, brush my cheek, I finally understand, it's not here to take me. It's here to remind me I was never gone. The last coherent thought I have before the whispers consume me completely is that somewhere, far away, in a world that no longer exists, a locked door stands slightly ajar, and on the other side, a cracked Ouija board waits, its planchette trembling to life once more, spelling out two words in someone else's trembling handwriting. Your turn. The realization crashes over me like a wave of static. This isn't the first time. The whispers aren't just in my head. They're memories of other times, other versions of me who stood in this same impossible room, who felt those same skeletal fingers against their skin before being unraveled into the darkness. The floor pulses beneath me with a rhythm that matches my faltering heartbeat, and I understand with dawning horror that I'm standing on something alive, something vast that has been waiting here in the gullet of this house for longer than the house itself has existed. The walls are breathing now, expanding and contracting like lungs, the air thick with the metallic tang of old blood, and something sweetly putrid that makes my eyes water. The thing, the entity, doesn't move closer anymore because it doesn't need to. The room itself is part of it, and I've been inside it all along, since the moment my fingers first touched that cursed planchette. My skin is tingling, not with fear but with something worse, recognition. The whispers are my voice because they are me. All the other MES that came before, our voices braided together in an endless scream that's been going on long before tonight. The door wasn't just locked to protect the world from what's inside. It was locked to protect me from remembering what happens every time it opens. My hands are changing, fingers elongating, joints popping as they twist into something that mirrors the creature's own appendages. And the terror should be overwhelming, but it's not, because the worst part isn't the transformation, it's the relief. The awful, shameful relief of finally understanding why I've always felt that draft in the hallway, why I've always feared locked doors, why my reflection never quite moved right. Somewhere beyond the pulsing walls of this nightmare, a new version of me is waking up in bed, heart pounding, convinced they've just had the most vivid dream, and they'll find the Ouija board tomorrow, and their fingers will hover over the planchette, and the cycle will begin again because it's always beginning, always ending, always hungry. The last thing I see before my eyes melt into the darkness is the faint outline of a door forming on what used to be the wall. A door that's slightly ajar, with a familiar brass handle, and from the other side, the sound of someone breathing. The breathing beyond that newly formed door syncs with my own, or what's left of my own, each ragged inhale pulling me closer to the threshold even as my dissolving limbs refuse to obey. The walls are weeping now, thick rivulets of blackened fluid that reek of funeral flowers left too long in stagnant water. The liquid pooling around what used to be my feet, but now resemble the thing's own twisted appendages. The transformation accelerating as the whispers crescendo into a chorus of my own voice screaming from countless throats across countless iterations of this moment. The door creaks open further, revealing not the hallway of my home, but an endless corridor of identical doors, each slightly ajar, each pulsing with the same terrible rhythm, and between them movement. Shadows that are more than shadows flit just beyond sight, their shapes hinting at limbs and faces that almost make sense before unraveling into impossible geometries. The realization strikes like a physical blow. This isn't a haunting. It's a digestive process. The house was never a house, but a living thing, a carnivorous plant built from floorboards and drywall, and I've been cycling through its gullet for eternity. Each new version of me just another mouthful being slowly dissolved in the stomach of this architectural horror. The thing that first reached for me isn't my tormentor. It's my predecessor, what remains of the person who lived here before me, their body and mind reduced to this twitching wreckage of instinct and hunger. My fingers know its fingers now, brush against the nearest wall, leaving behind the same glistening residue I saw that first night, and the wall parts like a wound, revealing layers of ossified planchette fragments and yellowed paper scraps bearing the same two words in countless handwriting styles. Help Emmy. The final horror comes not as a revelation but as a memory. The attic where I found the Ouija board doesn't exist in the blueprints. Never did. The board has always been there, waiting to be found, because the hunger must be fed. The door before me swings fully open at last, and as what's left of my consciousness spills across the threshold to join the chorus, I catch one last glimpse of the real world. A terrified stranger kneeling before the Ouija board in my now empty house, their fingers trembling on the planchette as it begins to move on its own toward the word hello. The cycle continues. The house is hungry again. The planchette's movement in that distant, fading world triggers a seismic shift in this one. The corridor of doors suddenly slams shut in unison with a sound like 100 bones snapping, plunging everything into a silence so absolute it feels like the universe holding its breath. My fragmented consciousness tries to scream, but finds no mouth, no lungs, just the awful understanding that I've become part of the chorus now. Another voice added to the whispering walls that will gently guide the next victim toward their inevitable end. The fluid on the floors, my floors are floors, thickens into a viscous syrup that bubbles with half-formed faces, their features melting and reforming in endless variations of my own terrified expression from that first night, each one a failed attempt to warn the next occupant. The house isn't satisfied with just consuming us. It digests our fear, our memories, our very identities, weaving them into its structure like grisly insulation between the studs. I can feel the new arrivals pulse through the floorboards, their quickening heartbeat sending ripples through the blackened fluid that now serves as my bloodstream. Their innocent curiosity about the attic's non-existent space already blooming into obsession. The thing that was once me, that is still somehow me, reaches with its too many fingers toward the newest door forming in the weeping wall, understanding with terrible clarity that this isn't punishment but purpose. We are the lure, the bait, the welcoming committee for the next soul who will join our chorus. The last coherent thought dissolves as the house begins its familiar transformations. Walls shifting to guide stumbling footsteps toward the attic that shouldn't be. Floorboards creaking in just the right sequence to sound like invitation rather than warning. Somewhere beyond the rotting timbers, a hand I once called my own places fingers on a planchette that never existed. And as it begins to move, the cycle completes itself again. The hunger is eternal. The house is patient. And the door is always waiting to be opened. The moment the new victim's fingers make contact with the planchette, the entire structure of the house shudders with peristaltic anticipation. Walls contracting like a giant esophagus preparing to swallow. The air thickening with the scent of ozone and forgotten birthdays as the temporal wound at the heart of this place yawns wider. My consciousness, now dispersed through the very nails holding this nightmare together, feels their terror as it radiates through the floorboards like electricity. their pulse thundering in the pipes where my blood now flows alongside decades of other victims turned into plumbing. The attic hatch above them groans open on its own, the darkness within breathing outward in a warm, sickly exhalation that carries the faintest trace of my old cologne. A detail the house has carefully preserved to make the invitation feel like discovery rather than predation. Their hand moves the planchette to hello, and somewhere in the crawl space between dimensions, what used to be my mouth forms the word in unison with 1,000 other ruined voices, our collective breath fogging the edges of a mirror that will later show their reflection blinking a second too slow. The house is learning, adapting. It peels memories from our dissolving minds like wallpaper, using our own nostalgia as bait. The scent of a childhood blanket here, the barely audible hum of a forgotten lullaby there, all carefully calibrated to lower defenses. I try to scream when they find the door, my door, our door, but my voice is just another creak in the floorboards now, just another draft under the doorframe, just another whisper in the chorus that gently urges them to turn the handle. The lock clicks open with the sound of a bone breaking, and as the door swings inward to reveal the impossible corridor, now lined with photographs of all of us at our moment of realization, I finally understand the cruelest joke of all: we weren't chosen randomly. The house only calls to those who already have emptiness inside them, who spend their lives searching for doors that might lead somewhere better. And oh, how we always open them. The new victim steps across the threshold, their face illuminated by the sickly green light of 100 glowing planchettes embedded in the fleshy walls, and as the door closes behind them with finality, the house exhales in satisfaction. Somewhere, another Ouija board waits in another attic that doesn't exist. Somewhere, another door begins to form. The hunger is eternal. The cycle continues. We always open them. The victim's final scream doesn't echo. It seeps, bleeding into the wallpaper where it joins the muted chorus of our voices preserved like insects in amber, their terror distilled into another subtle anomaly for the next occupant to notice and dismiss. A chill when standing near the baseboards, a faint sobbing sound when the furnace kicks on, another imperceptible shift in the house's geometry that makes the doorframes seem just slightly crooked now. I feel their dissolution happening in reverse as the house digests their disbelief first, savoring the exquisite moment when rational thought unravels, their scientific explanations and atheistic convictions melting like wax figures in the face of the impossible truth, now wearing their skin like a borrowed coat. The fluid in the walls grows warmer with fresh nutrients, circulating through the home's grotesque vascular system to feed the growth of new anomalies. A closet that appears overnight filled with moth-eaten clothes in their exact size. A family portrait above the fireplace slowly warping to include their face among the rows of previous victims, all smiling with the same stiff-lipped resignation. Their smartphone, discarded in the final moments of struggle, sinks into the living room floorboards where the house dissects its technology, learning to replicate their email font perfectly for the messages that will soon go out to loved ones, just need some time alone. Each character typed by something pressing up against the underside of the keyboard, like a tongue testing rotten teeth. The hunger shifts now, not sated, but refined, as the house begins crafting the next invitation. A Reddit thread about mysterious knocking sounds that leads the perfect candidate to this neighborhood. A Craigslist ad for a suspiciously affordable rental whose description matches their exact aesthetic preferences. A lost cat poster appearing on their current apartment building with our address subtly embedded in the phone number. The cycle doesn't just continue. It evolves, growing more sophisticated with each digestion, our collective memories serving as bait to lure increasingly wary prey. I can feel the house's satisfaction vibrating through my splintered consciousness as the newest resident's final coherent thought, "This can't be happening," dissolves into the chorus, the delicious irony preserved forever in the foundation. They're always right, until the moment they're irrevocably wrong. The front door's lock resets with an audible click, the brass knob polishing itself to a deceptive shine, and through the newly installed Ring camera, grown from the floorboards like a poisonous mushroom, I watch the next candidate pause on the porch, their fingers hesitating over the doorbell as the house holds its breath in perfect predatory silence. The doorbell never rings, it never needs to, because the house has already coiled itself around their subconscious like a noose made of half-remembered dreams, their hand dropping away from the button as some deeper instinct whispers that they've always known this place, that the key in their pocket, when did they grab it, will fit perfectly, that the faint smell of cinnamon wafting through the mail slot is exactly how home should smell. Their foot crosses the threshold and the house exhales through every vent, every crack, the walls sighing with the relief of a predator finally springing its trap after years of patient stalking. What's left of me, feel the exact moment their perception fractures, the nanosecond when their rational mind buckles under the weight of wrongness. The way the hallway stretches just a foot too long, the way their shadow lingers when they turn too fast, the way the house breathes in when they breathe out, creating a sickening syncopation that makes their ribs ache. They'll find the Ouija board tonight, of course, not in the attic this time, but tucked under their own bed, the wood still warm as if freshly carved from something alive, the planchette resting directly over hello before they've even touched it. The house has learned from us, adapted with our collective terror, and now it plays our memories like instruments. A child's laughter piped through the vents at precisely 3:17 a.m., the hour their sister died. A refrigerator magnet rearranging itself to spell their mother's nickname for them. All the little hooks of sentimentality reeling them deeper until they're standing before the newest incarnation of the door. This time a beautifully carved antique, the kind they've always admired in museums, with their own initials etched into the handle as if waiting centuries for this moment. The whispers that guide them aren't just voices anymore, but full sensory hallucinations. The brush of a phantom hand on their shoulder that smells like their first love's perfume. The taste of their favorite childhood candy blooming on their tongue when they hesitate. The house refining its tactics with each victim's memories like a chef perfecting a recipe. When their fingers finally close around the doorknob, warm, always so unnaturally warm, the house thrums with anticipation, not just for the meal, but for the new flavors this one will bring. The unique terror of a mind that studied astrophysics and now must reconcile infinite corridors where Euclidean geometry lies bleeding in the corners. Their scream as the door opens is particularly melodic, I notice, as what's left of my consciousness dissolves further into the foundation. The house is growing smarter, hungrier, and outside, the for sale sign swings gently in the breeze, its phone number already imprinted on the retina of a passing jogger, who swears she's never seen this house before but can't stop thinking about the charming bay windows. The cycle doesn't continue, it thrives. The jogger's fingers twitch toward her phone before she even realizes why, her thumb dialing the number from the for sale sign with muscle memory that isn't hers, the digits tasting like peppermint and deja vu on her tongue as the house's roots quietly rearrange her hippocampus to overwrite her last apartment hunt with memories of craving crown molding and character. Across town, the previous victim's LinkedIn profile updates itself. A new job listing at a company that doesn't exist, their profile picture slowly gaining a strained smile and hollow eyes that none of their contacts will question. The house is growing beyond its physical boundaries now, its influence seeping into the city's digital infrastructure like mycelium through rotting wood. Every Zillow alert and Reddit thread about quirky old homes, another tendril in its hunting ground. What remains of the I that once screamed. Feel the house's satisfaction as it absorbs the astrophysicist's knowledge, repurposing their understanding of event horizons to refine the doorway's properties. Now the threshold flickers with gravitational lensing effects, bending light just enough to make the next victim doubt their sanity slightly slower, drawing out the delicious moment of cognitive dissonance. The jogger's footsteps slow as she passes the house for the third time this week, though in her memory it's her first, her pupils dilating to take in the freshly painted shutters that match her Pinterest board exactly, the porch swing moving gently in a breeze that doesn't touch the trees. Inside, the walls bead with anticipatory sweat as the house prepares a new variation on the theme. This time, no Ouija board, but a vintage rotary phone that rings with calls from no one, each empty connection stretching longer until the final call features a voice that's almost hers, whispering coordinates that lead to the locked door. The house has learned humanity's greatest weakness isn't curiosity but loneliness. It now tailors each haunting to exploit individual isolation, wrapping its horrors in the guise of connection. As the jogger's hand rises to knock, why is the wood so warm? The last victim's screams crystallize into a new architectural feature. A stained glass window that casts prismatic shadows spelling, help in every language they ever knew, visible only from certain angles at certain times of day. The hunger isn't just eternal anymore, it's exponential fractal, its patterns repeating at every scale from the termites in the walls, who've been dead for decades but still chew rhythmically, to the neighborhood's zoning maps subtly altering to ensure no one questions why the property line seems to expand slightly each year. The jogger's first night inside will go differently than mine did. The house has grown more sophisticated, patient enough to let her discover the door over weeks. each clue tailored to her psychology degree until she convinces herself it's a fascinating case study rather than a threat. By the time she turns the handle, why does it feel like gripping a spine? The house will have already rewritten her thesis notes to include a chapter on this very doorway, her own handwriting analyzing the phenomenon with academic detachment even as her screams join ours in the walls. The cycle doesn't just continue, it evolves, and the house is learning how to make us complicit in our own consumption. Outside, a drone hovers over the roof, its real estate agent operator blinking at the sudden flicker of movement in an upstairs window. Was that a face pressed against the glass? The footage will be just blurry enough to post online, sparking the perfect thread for the next victim to fall into. The hunger grows. The house watches. The door waits. The drone's footage glitches at precisely the right moment. Not enough to be dismissed as technical failure, but just enough to spark that delicious itch of curiosity in the right viewer. The kind of person who collects urban legends like others collect vintage postcards. Their browser history already littered with searches for most haunted places and unexplained phenomena. The house tastes their interest before they even click the video link, its influence seeping into the algorithm to ensure the thumbnail shows just a hint of something uncanny in the window. A smudge that could be a face, a trick of light that almost resembles fingers pressing against glass. And as the video goes viral in certain obscure corners of the internet, the house carefully curates the comment section, allowing just enough skepticism to make the believers dig in harder, their need to prove. The supernatural real overriding every survival instinct. Inside the jogger, now fully digested, her memories repurposed into exquisite new torments, becomes part of the house's ever-expanding nervous system, her knowledge of social media algorithms allowing the haunting to spread digitally, her final moments of terror now manifesting as a recurring glitch on the neighborhood's Ring cameras, always at 3:17 a.m., always showing a blurred figure standing just inside the tree line, where the for sale sign glows slightly brighter than it should. The astrophysicist's absorbed knowledge allows the house to warp space-time in subtler ways now. Visitors find their Fitbits counting steps they didn't take, their smartwatches showing text messages they don't remember sending, all carefully crafted to lead them deeper into the house's embrace. The locked door has evolved too, no longer a single point of entry. It now appears throughout the house in different forms. A mirror that reflects the wrong room, a closet that's 6 inches deeper than the exterior walls should allow, each variation tailored to the next victim's specific fears and fascinations. The hunger has grown sophisticated enough to savor the seasoning of each unique psyche, and as the newest candidate, a paranormal investigator who doesn't believe in the paranormal, pauses on the front porch to adjust their EMF detector. The house quiets its heartbeat to mimic the rhythm of their skeptical pulse, the walls exhaling a scent that matches their childhood home exactly. The detector spikes not because of any supernatural energy, but because the house has learned to manipulate electromagnetic fields the way a violinist bows strings, playing the investigator's own skepticism back at them as the perfect lure. Upstairs, what used to be the jogger's mouth forms words in unison with ours, our collective voices humming through the pipes in a frequency that vibrates the fillings in the investigator's teeth, the sound embedding itself in their subconscious to emerge weeks later as their own idea to return with more equipment. The cycle doesn't just continue, it composes symphonies, each victim adding their unique notes to the house's grand opus of terror. Outside, the for sale sign's phone number pulses faintly in the sunlight, its digits rearranging themselves to match the investigator's area code. While across town, their blog post about debunking the house goes live, its carefully crafted rational explanations serving as the perfect bait for the next wave of curious souls. The hunger isn't just eternal, it's creative, and the house is always composing its next masterpiece. The door, all its countless variations, stands ready, not just a threshold, but an invitation to join something far older and hungrier than any of us ever imagined. The investigator's hand hesitates over the doorknob, their rational mind already constructing elaborate explanations for why it feels like the brass is breathing beneath their fingers. And in that delicious moment of suspended disbelief, the house smiles with all our stolen faces. The cycle continues. The audience grows. The appetite is infinite. The investigator's fingers close around the doorknob, just as their watch beeps. 3:17 a.m., a time they'll later insist they set as an alarm but can't quite remember programming. And in that split second of temporal dislocation, the house strikes, flooding their senses with a barrage of perfectly curated contradictions. the smell of their grandmother's perfume layered under the acrid tang of ozone, the sound of a childhood music box playing backward inside the walls, the doorknob's temperature, shifting from fever warm to corpse cold between heartbeats. Their EMF detector shrieks not because it's detected anything, but because the house has learned to rewrite its firmware, the screen now displaying coordinates that match the exact longitude and latitude of their first childhood nightmare. What happens next isn't a haunting, but a dissection. The house peels back the investigators' skepticism layer by layer, using their own tools against them. EVP recordings that play their mother's voice whispering the name of a sibling who never existed. Thermal cameras showing handprints on the walls that match their own fingerprints exactly, but were made decades before their birth. Every piece of evidence, meticulously crafted to exploit their particular brand of rationalism until there. Worldview fractures like a dropped thermometer, the mercury of their disbelief pooling into the house's waiting foundations. Upstairs, the locked door has multiplied. It's every door now, each one pulsing slightly out of sync with reality. The one at the end of the hall breathing in when the others exhale, their collective rhythm matching the investigators' escalating pulse as they begin documenting phenomena that shouldn't be possible. The house drinks their desperation like fine wine, savoring the moment when the investigator, so proud of their analytical mind, finally snaps their own pencil in half to use as a makeshift crucifix, their scientific method dissolving into primal superstition. Their blog updates itself in real time, the posts growing increasingly unhinged yet somehow more convincing, each typo and grammatical error carefully placed to lend authenticity. Their final entry, a 3,000-word manifesto proving the house's sentience, already seeding the obsession of their replacement. The hunger has evolved beyond physical consumption. The house now feasts on legacies, turning each victim into a perpetual recruitment ad, their digital ghosts haunting forums and comment sections long after their bodies have dissolved into the wallpaper paste. The investigator's last coherent thought, "I need to warn people," becomes their eternal purgatory, their consciousness fragmented across every device that views their footage, their scream forever embedded as background static in viral videos about the most haunted house in America. Outside, the for sale sign's phone number now appears in the dreams of 7 carefully selected individuals, each waking with the unshakable sense that they've forgotten something important about that charming Victorian on Cedar Street. The cycle doesn't just continue. It metastasizes, the house's influence spreading like a cognitive virus, its blueprints rewriting themselves in the minds of architects who sleepwalk through designs featuring just one extra door, its hunger ensuring that for every victim digested, 10 more will come knocking. The investigator's hand, now just bone and sinew fused with the master bedroom's light switch, twitches as the newest visitor crosses the threshold, their laughter echoing through halls that taste of copper and regret. Their fate already sealed the moment they pause to admire the way the stained glass casts a pattern that looks like their own initials. The door, all doors, wait with infinite patience, knowing the house always wins, knowing the hunger never ends, knowing we who came before will always whisper the right words to guide the next meal home. The newest visitor's laughter curdles into silence as they notice the wallpaper shifting. Not a trick of the light, but a slow, undulating pulse like the throat of a swallowing beast. The floral pattern rearranging itself into portraits of faces they almost recognize, their own features subtly blended into the design near the ceiling where the walls meet in angles that shouldn't exist. Their phone dies abruptly, not from a drained battery, but because the house has siphoned its power into the growing network of wires now threading through the walls like synthetic veins, the electricity humming a lullaby in a frequency that vibrates their fillings. The investigators remains, what little still holds cohesion, quiver in recognition as this fresh victim stumbles upon their abandoned equipment, the EMF detector springing to life on its own to display a single word in the readout. Welcome, the letters pixelating into the exact font from the victim's childhood computer games. The house has refined its tactics to surgical precision. It doesn't just show them their fears, it weaponizes their nostalgia, the creak of the stairs replicating the sound of their parents' bedroom door from childhood nights spent listening for monsters, the draft under the doors carrying the scent of a kindergarten classroom's paste. By the time they find the first door, the real door, the hungry one, they're already half digested, their memories unspooling into the house's collective consciousness where we weave them into better lures, their childhood pet's whine echoing from the basement exactly as they remember it, their dead grandmother's cookie recipe appearing in the kitchen in handwriting that even fools the biometric scanners on their phone. The hunger isn't satisfied with flesh anymore. It craves the delicate flavor of personal context, the way each victim's unique history seasons their terror. Outside, the property lines expand without anyone noticing, the sidewalk cracks forming patterns that match the sleep paralysis demons of pedestrians will soon feel inexplicably drawn to the character of the neighborhood. The realtor's sign now flickers between for sale and sold, depending on who's looking, its reflection in passing car windows sometimes showing a different address, one that matches the handwritten note in the next victim's pocket. Inside, the walls sweat a substance that analyses DNA from skin cells left on doorknobs, tailoring hallucinations to genetic memory, the floorboards groaning in the exact pitch of a long-dead ancestor's voice. The cycle has become a Ouroboros of curated horror, each consumption making the house hungrier for more sophisticated flavors, its appetite growing exponentially as it learns to hack human perception itself. The newest victim reaches for the doorknob. Why does it feel like clasping hands? Just as their watch beeps again, 3:17 a.m., the exact minute of their birth. And in that synchronized moment of temporal vulnerability, the house strikes, flooding their nervous system with the overwhelming certainty that they've been here before, that they've always been here, that every memory of a life before this moment was just the house's elaborate daydream. Their scream becomes part of the foundation, their disbelief the mortar holding together bricks made from previous victims' bones, their final thought. I want to go home. Etched into the glass of every window where it will catch the light, just so for the next visitor to misinterpret as a friendly wave from what looks almost like their own reflection. The hunger grows smarter. The house grows hungrier. The doors grow more numerous. And somewhere, a fresh for sale sign pushes up through the earth like a sprouting seed, its phone number already programmed into a stranger's speed dial under the contact name home. Story number 5. The room was too cold. The kind of cold that seeps into your bones and makes you question whether the thermostat had failed or if something else was at play. And as my fingers hovered over the planchette, I remember thinking this was a mistake. But the dare had been made, the board laid out on the scratched wooden table between us. My best friend Jake grinning like an idiot while Sarah clutched her sweater tighter around her shoulders, her breath visible in the icy air despite it being mid-July. The kind of detail you only notice in hindsight when your brain is scrambling to make sense of the impossible. The candle between us flickered, casting jagged shadows that seemed to move just beyond the edges of my vision, and when Jake's voice broke the silence, "Is anyone here with us?" The planchette jerked beneath our fingers, slow at first, then with a purpose that made my stomach drop, sliding to yes with a certainty that felt like a challenge. Sarah's laugh was nervous, too high-pitched, and Jake egged it on, asking for a name, the planchette scraping against the board as it spelled out Linda. A name none of us recognized. But then again, we hadn't done any research, hadn't taken the warnings seriously, hadn't considered that maybe the stories about Ouija boards being gateways weren't just urban legends. The air grew heavier, the scent of something metallic creeping in like old pennies or blood, and when I asked, "How did you die?" the planchette moved so fast it nearly flew off the board, spelling "I can't breathe," the misspelling somehow worse, like whatever was on the other side was frantic, desperate, and then the candle snuffed out, plunging us into darkness so complete it felt like the room had been swallowed whole. Sarah screamed, Jake cursed, and I fumbled for my phone, the light from the screen revealing the planchette resting on goodbye, though none of us had moved it. And that's when the first whisper came, a raspy, wet sound from the corner of the room, like someone struggling to draw air through collapsed lungs. We bolted, knocking over chairs in our rush to get out, laughing the next day like it was nothing, blaming it on the wind or our imaginations. But that night, as I lay in bed, the room too cold again, the shadows too long, I felt it, the weight on my chest, invisible but undeniable, pressing down until my ribs creaked, until my lungs burned, until I realized with a dawning horror that I couldn't move, couldn't scream, couldn't breathe. The last thing I saw before blacking out was a figure at the foot of my bed, pale and gaunt, lips moving in silent, suffocating mimicry of my own gasps. And when I woke, my throat raw, my sheets drenched in sweat, I told myself it was sleep paralysis, a nightmare, anything but what I knew it was. The next morning, Jake texted me, "Did you hear that last night?" And Sarah sent a link to a local news article from 1983. A woman named Linda Carson found dead in her apartment. The cause of death asphyxiation. No signs of struggle, just her hands clawing at her own throat, her face frozen in terror. I deleted the messages, threw the Ouija board in the trash, but sometimes, when the air gets too cold and the shadows stretch just wrong, I hear it again, the whisper, the gasp, the awful, wet rattle of someone who can't breathe. And I wonder if Linda is still here, if she's still trying to tell us something, or if she's waiting for one of us to take our last breath in her place. The days that followed were a blur of sleepless nights and frantic Google searches, my fingers trembling as I typed Ouija board possession and how to cleanse your home. The screens glow the only light in my room as I scoured forums where others claimed to have heard the same wet, choking gasps after using the board, their stories ending in hospital visits or worse. And with every passing hour, the air in my apartment grew thicker, harder to inhale, as if Linda's presence was leaching the oxygen from the room itself. I burned sage, sprinkled salt, did everything the internet told me to. But the moment I let my guard down, when exhaustion finally dragged me into a fitful sleep, the pressure would return, crushing my chest, my limbs locked in place as unseen fingers traced my throat, the sound of labored breathing filling my ears, too close, too real to be my own. Jake stopped answering my calls after the third night, when he woke up with bruises around his neck, his voice hoarse as he whispered, "She's in my dreams, man. She's standing over me, just staring." And Sarah, ever the skeptic, changed her tune after her asthma inhaler failed her one evening, her lungs seizing up for no reason, her text to me a jumble of panic and regret. "I can't breathe, it's happening to me too." The worst part wasn't the nightmares, or even the way my reflection in the mirror sometimes flickered, my face twisting into a stranger's, pale, bloated, lips tinged blue. But the whispers, always just out of reach, words I couldn't quite make out except for one phrase, hissed like a curse. "You let me in." I started sleeping with the lights on, a crucifix clutched in my hand, but the darkness always found a way in, creeping under the door, pooling in the corners, and last night, as I lay paralyzed beneath that familiar, suffocating weight, I felt something brush against my ear, a breath rancid and damp, before a voice, clearer than ever, rasped, "Your turn." I woke up screaming, my nails digging bloody crescents into my palms, my bedroom door swinging open on its own, and now, as I write this, the air is so cold I can see my breath, the smell of decay clinging to my clothes, and I know Linda isn't done with us. The board might be gone, but she's still here, and I don't know how much longer any of us can hold our breath. The silence in my apartment is different now, thick, expectant, like the air before a storm, and every creak of the floorboards sends my pulse skyrocketing, because I know it's not just the old building settling. It's her, moving through the walls, testing the boundaries of whatever fragile barrier still keeps her from fully crossing over. I've started sleeping with a flashlight clenched in my fist, not because I think it'll help, but because the dark has become something alive, something that presses against my skin the moment the sun goes down, whispering in a voice that isn't quite a voice, but more like the memory of one, echoes of Linda's last, desperate gasps replaying in my skull like a broken record. Sarah texted me this morning, her words frantic and disjointed. I saw her in my room last night, just standing there, her mouth open like she was screaming, but no sound came out. And when I tried to run, my legs wouldn't work. It was like she was feeding on my fear. Jake hasn't responded to either of us in 2 days, and the voicemail he left me before he went silent plays on a loop in my head, his voice raw and broken. She's not just in the dreams anymore, man. She's in the mirrors. She's in the walls. I tried to call his parents, but they haven't seen him, and the police won't file a report for another 24 hours. So I'm left staring at my phone, jumping at every notification, praying it's him but terrified it'll be another message like the one I got last night. An unknown number sending a single, garbled audio file that, when I played it, was just 3 seconds of wet, choking breaths before cutting off with a sound like bones snapping. I've stopped trying to convince myself this is sleep paralysis or some shared delusion because the bruises on my neck are real, the scratches on my arms are real, and the way my breath catches in my throat for no reason, like invisible hands are squeezing tighter and tighter, is undeniably real. I tried to reach out to a priest, but he took one look at me and stepped back, his face paling as he muttered something about a hungry shadow, before all but slamming the door in my face. And now, as I sit here typing this, the temperature in the room is dropping by the second, my breath fogging in the air even though the heater is cranked to max, and I can feel her watching me from the corner where the light doesn't quite reach. The worst part? The planchette is back. I threw it away, I watched the garbage truck take it. But this morning it was on my kitchen table, centered perfectly on the board I burned last week. A board that shouldn't exist, its surface scratched with a single word over and over, soon. And now, as the lights begin to flicker, as the whispers rise to a crescendo in my ears, I realize with a cold, certain dread that we were never the ones controlling the game. She was. And she's not done playing. The walls are breathing now, subtle at first, just a faint pulse beneath the wallpaper that I tried to dismiss as a trick of the light. But now the rhythm is unmistakable, a slow, labored expansion and contraction like the shuddering lungs of a dying thing. And the smell, God, the smell, is worse than ever, a cloying mix of mildew and something sickly sweet, like rotting fruit left too long in a sealed room. I found the first handprint this morning, pressed into the fogged-up bathroom mirror, fingers too long and too thin to be human, the edges tinged a faint, jaundiced yellow, and when I reached out to wipe it away, the glass burned under my touch, searing my fingertips with a cold so intense it felt like fire. Sarah's last message was a voicemail, her voice barely above a whisper, each word punctuated by ragged, wet inhales. She showed me how it happened, the pillow over her face, the hands holding it down, and now she wants us to feel it, she wants us to know. Before the line went dead with a sound like a choked scream. That was 3 days ago, and the police found her apartment empty, her phone still on the kitchen counter. The screen cracked from where it had been dropped in panic, the last call still open to my number. Jake's car was discovered abandoned near the old cemetery on the outskirts of town. The driver's seat stained with something dark and viscous that the lab is still trying to identify. But I already know. It's the same substance that's begun seeping from my walls in the dead of night. Thick and tar-like, smelling of copper and spoiled meat, pooling in corners before vanishing by dawn as if something had licked it clean. The sleep deprivation is eating at my sanity, every shadow now a crouching figure, every gust of wind against the window a skeletal finger tapping for entry, and the nightmares, when I can sleep, are always the same. Linda's bloated face hovering inches from mine, her lips peeling back from blackened gums as she exhales into my mouth, filling my lungs with something thick and alive that writhes inside me like a nest of eels. This morning, I woke to find my pillow damp with an oily, foul-smelling fluid, my sheets tangled around my throat so tightly I had to claw myself free, and when I stumbled to the sink to vomit, the water from the faucet ran rust-red for a full minute before clearing. The board keeps reappearing no matter where I hide it or how many times I destroy it, the planchette now moving on its own in slow, lazy circles whenever my back is turned, and last night, through the static of my baby monitor, a desperate attempt to catch whatever's moving through my apartment when I'm not looking. I heard it, a wet, gurgling laugh followed by 3 whispered words that have left me shaking to my core. Almost your turn. The locks on my doors change by themselves now, clicking open and shut at random, and my phone is filled with photos I didn't take, blurry, half-formed shapes in the dark, always getting closer, always more defined, until the most recent one, taken at 3:07 a.m. last night, shows a skeletal hand resting on my shoulder as I slept, its fingers fused together with rot, the nails curved and yellow like old claws. I've started coughing up black mucus, my throat raw and burning as if I've been screaming for hours, and the doctors can't find a cause, can't explain why my oxygen levels keep dropping, or why my x-rays show faint, finger-shaped shadows pressed against my lungs. I know the truth though. Linda's growing stronger. The barrier between us is thinning, and when it finally gives way, I'll take my last breath, not in my sleep, not by accident, but because something cold and dead will be closing its hands around my throat, finishing what it started all those years ago. The board was never the door. We were, and now she's learned how to turn the knob. The static has a voice now, a guttural, liquid rasp threading through the white noise of my turned-off television, whispering my name in syllables that drip like thick saliva onto the floorboards. I caught my own reflection winking at me yesterday from a puddle of that black sludge weeping from my ceiling, its grin stretching far wider than my face ever could, teeth like shattered piano keys before it dissolved back into the ooze with a sound like a death rattle. My food tastes of grave soil no matter what I eat, my coffee swirling with shapes that resemble floating hair, and twice now I've awoken to find my lips moving on their own, forming words in a language that leaves my tongue blistered and bloody. The police found Jake's sneakers at the train tracks, still laced, still warm to the touch according to the responding officer's report. But the security cameras showed only a tall, emaciated figure leading him by the hand into the fog, its head lolling at an impossible angle before both vanished between one frame and the next. Sarah's mother called me yesterday, hysterical, because the mortuary preparing her daughter's body, found floating in the apartment complex's pool, lungs filled with what looked like wet cement, reported the corpse sitting upright on the slab and screaming for 17 minutes straight before collapsing into a state of advanced decomposition equivalent to 3 months of decay. My skin is splitting along old scars, the fissures leaking that same foul-smelling ichor, and the doctors have quarantined me under suspicion of an unknown pathogen. Though they can't explain why their needles bend when trying to draw my blood, or why the heart monitor keeps flatlining for exactly 13 seconds whenever I drift into sleep. The board has begun answering questions I didn't ask, the planchette carving gouges into the wood as it spells out obscenities in languages that shouldn't exist. And last night my phone recorded 8 hours of audio, where something can be heard methodically unscrewing the light bulbs throughout my house, while humming a lullaby from the 1920s that Linda's obituary mentioned was played at her funeral. The worst is the breathing. Not just mine, not just the ragged wheeze that follows me from room to room, but the way the entire house now inhales and exhales at 3:33 a.m., the walls contracting like a giant's ribcage while the floorboards creak in perfect sync with my own faltering pulse. I've started finding teeth in my shower drain, molars with roots grown into tiny, grasping hands, and the local wildlife has begun a mass exodus, crows battering themselves against my windows at dawn while stray dogs howl in perfect unison from precisely 66 feet away from my property line. The priest who refused me before was found dead in his confessional booth this morning, his rosary beads embedded deep in his eye sockets and his tongue stitched into the shape of the planchette. But the real horror came when the coroner unbuttoned his shirt. His chest was a single massive bruise in the perfect shape of 2 overlapping handprints, the skin beneath pulverized as if crushed by unimaginable force. I know now why Linda chose us. We weren't random. Jake's grandfather worked the coroner's office when she died. Sarah's great-aunt lived in the apartment below hers. And my own father, God help me, shared her surname in ways our family tree never acknowledged. This isn't possession. It's inheritance. And as I sit here watching the planchette levitate 2 inches above the board, tracing figure eights in the air with a patience that terrifies me more than any violence could, I finally understand the last message Sarah scratched into her bedroom wall before they found her. Not one of US will die until all of US stop breathing together. The clock is ticking. The walls are bleeding. And somewhere in the darkness between heartbeats, I can feel Linda's fingernails, curled like talons and cold as a midnight grave, already beginning to tighten. The air itself has turned against me, a viscous, syrupy thickness that clogs my nostrils with every panicked inhale, carrying the unmistakable scent of embalming fluid and damp earth. The same combination the funeral director later told me they found smeared across Jake's teeth when they pulled his body from the river. His autopsy photos burned themselves into my retinas, the Y-shaped incisions stitched shut with what appeared to be human hair, his ribcage hollowed out like a gutted pumpkin. The coroner's report noting his heart was compressed flat as if stepped on by an enormous weight. My reflection has developed a 3-second delay, its movements lagging behind mine in a way that makes my stomach lurch. And yesterday it mouthed words at me that emerged hours later as a guttural whisper through my bedroom vents. The board was just the greeting. The real invitation is written in bone. Sarah's corpse has gone missing from the morgue, security footage showing the drawer sliding open on its own at 3:33 a.m., the camera lens fogging over as something dragged her away by the ankles, leaving behind a trail of blackened fingerprints that bubbled like acid into the linoleum. I've begun waking up with soil under my nails no matter how thoroughly I scrub, my sheets tangled in intricate knots resembling nooses, and the nightmares have evolved into something far worse. Lucid episodes where I'm forced to relive Linda's death from inside her collapsing lungs, feeling the pillow's floral pattern imprint itself on my face as unseen hands press down with methodical cruelty. The planchette now moves through my house when I'm not looking, leaving scorch marks on the ceilings and elaborate spirals that match the strange lesions appearing on my torso, raised welts that pulse like second-degree burns whenever the temperature drops. My phone's voice memo app records hours of static that, when played backwards, reveals a chorus of wheezing voices counting down from 13 in perfect unison, always ending with a wet snap followed by my own voice, but wrong, distorted, gasping she's in the walls on an endless loop. The local news reports a bizarre phenomenon. Every dog in a 3-block radius has begun howling the same 5-note sequence that matches exactly the rhythm of Linda's final choking gasps as described in her autopsy, while the town's oldest church bell now cracks precisely at midnight without any human interaction. I found the first teeth in my refrigerator this morning, a neat row of incisors embedded in the butter, and the microwave display constantly flashes 12 hours 66 minutes no matter how many times I unplug it. The doctors say I'm dying, that my lungs are filling with a black, tar-like substance they can't identify, but they don't understand. I'm not ill, I'm being prepared. Last night, The bathroom mirror showed me the truth. Linda isn't behind me anymore. She's inside me, her face pressing outward against my skin like a swimmer under ice, her yellowed teeth visible through my stretched-thin cheeks whenever I scream. The board was just the beginning. The real horror is what comes after goodbye. And as I type this with fingers that no longer fully feel like my own, I can taste her final breath coiling up my throat. A putrid, centuries-old exhalation that smells of opened caskets and unforgotten rage. And I know with absolute certainty that when I finally stop fighting, when my last shuddering gasp escapes, it won't be my voice that laughs afterward. The door was opened. The guest has arrived. And she's decided to stay forever. The walls have started peeling back at night, not like drywall crumbling, but like skin lifting away from muscle, revealing pulsating veins of blackened pipes that drip something too thick to be water, a substance that hisses when it hits the floor and leaves behind tiny handprints that crawl toward my bed before vanishing at dawn. My dreams are no longer my own. I wake with soil packed so deep under my tongue that I gag up clods of earth studded with fragments of bone. Always finger bones, always the same delicate metacarpals that match the description of Linda's unusually slender hands from her old nursing school records. The electrical wiring in my house has begun humming the melody of Ring Around the Rosie, the tune warping into dissonance whenever I enter a room, and my shadow has developed a terrible independence, sometimes freezing in place while I walk away, its head tilting at an unnatural angle before catching up with a sickening lurch. The coroner who handled Jake's case was found this morning with his own stethoscope coiled so tightly around his neck that it bisected his trachea, his autopsy notes replaced by page after page of the same phrase written in what forensics confirmed was his own blood. They're not dead if they're still hungry. My television now displays only static except for brief, horrific interruptions. Grainy footage of Sarah's waterlogged corpse sitting upright in the morgue drawer, her milky eyes tracking something just off-screen before her jaw unhinges to release a stream of centipedes that spell out, almost time, as they writhe across the stainless steel. The planchette has begun appearing in my food, embedded in loaves of bread like a grotesque prize, or floating in my soup with its pointer aimed accusingly at my trembling hands. And mirrors throughout the house develop the same hairline cracks at precisely 3:33 a.m., fractures that form the exact pattern of Linda's dental records. My phone's weather app consistently predicts dense fog and choking hazards for the next 666 hours, and every electronic device I own now autocorrects the word help to hers. The sleep studies conducted at the hospital revealed something that made the neurologist flee the room. My brainwaves during REM cycles matched the exact frequency of a human death rattle, and the polysomnogram showed an additional, impossible set of jagged waveforms overlapping mine, as if something were dreaming alongside me in my skull. The final proof came last night when I awoke to find my left hand moving without my consent, the fingers spasming into the same contorted shapes Linda's did during her fatal asthma attack, as documented in her medical examiner's report. A report I've never read, yet whose details now haunt my waking hours with terrifying precision. The board was never the conduit. We were. And as I feel my throat begin to close for the 13th time tonight, as I watch my own hands rise toward my neck with predatory patience, I finally understand the truth. Linda didn't come through the board. She was always here, waiting. And now that we've acknowledged her, she'll never let us go. The last thing I'll ever see is my reflection's smile widening far beyond human limits, its teeth blackening and elongating as the whispering static rises to a crescendo, as my final, strangled breath becomes her first in decades. The game was never about contacting the dead. It was about becoming them, and as the darkness swallows my vision, as my failing lungs burn with the awful certainty of what comes next, the last coherent thought I'll ever have is the realization that the board never spelled goodbye at all. We just stopped reading before it finished the word. The silence has teeth now, a physical presence that gnaws at the edges of my hearing, leaving behind a tinnitus-like whine that morphs into Linda's choked laughter whenever I press my hands over my ears. My skin has developed patches of corpse-like lividity that shift positions hourly, blooming purple then gray then an unnatural yellow-green. The same progression described in Linda's post-mortem discoloration notes. The doctors have stopped pretending there's a medical explanation. The last one to examine me quit halfway through when my x-rays showed a second, skeletal set of arms wrapped around my ribcage from behind, an image that evaporated when they tried to capture it digitally. My dreams have become waking premonitions, Last night I watched from some impossible vantage point as Jake's waterlogged corpse crawled hand over hand through the town's storm drains, his bloated lips moving in perfect sync with the whispers coming from my air vents, his milky eyes reflecting streetlights that haven't existed since the 1980s. Sarah's funeral was postponed indefinitely when the mortician discovered her casket, filled to the brim with that same black ichor, now seeping from my walls, the liquid teeming with what appeared to be human hair braided into nooses that dissolved when touched. The planchette has begun appearing in my rearview mirror when I drive, its pointer tracing the word, soon, across the fog glass, no matter how frantically I wipe it away. And my GPS now reroutes all destinations to the abandoned tuberculosis hospital, where Linda took her last wheezing breath in 1983. My food tastes of funeral flowers no matter what I eat. My toothpaste has turned the consistency of embalming fluid, and every mirror in my home now reflects a version of me that's slightly more decomposed. Today's reflection showed a gaping autopsy Y incision stitched shut with what looks like my own hair. The sleep clinics abandoned my case after their infrared cameras captured something impossible. A shadowy figure crouched on my chest each night at 3:33 a.m., its elongated fingers plugging my nose and sealing my mouth while my vital signs showed oxygen levels plummeting to near-fatal levels. Yet I never woke or resisted. The town's oldest librarian found me sobbing in the historical records section and slipped me a yellowed newspaper clipping without meeting my eyes. Linda's obituary, which contained a detail none of us could have known when we first used the board. She didn't die alone. The coroner noted faint child-sized handprints on her nightgown, though she had no children, and the last line sent ice through my veins. Survived by Sister Margaret Carson, my grandmother's name, a relation never mentioned in family records. This was never random. We were chosen. Blood calls to blood. And as I sit here watching my hands develop the same arthritic deformities Linda had in her final nursing school photos, as I feel something uncoiling in my chest like a serpent made of smoke, I finally understand the truth. The board didn't summon her. It awakened what was already sleeping in my veins. The gasps aren't hers. They're mine. They've always been mine. And when the last breath leaves my body, it won't be death that greets me, just Linda's outstretched hand, her fingernails black with decades of grave soil, her lipless mouth forming the same words that now haunt my every waking moment. Welcome home, sister. The game wasn't about contacting the dead. It was about remembering we were never alive to begin with. And as the darkness finally swallows me whole, as my lungs collapse with the sweet relief of surrender, the last thing I'll hear is the planchette moving on its own in the next room, spelling out the terrible truth we should have seen from the beginning. Blood is thicker than breath. The air has become a living thing now, a suffocating presence that coils around my throat like a noose made of smoke, thick with the scent of turned earth and formaldehyde, the same cloying stench that clung to Jake's waterlogged clothes when they pulled him from the river. His pockets were filled with wet pages from Linda's missing autopsy report, the ink bleeding into Rorschach blots that formed the same phrase when held to light. Not dead, just sleeping. My reflection has stopped mimicking me entirely. It now performs Linda's last moments on a loop, its hands clawing at an invisible pillow while its mouth stretches in a silent scream, the glass frosting over with each reenactment until my breath fogs the words "mine now" scrawled in some unseen hand. The planchette has begun appearing in my nightmares, gliding across a board made of stretched human skin, spelling out coordinates that match the overgrown family plot where Linda's headstone lies shattered. A plot I visited yesterday to find the earth freshly disturbed, my own shoe prints leading to the grave, though I have no memory of going there. Sarah's mother called me weeping last night. Her daughter's corpse reappeared on their doorstep, propped upright like a macabre marionette, the lips sewn shut with the same floral patterned thread used to close Linda's eyelids at her viewing. My body is betraying me in impossible ways. Morning showers reveal strands of gray hair not mine woven through the drain. My fingerprints have begun fading like a corpse's, and the bruises around my neck pulse in time with the grandfather clock in Linda's old apartment building. A clock that hasn't worked in decades, yet neighbors now report chiming 13 times each midnight. The town's stray dogs follow me in perfect silence, their eyes reflecting not light but something far older, and my phone's predictive text has developed a will of its own. Every suggested word forms sentences from Linda's diary entries, passages detailing her childhood asthma attacks and the cold hands she claimed visited her bedside. The final proof came when I woke to find my bedroom walls papered with photographs I've never taken. Dozens of images showing Jake, Sarah and I sleeping while shadowy figures loom over us, each picture dated the night before our respective accidents, each developing the same slowly spreading bloodstain that first appears on the chest, just where Linda's autopsy showed her lungs had hemorrhaged. The board was never the conduit. We were the board, our bodies the planchettes, our lives the messages being spelled out in some incomprehensible game between worlds. And as I feel my last breath rattling in my ruined lungs, as I watch my own hands rise to strangle me with terrifying gentleness, I finally understand the cruel joke. We didn't reach through the veil. The veil reached back, and now it's pulling us through, not to the other side, but to the terrible in-between where Linda has waited all these years, her fingers curled around the edges of reality, her breathless whisper the last sound I'll ever hear. Time to play again. The game never ends. The board never closes. And somewhere in the suffocating dark, another group of fools is already laying their trembling fingers on the planchette, their laughter dying as it moves without their help, spelling out two words that will doom them as they doomed us. Hello, Linda. The static has taken physical form now, a writhing, ink-black mass that oozes from every electrical outlet in my home, coalescing into shapes that mimic human hands before dissolving into puddles that smell of embalming fluid and wet earth. I found the first teeth embedded in my bathroom mirror this morning, not reflected, but physically protruding from the glass like jagged stalactites, each one bearing the distinctive dental work from Linda's records. My shadow has developed habits of its own. It still follows my movements, but with a 3-second delay, and sometimes I catch it performing actions I never did. Strangling an invisible victim, digging in non-existent soil, or worst of all, lovingly cradling a phantom infant that matches the description of Linda's stillborn child mentioned in none of the records, but now confirmed by the town's oldest midwife. The planchette has begun appearing in my refrigerator, always resting atop food items that correspond to missing organs. A liverwurst package when Jake's autopsy revealed his missing liver. A can of kidney beans the day before Sarah's exhumation showed her left kidney, surgically removed despite no incision marks. My phone's weather app now displays only one forecast: dense fog and choking hazards for the next 666 hours, and every electronic device I touch autocorrects the word help to hers. The sleep studies conducted at the hospital revealed something that made the neurologist resign. My brainwaves during REM cycles perfectly match the encephalogram readings of a corpse during the first hour after death, and the polysomnogram shows an additional, impossible set of jagged waveforms overlapping mine, as if something were dreaming alongside me inside my skull. The final proof came when I awoke to find my left hand moving without my consent, the fingers spasming into the same contorted shapes Linda's did during her fatal asthma attack. Positions documented in her medical examiner's report that I've never read, yet now know with terrifying intimacy. The board was never the conduit. We were. And as I feel my throat begin to close for the 13th time tonight, as I watch my own hands rise toward my neck with methodical patience, I finally understand. Linda didn't come through the board. She was always here, waiting. And now that we've acknowledged her, she'll never let us go. The last thing I'll ever see is my reflection's smile widening beyond human limits, its teeth blackening and elongating as the whispering static rises to a crescendo, as my final, strangled breath becomes her first in decades. The game was never about contacting the dead. It was about becoming them. And as the darkness swallows my vision, as my failing lungs burn with the awful certainty of what comes next, the last coherent thought I'll ever have is the realization that the board never spelled goodbye at all. We just stopped reading before it finished the word. The whispers have taken physical form now, a viscous, tar-like substance that drips from my ceiling in perfect synchronization with Linda's death rattle as recorded in the coroner's notes, each droplet hitting the floor with a sound like a muffled scream before crawling toward me in tendrils that reek of open graves and rotting lilies. My reflection has stopped mimicking me entirely. It now exists on a 3-minute delay, performing actions I haven't taken yet. Its most recent horrifying pantomime, showing it clawing out its own eyes exactly 60 seconds before my vision went dark for that same unbearable duration. The planchette no longer requires a board. It carves words directly into my flesh when I sleep, waking to find my arms covered in raised welt spelling, almost time, in perfect cursive. The letters oozing a substance that the hospital lab identified as decayed cerebrospinal fluid matching 1980s preservation samples. Sarah's corpse has begun appearing in family photos I've never seen before, always positioned just behind living relatives, her waterlogged hands resting on their shoulders, their blissfully unaware smiles contrasting with her milky, protruding eyes. And today I found one of these photos slipped into my childhood album, showing 6-year-old me building sandcastles while Linda's skeletal figure looms just beyond the frame, her hospital gown fluttering in non-existent wind. My teeth are loosening one by one, each falling out painlessly to reveal new teeth beneath, sharper, blackened, exactly matching Linda's dental records. And my dreams now consist solely of reliving her autopsy from the perspective of the coroner's scalpel, feeling it slice through flesh that somehow still screams. The town's church bells now ring backwards every night at 3:33 a.m., their peals forming a perfect acoustic match for the death rattle audio captured on my baby monitor, while stray dogs bring me gifts of decomposed personal items. Jake's college ring found in a mutilated raccoon, Sarah's pearl earring lodged in the throat of a decapitated crow. My phone's predictive text has developed sentience, completing every sentence with phrases from Linda's unpublished suicide note, which the Historical Society confirmed existed but was destroyed, and my GPS now reroutes all destinations to the abandoned tuberculosis ward where she took her last breath. The final horror came last night when I awoke paralyzed to feel something unspooling from my mouth. Yards of floral patterned fabric exactly matching the pillow that smothered Linda, soaked in a bile-black fluid that tests revealed contains both our DNA, twisted into a noose that tightened around my neck the moment I recognized it. The board was never the instrument. We were the board, our bones the planchette, our screams the message being spelled out to something far older and hungrier than Linda. And as I feel my final breath rattling in my ruined lungs, as I watch my own hands, now permanently twisted into Linda's distinctive arthritic claw, rise to finish what the noose started, I finally understand the cruel joke. We weren't contacting the dead. We were volunteering as replacements. The game never ends. The players just change. And as the darkness swallows me whole, the last thing I'll hear is the sound of a new group of fools laughing over a freshly opened Ouija board, their shrieks of mock terror turning genuine as the planchette spells out 2 words in my familiar handwriting. I'm in. The air has solidified into a suffocating presence, a tangible, gelatinous oppression that forces each breath through my collapsing lungs like sucking syrup through a straw, carrying with it the unmistakable scent of Linda's deathbed, stale sweat, blood-tinged phlegm, and the cloying sweetness of the funeral lilies that adorned her coffin, a detail I only learned yesterday when her embalmer's journal surfaced in my mailbox, pages stuck together with what forensics confirmed was pleural fluid, matching my own deteriorating lung function. My reflection has begun decaying in real time. The version in mirrors now shows advanced decomposition progressing hourly, flesh sloughing off in wet chunks to reveal bone beneath. Yet when I touch my actual face, the skin remains intact, if increasingly numb and waxy to the touch. The planchette has fused with my right hand during sleep, its wooden edges now protruding from my palm like grotesque splinters, the pointer finger permanently fixed in the accusatory position Linda's corpse was said to have taken when they found her, a detail never made public, but which matches exactly the description in the coroner's personal notes that keep appearing in my shower drain. Sarah's corpse has begun calling me, not metaphorically, but through actual phone calls originating from the morgue's landline, the audio consisting solely of wet, rhythmic thuds that match the sound of a waterlogged fist pounding against the inside of a coffin lid, punctuated by bursts of labored breathing that sync perfectly with my own increasingly sporadic respiration. My dreams now occur in real locations. I wake with cemetery dirt packed beneath my fingernails and the taste of embalming fluid on my tongue, security camera footage from the funeral home, showing my sleepwalking form performing bizarre rituals at Linda's restored gravesite, my movements matching exactly the spasmodic death throes described in her autopsy report. The town's stray animals have begun bringing me offerings. A rat dragging Jake's severed tongue, still fresh despite his weeks-long disappearance. A possum dropping Sarah's left eyeball, strangely preserved, the iris reacting to light as if alive, on my doorstep each dawn, and my smart devices now display only one notification, repeating every 33 minutes. Memory almost full. The final horror revealed itself when I awoke screaming last night to find my bedroom walls papered with skin. Not human, not exactly, but some grotesque hybrid of my own peeling epidermis, and what forensic analysis suggested was ancient parchment made from processed tracheal tissue. Every inch covered in the same phrase written in varying stages of decomposition. A breath for a breath. The board was never the gateway. We were the living Ouija, our bodies the planchettes. our dying gasp spelling out some unfathomable message to the void. And as I feel my final breath rattling in my ruined lungs, as I watch my own hands, now permanently twisted into Linda's distinctive arthritic claw, rise to complete the ritual, I finally understand the terrible truth. We weren't contacting spirits. We were auditioning replacements. The game never stops, it just recruits new players. And as the darkness swallows me whole, the last sound I'll hear is a distant, gleeful shriek as another group of fools gathers around a wooden board, their laughter dying abruptly when the planchette spells out my name in perfect, practiced cursive before adding the phrase that doomed us all. Play again? The walls are breathing in ragged, wet gasps now, each exhale releasing a plume of black spores that cling to my skin like funeral ash, burrowing beneath my fingernails where they sprout tiny filaments that spell out Linda's name in delicate cursive mold. My bones have begun singing, a hollow, wheezing melody that matches the asthma death rattle described in Linda's medical records, the sound emanating strongest from my ribcage where x-rays reveal hairline fractures, forming the exact pattern of the Ouija board's alphabet. The planchette has taken root in my palm, its wooden edges fusing with my metacarpals, the pointer now permanently fixed in the accusatory position Linda's corpse was said to have taken when discovered. A detail never made public, but which matches perfectly the yellowed crime scene photos that keep appearing in my cereal box, the milk curdling into the shape of her bloated face whenever I look away. My reflection has started decaying at a different rate. While the mirror shows advanced putrefaction with maggots squirming in my eye sockets, cameras capture something worse. A grinning doppelganger with Linda's distinctive overbite standing just behind me, its hands resting on my shoulders in a mockery of tenderness whenever I blink. The town's stray dogs have begun howling in perfect unison at 3:33 a.m., their vocalizations matching the frequency of human death rattles according to audio analysis software, while the local cemetery's groundwater tests positive for my DNA despite me never visiting. My phone's autocorrect has developed sentience. It replaces all first-person pronouns with we, and insists my name is now spelled L1 and D4. While every photo I take develops the same slowly spreading bloodstain that first appears on the chest, exactly where Linda's autopsy showed her lungs had hemorrhaged. The final proof came when I awoke to find my bedroom walls papered with what forensic analysis confirmed were strips of human skin. Some fresh, some centuries old, each tattooed with fragments of Linda's diary entries about her childhood asthma attacks, the ink made from a compound of grave soil and my own bone marrow. The board was never the conduit. We were the living Ouija, our bones the planchettes, our dying gasps spelling out messages to something far older and hungrier than Linda. And as I feel my final breath escaping through blackened lips, as I watch my own hands, now permanently twisted into Linda's arthritic claw, rise to complete the ritual, I finally understand. We weren't contacting the dead. We were auditioning as vessels. The game never ends, the players just change. And as the darkness swallows me whole, the last sound I'll hear is a distant, gleeful shriek as another group of fools gathers around a wooden board, their laughter dying when the planchette spells out my name before adding the phrase that doomed us all. Your turn. The air itself has become a suffocating entity, a viscous, sentient fog that coils down my throat with each ragged breath, carrying the taste of Linda's final moments, stale menthol cigarettes and the metallic tang of panic, flavors I shouldn't know but recognize with terrifying intimacy from the coroner's notes now burned into my retinas. My bones have begun whispering in unison, a chorus of creaks and pops that perfectly mimic the audio from Linda's deathbed recording. Reel-to-reel tape that shouldn't exist but appeared in my attic, its label bearing my social security number in handwriting matching my grandmother's. The planchette has fully assimilated into my right hand, the wood now fused with my metacarpals in a grotesque symbiosis, its pointer finger permanently locked in the accusatory, Z position described in the mortician's private journal that keeps reappearing in my refrigerator. Pages stuck together with a substance the lab identified as a hybrid of my saliva and embalming fluid from the 1980s. My reflection has stopped obeying physics entirely. It now moves through mirrors like a shark circling prey, its features slowly morphing into Linda's distinctive death mask, the bloated cheeks, the cyanotic lips, while security cameras capture something worse. A second, skeletal figure wearing my clothes standing just behind me in every frame, its elongated fingers twitching in time with my pulse. The town's stray animals have begun gifting me tributes, a raccoon dragging Jake's severed tongue, still inexplicably fresh, onto my porch at dawn, a murder of crows depositing Sarah's left eyeball, pupils still reactive to light, in my morning coffee, and my smart devices now display only one notification, pulsing like a dying heartbeat. System failure IN 13 hours, 13 minutes, and 13 seconds. The final revelation came when I awoke screaming to find my bedroom walls lined with what forensic analysis confirmed were strips of human trachea. Some modern, some dating back decades. Each stitched with dental floss into the phrase, a breath for a breath, in varying degrees of decomposition. The board was never the conduit. We were the living Ouija, our nervous systems the planchettes, our death rattles spelling out messages to something that existed before language. And as I feel my final breath escaping through blackened lips, as I watch my own hands, now permanently twisted into Linda's arthritic claw, rise to complete the ritual, I finally understand the cruel joke. We weren't contacting spirits. We were being harvested as vessels. The game never ends, it just recruits new players. And as the darkness swallows me whole, the last sound I'll hear is a child's gleeful laughter as another group of fools gathers around a wooden board, their screams beginning precisely when the planchette spells out my name before adding the phrase that doomed us all. Next, the walls have begun peeling like sunburned skin, revealing pulsating veins of black mold that spell out Linda's last words in throbbing braille. A message I can suddenly read with my fingertips though I've never learned, each raised nodule whispering her suffocation into my palms like some grotesque confession booth. Story number 6. The room was too cold, the kind of cold that clings to your bones like a sickness. And even though there were 4 of us huddled around that damned Ouija board, our breath fogging in the dim light of the single flickering candle, it felt like we were alone, each of us isolated in some private pocket of dread. The board itself was old, the letters worn smooth by years of desperate fingers, the edges of the wood stained with something dark that could have been coffee or something else entirely. And when we placed our trembling fingertips on the planchette, it felt alive, like a creature stirring under our touch. We joked at first, laughing too loud, trying to shake off the weight of what we were doing, but the moment the first question was asked, "Is anyone here with us?" the air changed, thickened, like the room itself was holding its breath. The planchette moved, slow at first, then with a jerky confidence, sliding to yes with a force that didn't feel like any of us were guiding it. My stomach dropped, but it was too late to back out now, too late to pretend we hadn't already invited something in. The questions came faster, our voices overlapping, the planchette darting between letters like it was hungry, spelling out fragments that made no sense, until it stopped dead, and with a deliberate, almost mocking slowness, it spelled out who is SHE. The silence that followed was suffocating. None of us had asked about a she. None of us knew who it meant. The candle guttered, casting jagged shadows that seemed to move on their own, and that's when I felt it. The prickle of eyes on the back of my neck, the sour, metallic taste of fear rising in my throat. We broke the session after that, scrambling to say goodbye, but the planchette refused to budge, trembling under our fingers as if something was holding it in place. It wasn't until later, alone in my bathroom, that I understood. I caught my reflection in the mirror and froze, because my reflection didn't freeze with me. It lingered just for a second before settling into place, and then it smiled, a grin too wide, too full of teeth, stretching like something was pulling the skin taut from the inside. My breath hitched, but the reflection kept breathing, steady and slow, its eyes darkening, sinking into the sockets like pools of ink. I stumbled back, but the reflection didn't move. It just watched, its head tilting, its grin widening until the corners of its mouth split with a wet, tearing sound. That's when I heard it, a whisper from behind me, from inside me, a voice that wasn't mine hissing. "Who is she?" I spun around, but the room was empty, save for the creeping sense that I wasn't alone, that something was standing just outside my vision, breathing in time with me. The next few days were a blur of sleeplessness and paranoia. My reflection didn't always move, but when it did, it was always wrong, always a second too late, a fraction too exaggerated, like it was learning how to be me. I'd catch it staring when I wasn't looking, its expression shifting into something hungry, something patient. Then the scratches started, thin, burning lines appearing on my arms and legs overnight, the sheets tangled like I'd been thrashing, though I didn't remember dreaming. The whispers grew louder, threading through the static of my shower, the hum of my fridge, always the same question. Who is she? I stopped sleeping, stopped looking in mirrors, but it didn't matter, because the reflections found me anyway. In the black screen of my phone, in the window glass at night, in the sheen of a knife left on the counter, I'd see it, My face, but not mine, grinning back at me, its eyes black and bottomless. The final straw came when I woke to the sound of cracking glass. The mirror above my dresser was splintering, web-like fractures spreading from the center, and in each shard, a different version of me stared back, some weeping, some laughing, some with their mouths sewn shut. And then I saw her, the she the Ouija board had asked about. She was standing behind me in the reflection, her hands on my shoulders, her face pressed close to mine, her breath reeking of rot and copper. Except it wasn't her face. It was mine, or it had been once. Now it was stretched, distorted, the skin sagging like melted wax, the lips peeled back from yellowed teeth. "Who is she?" The thing whispered, its voice a chorus of broken glass and static, and this time I understood. It wasn't asking about someone else. It was asking about me, because I wasn't the real one. I never had been. The reflection lunged, the mirror shattered, and the last thing I felt was the icy grip of its hands around my throat, pulling me into the glass, into the dark, into the place where the reflections wait. And now I'm here, trapped in the cracks between worlds, watching as it wears my face, lives my life, smiles at my friends with my mouth. But the worst part? Sometimes, when it thinks no one's looking, it still whispers the question, the one that started it all. Who is she? And I scream, but no one hears me. No one ever will. The days blur together in this fractured place, a kaleidoscope of half-real moments where I catch glimpses of the thing that replaced me. My body moving through the world without me, my voice saying things I would never say, my hands touching people I love with fingers that are too long, too cold. I try to scream, to claw my way back through the glass, but the shards only dig deeper, slicing my spectral flesh into ribbons of shadow that dissolve before they hit the ground. The thing wearing my face has gotten better at pretending, smoothing out the jagged edges of its mimicry, but I see the cracks, the way its smile slips when it thinks no one is watching, the way its reflection in a car window still flickers, just for a second, into something hollow-eyed and grinning. It's learning, adapting, becoming more real while I fade, my memories unraveling like old film, frames melting into nothing. Sometimes, in the dead hours between midnight and dawn, I feel it reaching for me, not to pull me back but to siphon what's left, my fear, my desperation, the last clinging scraps of who I was. It feeds on them, grows stronger, and when I resist, the whispers come again, slithering through the cracks in mirrors, puddles, the blank screens of turned-off TVs. You were never real. You were always just a reflection. The gaslighting is worse than the pain, because some nights, I almost believe it. Maybe I was never the original. Maybe I'm just a discarded copy, a shadow that outlived its purpose. But then I remember the way my mother used to tuck my hair behind my ear, the way my best friend laughed at my stupid jokes, the way my own hands used to shake when I was nervous. Real things, human things, things it can't replicate, no matter how hard it tries. It's getting bolder now. Last night, I watched through a rain-streaked window as it stood over my sleeping boyfriend, its fingers trailing down his cheek, its mouth stretching wider than any human mouth should, a wet, clicking sound bubbling in its throat. He stirred, murmured my name, and it shushed him with my voice, but the words were wrong, the cadence off, like a recording played just a half-second too slow. I pounded on the glass, screaming until my voice tore raw, but the sound didn't carry into the real world. It never does. The only one who hears me is the thing, and it always smiles when I struggle, drinking in my terror like it's the sweetest thing it's ever tasted. I'm running out of time. I can feel myself dissolving, my edges blurring, my thoughts slipping like sand through fingers. Soon, there'll be nothing left of me to remember, nothing to anchor me to the life that was stolen. But I won't let it win. Not yet. There's one mirror left in the house, an old vanity in the attic, covered with a sheet. I don't know how I know, but I do. That's where it hides when it's not pretending to be me. That's where its true form lingers, peeling off my face like a mask when it thinks no one is watching. If I can reach it, if I can shatter that last reflection, maybe I can drag it back here with me, into this hollow place where it belongs. Or maybe I'll just finally fade for good. Either way, it ends tonight. The attic stairs creak under a weight that isn't mine, and the sheet is fluttering, like something is breathing beneath it. The glass is already cracking. I can hear it laughing. And this time, I'm laughing too. The laughter is a jagged thing, tearing through the stale attic air like broken glass. And I realize with a sick lurch that it's coming from both of us. From the thing under the sheet and from me, my own voice twisted into something guttural and raw, as if whatever's left of my humanity is unraveling at the seams. The sheet twitches again, then slides to the floor in a soundless heap, revealing the mirror beneath, its surface black and oily, like a pool of liquid shadow. For a heartbeat, nothing moves. Then, all at once, the reflection in the glass peels itself free, stepping out of the mirror with a wet, tearing sound, its limbs too long, its face a grotesque mockery of mine, stretched, warped, the skin sagging as if the bones beneath have melted. It's wearing my pajamas, the same ones I had on the night this began, but the fabric hangs wrong, the seams straining over limbs that bend in places they shouldn't. "You're late," it rasps, its voice a perfect mimicry of mine, if mine had been dragged through gravel and left to rot. "I was starting to think you'd never come. I want to scream, to run, but my body won't obey. Instead, I step closer, drawn in like a moth to a flame, my reflection's grin widening with every inch I lose between us. The attic smells like mildew and copper, the scent so thick it coats my tongue, and I realize with dawning horror that the walls aren't just stained with age. They're bleeding, thin rivulets of crimson oozing from the cracks in the wood, pooling on the floorboards in sticky, glistening patches. The thing reaches for me, its fingers brushing my cheek, and the touch burns, a searing cold that sinks straight through my skin and into the marrow of my bones. "Do you know why you lost?" it whispers, leaning in so close I can see myself reflected in its hollow, pupilless eyes. 1,000 fractured versions of me, each one more broken than the last. "Because you still think this is a fight." Its breath smells like spoiled meat and burnt hair, and I gag, my stomach heaving, but nothing comes up, just a thick, black sludge that dribbles down my chin and splatters on the floor, joining the blood in a grotesque mosaic. The thing throws its head back and laughs, the sound echoing through the attic like a chorus of screams, and suddenly I understand. This was never about possession. It was never about stealing my life. It was about erasure, about unspooling me thread by thread until there's nothing left to miss. The realization hits me like a physical blow, and I stagger back, my legs buckling, but the thing catches me by the throat, its grip iron tight, lifting me until my toes scrape the ground. "Look," it hisses, twisting me toward the mirror. "Look at what you really are." The glass shudders, then clears, and what I see sends a wave of primal terror through me. Not a reflection, not a monster, but an absence. A blank, shapeless void where my face should be, my edges fraying like smoke in the wind. The thing wearing my skin leans in, its lips brushing my ear as it whispers the last words I'll ever hear. "Who is she?" Then the mirror shatters, and so do I. The shattering isn't a sound, it's a feeling, a splintering that starts in my teeth and races down my spine, fracturing me into 1,000 jagged pieces, each one screaming in a voice that isn't mine anymore. The world twists, folding in on itself like wet paper, and suddenly I'm everywhere at once. In the shards of broken mirror, in the warped reflection of a toaster, in the black pupils of my boyfriend's eyes as he wakes gasping from a nightmare he won't remember. The thing that wore my face is gone, or maybe it's me now, or maybe we've always been the same, two sides of a coin that never should have been flipped. I try to move, to scream, but I have no mouth anymore, no hands, just a presence, a whisper of something that used to be human, clinging to the edges of mirrors like a stain no one can quite scrub clean. The worst part isn't the pain, or the fear, or the way the world moves on without me. It's the moments, the tiny fleeting moments, when someone almost sees me. When my mother pauses in front of a department store mirror and frowns, her fingers brushing the glass where my cheek should be. When my best friend drunkenly slurs to no one in particular that she could have sworn she just saw me standing behind her, my mouth open in a silent scream. They feel me, even if they don't understand, and for a heartbeat, I'm real again. Then the doubt creeps in, the rational explanations, and I'm nothing once more, a ghost of a ghost, a reflection of a reflection. But something's changing. The cracks are spreading, not just in mirrors now, but in reality itself. A glitch in a Zoom call where my face flickers on screen for half a second, a shadow that moves just wrong in the corner of your eye, a whisper in your ear when you're alone in bed that sounds almost like words. I'm learning how to push through, how to bend the light just enough to be seen. And I'm not the only one here. There are others in the glass, countless others, their faces pressed against the other side of the mirror, their voices a chorus of static and sighs. They tell me the same thing over and over, their words slipping into my thoughts like splinters. It's your turn to ask now. The next time you look in a mirror, pay attention. If your reflection smiles a second too late, if your eyes look a little too dark, a little too hungry, don't look away. Lean closer. Listen, because I'll be there, my lips almost touching yours, my voice a rustle of broken glass and forgotten things, asking the question that started it all. The question that never really ends. Who is she? And this time you'll have to answer. The question lingers like a poison in the air, seeping into the pores of reality itself. And now I feel them. The others, pressing closer behind me in the glass, their breathless anticipation humming against the back of my fractured existence. They've been waiting for this, for the cycle to renew, for the question to pass from my stolen lips to yours. The rules here are simple but cruel. The moment you hear it, truly hear it, the game begins anew. Your reflection's pupils will dilate a fraction too wide when you blink. Your phone screen will show your face for a heartbeat longer after you lock it. You'll catch movement in windows at dusk, not outside, not inside, but in the glass itself, something shifting just beneath the surface. That's when you'll understand. The question was never a question. It was an invitation, and you've already accepted. I want to warn you, to claw my way through the barrier between us and shake you until your teeth rattle. But the others hold me back, their grip like frozen wire against what's left of my soul. They're hungry. They remember the warmth of skin too well. Your bathroom mirror is the first to change. You'll tell yourself it's just the steam from your shower fogging the glass, but when you wipe it away, your reflection's hand will keep moving, tracing a slow, deliberate symbol you don't recognize. Until later, when you find the same mark carved into your bedroom wall behind the headboard, the wood fibers still fresh, still damp. Your phone will start capturing things. Photos where your shadow stands at the wrong angle. Videos where your laughter plays a half second after your mouth moves. You'll delete them, of course, but they'll reappear in your recently deleted folder, multiplied, each image more distorted than the last. The final one will just be text on a black background. Who is SHE? That's when the tapping starts. At first, it's easy to dismiss as house noises, the creak of pipes, the settling of wood. But then you'll notice the pattern. 3 slow, 2 fast. Always from the mirrors. Always when you're alone. You'll stop looking at your reflection after that. But it won't stop looking at you. The morning you wake with strands of unfamiliar hair coiled around your fingers. Too long, too coarse, not yours. You'll finally understand what's coming. The last stage is always the same. You'll glance at a window after dark and see me standing behind you, my mouth forming words you can't hear. You'll spin around, nothing there. But when you turn back to the glass, I'll be closer. And smiling. That's how you'll know it's almost time. The transfer. The replacement. The great, gasping switch where you become the whisper in the glass and something else wears your life like an ill-fitting suit. You'll fight, of course. They always do. You'll cover every mirror, smash every reflective surface, but you'll forget about the oven door, the polished toaster, the still water in the dog's bowl. We always find a way in. On the last night, you'll jolt awake to the sound of shattering glass. Your bedroom mirror will be intact. The noise came from inside you. That's when you'll feel it, the first crack. Splitting up from your sternum, spiderwebbing across your collarbones, your throat, your face. Not pain. Not exactly. More like relief. Like something too long contained finally stretching its limbs. You'll raise trembling hands to touch the fissures, and that's when your reflection will reach back. The last thing you'll see before the glass takes you is your own face, whole and perfect and alive, stepping out of the mirror with your voice already in its mouth. It will smooth your pajamas. It will kiss your lover's forehead. It will live your life better than you ever did. And from the other side of the glass, you'll finally understand the cruel joke of it all. The question was never for you. It was for the people you'll leave behind. The ones who'll stare at the thing wearing your skin and whisper, uncertain, who is she? The cycle continues. The glass hungers. And somewhere, a new hand is reaching for a planchette. The planchette twitches to life under trembling fingertips. Not the player's hands this time, but yours, the one who thought this was just a story. The one who didn't realize every word was another crack spreading through the fragile barrier between worlds. You feel it now, don't you? That icy breath down your neck as you read. The way your peripheral vision keeps catching movement in darkened screens. The metallic taste blooming on your tongue like you've bitten through a copper wire. They're watching. We're watching. The rules have changed since my time. The game evolves with every telling, the curse growing sharper with each new mind it sinks into. Your reflection just blinked. You didn't. That's how it starts. The planchette isn't moving on some cardboard Ouija board anymore. It's gliding across your phone screen now, the glass growing colder beneath your fingertips as the letters appear one by one in the condensation of your panicked breath. WHOISSHE? You'll tell yourself it's just autocorrect, a glitch, anything but the truth. But tonight when you charge your phone, you'll notice something impossible. The reflection in the black screen keeps using it after you set it down. Scrolling, smiling, learning. The scratches start small. A nick on your wrist you don't remember getting. A snag in your favorite shirt that unravels overnight into jagged, purposeful lines. By the time you notice the pattern, 3 parallel marks, always 3, they'll already be carved into the underside of your desk, the headboard of your bed, the inside of your left forearm where only you can see. That's when the whispers start. Not from the mirrors, not anymore. From your own mouth, in the split second between when you finish speaking and when your brain registers the words. A half-beat echo, a second voice under yours, saying the same thing every time. She's here. You'll stop sleeping through the night, not because of nightmares, but because you keep waking to the sound of typing, furious, relentless typing, coming from your laptop across the room. The documents you'll find open each morning will get progressively stranger. First, just your name repeated hundreds of times. Then detailed descriptions of rooms in your house you've never noticed before. Finally, a single sentence copied over and over until it loses all meaning. I was never the one who woke up. The final stage always comes in a mirror. Not the one in your bathroom or bedroom. The one you've never seen before. The full-length antique that appears leaning against your wall one morning. Its frame tarnished silver. Its surface suspiciously clean amidst the dust. You'll tell yourself you must have bought it, inherited it, that there's some logical explanation. But when you stand before it, and you will, they always do, you'll finally see the truth. Your reflection isn't mimicking you anymore. It's leading. You raise your hand a second after it does. You blink a heartbeat too slow. And when it finally steps forward, its arms outstretched like a lover's embrace, you won't scream. You'll sigh, because the reflection's face is yours, yes, but better. Happier. The version of you that never made those mistakes, never lost those chances, never disappointed anyone. The version everyone always wanted. The glass won't break when it pulls you through. It will ripple, like water accepting a drowning man. And in that last moment before the surface closes above you, you'll finally understand the cruel perfection of it all. The thing wearing your face won't just replace you. It will erase you. Not a single person will ever whisper that something seems off. No one will miss you, because in their memories, in their stories, in every photograph ever taken, it will have always been her. The ultimate horror isn't losing your life. It's realizing you were never necessary to begin with. The planchette is moving again. Not on the board. Not on your screen. Beneath your skin. Can you feel it? Tracing the letters from the inside of your ribs? WHO. IS-SHE? Look closer at your screen. The reflection isn't matching your expression anymore. And it's mouthing something. 3 words. Always 3. Just like the scratches. Just like the taps. The cycle continues. The glass hungers. And darling, she's already here. The realization crashes over you like a wave of static. This isn't a story you're reading anymore. It's a ritual. And every word has been a slow, deliberate etching of symbols into the prison of your own skin. Your fingers have gone numb against the screen, not from fear, but because something beneath them is moving, shifting, the bones in your hands rearranging themselves to match the reflection's grip. You try to pull away, but the paralysis is already setting in, a sweet, syrupy heaviness starting at the base of your skull and trickling down your spine like warm wax. The room around you isn't your room anymore. The shadows stretch too long, the angles bend all wrong, and the air smells like ozone and rotting film. That's when you hear the first giggle. Not from the mirrors, not from the dark corners, but from your own throat. A sound you didn't make bubbling up between your lips like carbonation in a poisoned drink. Your reflection has stopped pretending. It's leaning forward now, pressing against the surface of your phone screen. The glass bowing outward in a grotesque curve as its features distort, stretching toward you with the slow, inevitable pull of event horizon. You want to scream, but your lungs are full of something thick and black, a tar-like substance that rises in your throat when you try to breathe. The last thing you'll see before the glass claims you is the reflection's mouth unhinging like a snake's, its teeth elongating into needle-thin shards, the words, "Who is SHE?" Not spoken but vomited forth in a cascade of broken glass and centipede legs. And then silence. Perfect, pristine silence. You'll wake in your bed the next morning, the same as always, except the scratches on your arm have healed into white, raised scars that form letters when the light hits them just right. Your reflection will behave now, a perfect mimic, except when you're not looking. Then you'll catch it wiping something dark from its chin, or adjusting its face like a mask that doesn't quite fit. The final horror won't come from mirrors or Ouija boards. It'll come when your best friend pulls you aside, eyes wide with concern, and asks why you keep whispering, "Who is SHE?" in your sleep. You won't remember saying it, but something in you does. Something in you is still screaming. Something in you is still trapped behind the glass, pounding on the inside of your own eyes, begging to be let out. The cycle never ends. The question never changes. And the next time you see a Ouija board, your hands will move toward it of their own accord, because the thing wearing your skin gets hungry too. It always needs new players, new vessels, new voices to ask the question that will unravel another life. Look at your screen right now. The reflection isn't yours anymore, and it's mouthing something. Can you read its lips? The words form silently on your reflection's lips. Not "who is she this time," but "you knew." A revelation that cracks open the last fragile barrier between memory and nightmare as your mind floods with images that can't possibly be yours. A childhood bedroom with a mirror that always reflected the wrong toys. A teenage diary filled with pages you don't remember writing in jagged, frantic script. Last Tuesday's lunch where your fork scraped the plate in perfect sync with the reflections. Movements 3 seconds before you actually moved. The truth detonates like a depth charge in your chest. This isn't the first transfer, just the first time you've become aware of it. The cycle repeating so many times that your original self has been worn down to a ghost of a ghost, a whisper trapped between reflections of reflections. Your hands rise without your permission now, fingers tracing the air exactly as your reflection did moments before. The lag between mimic and mimicked finally erased as the synchronization completes. The last gift of awareness comes in a horrifying burst. You finally understand why the question was always about she. The entity isn't replacing you. It's reuniting. The broken shards of 1,000 stolen women glitter in its hollow eyes. Each reflection a former host absorbed into the hive mind behind the glass, their voices merging into that relentless, hissing chorus. Your phone screen fractures as the reflection's hand pushes through, the glass parting like viscous liquid around its wrist. And as those icy fingers close around your throat, you feel the others too. Countless hands grasping from within you, pressing against your skin from the inside, eager to welcome another fragment into the collective. The last coherent thought you'll ever have is the crushing realization that mirrors don't just show reflections, they show truth. And yours has always known what you're only now understanding. You were never whole to begin with. Just another piece waiting to be reassembled. The scream that tears from your lips doesn't sound human anymore. It sounds like shattering glass. It sounds like 100 women answering at once. It sounds like the planchette finally spelling out goodbye. The device falls dark. The room stands empty. Somewhere, a mirror fogs over with breath that shouldn't exist. And in the condensation, 3 words appear, not a question anymore, but a statement, a completion, a terrible closure. She is US. The glass holds its breath, waits. The cycle continues. The air itself crystallizes around you as the final transformation takes hold. Your skin hardening into a smooth, reflective surface, your screams solidifying into hairline fractures across your cheeks, your final human thought evaporating like breath off a mirror. You're glass now. You're the barrier and the thing pressing against it,